Bringing you results of this election, and right now we can project that George W. Bush, the President of the United States, will carry several states in among these first states that are up for grabs. The President will win. We can project Indiana and its 11 electoral votes, Kentucky and its 8 electoral votes, and Georgia and its 15 electoral votes. We can project that John Kerry will carry the New England state of Vermont and its 3 electoral votes. So far, we do not have enough information yet to be able to project a winner in either Virginia or South Carolina. But Jeff Greenfield, the race for the White House is moving forward right now at this extremely early moment in this night. Bush already, according to our projection, has 34 electoral votes. Kerry has 3. The blue state, Vermont, is for Kerry. The red states are for Bush.
That's right. This is the calm before the storm. None of these results are anything but expected. But I think the best way to tell these voters where we expect to be is where we wound up 4 years ago in 2000. If we can switch to that map, and I'll start talking before that map is on. Back in 2000, George W. Bush won. He won the South, he won the Mountain West, he won, of course, Florida, he won Ohio and Missouri, and Al Gore won New England, the Middle Atlantic states, the Upper Midwest, the Industrial Midwest, with the significant exception of Ohio. He won, of course, Florida. Now, if the map looks like this when tonight is over, George W. Bush will be reelected with 278 electoral votes because population shifted into the red states. So, the Kerry strategy, obviously, takes something away from the president. For instance, if he were to win Ohio, a state beset by almost 250,000 job losses, that alone would put Kerry over the top. He also has designs, not surprisingly, on Florida, with 27 electoral votes, by far the biggest battleground state up for grabs. He's looking as well at New Hampshire, up here in New England, which Al Gore lost by only 7,000 votes. That's a state that Nader affected. So, what about the Bush strategy? They say they have a shot at Pennsylvania, a state that George Bush has visited more than any other state except his home in Texas. They're looking at Michigan, where they think social conservatism might play among the so-called Reagan Democrats, and Wisconsin, another state that Al Gore only carried by 0.2% of the vote. So you can see throughout the night, Wolf, we'll be showing viewers how these states affect the outcome. We need one more thing to show you. If we can go back to the 2000 map and give John Kerry New Hampshire with 4 electoral votes and Nevada with 5 electoral votes, guess what we have? A tie at 269 votes each, and welcome to 2004, where the House of Representatives would choose the president. It's unlikely, Wolf, just as unlikely as an election that came down to 537 votes and hanging chads in Florida.
The new House of Representatives as well would be making that decision if there were a tie. Let's talk about some turning points, some moments that you are looking at right now, what we should be looking at throughout these hours to come.
Right. As we look back at this campaign, I think we can see a couple of critical turning points that affected this campaign. The first one was Iowa. John Kerry was virtually counted out before 2000 began. He said, I'm going to make Iowa a do-or-die state. He won those caucuses and was never headed. The second turning point, and this one may turn out to be the most significant one of all, money. The Republicans assumed that the nominee of the Democratic Party would be bankrupt by the spring, but thanks to the Internet, thanks to John Kerry following Howard Dean and opting out of public financing, and thanks to a loophole in campaign finance that let very rich people pour millions into advertising and vote mobilizations, the Democrats played this game on equal grounds. Third, the conventions. This has been looked at by a lot of Democrats as a missed opportunity for John Kerry, stressing his Vietnam experience, not stressing his Senate record or what he would do. The Republicans came out of their convention with a big lead, which survived until this other turning point, that first debate, that put John Kerry right back into the mix of things. And finally, the question that lingered throughout this campaign, Iraq and terror. If Iraq is seen as part of the war on terror, George Bush should do well tonight. If voters see Iraq as a diversion and a quagmire, a slog, as Donald Rumsfeld called it, that's probably good political news for John Kerry. How this turns out, Wolf, I think we ought to ask the viewers to stick around.
They will be sticking around. We'll be sticking around all these turning points throughout the night. Judy Woodruff is anchoring our coverage from our CNN Election Analysis Center over at the Time Warner Center. Judy, tell our viewers, first of all, what you're looking at and that team of experts with you, what they're doing.
Well, Wolf, this is what we are calling the Election Analysis Center. It's a team of people, a combination of veteran election political analysts and statisticians. And they have been looking at numbers coming in all day long, Wolf, the so-called exit polls. These are interviews with voters as they left the polling places, about 1,500 precincts around the United States in every one of the 50 states and the District of Columbia. So they're looking at that, and it is on the basis of those exit polls, Wolf and Jeff, that CNN is felt comfortable enough to make the calls that you just did, Wolf, and that is in the state of Georgia, in the state of Kentucky, and in the state of, let me get the other, Indiana. Those three states for George Bush, based on exit polls that show a comfortable enough margin that tends to match other information CNN had about the direction those states were going in politically. But on top of that, we are going to be looking at sample precincts and calls coming in from those sample precincts. We are all obviously also going to be looking at the raw vote. The Associated Press tonight is calling in from 3,500 counties across the United States. We're going to be taking in that information, and our team right here in Manhattan and New York City is going to be watching those numbers. We've got layers of information, the exit polls, the sample precincts, and finally the raw vote numbers on top of the expertise of these people, which you cannot underestimate.
All right, Judy, just to be precise, the fact that we cannot project a winner in Virginia and South Carolina, that simply means that we don't know enough about those two states. Is that right?
That's correct, Wolf. At this point, we do not have enough information to be able to call the result either in the state of Virginia or in the state of South Carolina. That should not be read to mean that either one of these states is too close to call. I will add, however, that the Democratic governor of the state of Virginia said just a couple of days ago, maybe we're going to see a surprise in that state. The public opinion polls in Virginia have been showing a race of somewhere between 3 and 6 points. Closer, of course, than some of these other southern states, but in no way do we have information at this point that would lead us to believe that this is a state that's not going to go to George Bush.
And just to be clear, Judy, because after 2000, I think we want to bring the viewers in as close as we can. If you do get enough data to say the state is too close to call, CNN will call the state that way, correct?
That is correct, and that will be a specific call we make at a point in the evening when we have enough information in from a combination of these exit polls, sample precincts, and the raw vote. When we get enough information in that makes the men and women on this team comfortable to make that call, we will say it is too close to call. But that is not what we're saying at this point about either Virginia or about South Carolina.
Judy Woodruff at the CNN Election Analysis Center, thanks very much. We'll be getting back to you. Let's walk over, bring in some other members of our team, no strangers to our viewers in the United States and around the world, Larry King and Carlos Watson. Larry, what are you looking at this early stage?
Well, I'm looking at, first, this amazing setup we have here tonight. And I think we're going to be here a long time. I know we can't project certain winners in certain areas based on what happened 4 years ago. The question I'd ask you and you, how are we preventing 4 years ago?
Well, we've learned a lot of lessons, Larry, from what happened 4 years ago. The data, the new research that's coming in. This is a much more sophisticated operation, but I think it all boils down to, when all is said and done, is this. We're much more cautious this time than we were 4 years ago. And if we don't know something, we'll tell our viewers we simply don't know. Carlos, tell our viewers what you're looking at right now.
Well, I think we're testing history, frankly, today. History says if you're an incumbent president, certainly if you're a president during war, you've raised a lot of money and you have a lead going into Labor Day, you should win. John Kerry wins. We haven't had a senator get elected in 44 years. Would be the second Catholic to get elected. Wasn't ahead in the polls, even the Democratic primaries coming into this year, January 1st. So a lot of convention will get turned on its head tonight. So lots of big historical importance, not just importance in terms of the 2004.
And what, Jeff, surprised you the most?
That
in
after
this whole campaign?
That after 4 years, when everything changed, every assumption we had going into 2000 had changed. from invulnerability to an attack that we could never have dreamt of, from peace to war, from economic security to anxiety. The country remains apparently evenly divided, with the red and the blue states, by and large, as we showed, lining up pretty much the way they did 4 years ago. You would have thought that those events, those hammer blows to the United States, would have resulted in a political upheaval. Looks pretty much the same.
What's the turnout story?
We don't know specifically what the turnout story is because the polling, the results won't be coming in till all the states are closed, and then we'll get the hard, raw numbers that are coming in. Anecdotally, as we've seen on CNN all day, there are long lines in many of these key battleground states, and you know what? There are long lines in some of the non-key battleground states as well, Carlos. What do you make of that?
Well, I think people are as energized as we've seen in a long time. We might get the highest turnout since 1968, which would be significant. And one of the things I note in my home state of Florida, which Larry knows well as well, close to 2 million people voted early. And I've had a number of people say if that early voting hadn't taken place, the system wouldn't have been able to handle all the people who ultimately did show up today.
And there were reports earlier today about some snafu in Philadelphia. Then they said that didn't happen. Any reports of any major occurrences occurring anywhere that are causing lawsuits and people upset?
It's been going more smoothly than one would have thought, especially when you throw 10,000 lawyers into the mix. They're capable of making mountains out of any molehill. But I think people are surprised so far that it's gone relatively smoothly, especially because people on both sides were so keyed up to spot any instance of voter fraud or voter suppression. And unlike 1968, at the end of that tumultuous year, the electorate was so exhausted that the turnout went down from 4 years ago. I think the one thing everybody expects this year is a turnout way up. And that's something we're not going to know till the end of the night or maybe even tomorrow.
Our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, is taking a look at the exit polling data. What's on the minds of Americans based on what we can tell, Bill?
Well, there are three big issues that define this election, three big ones, and they seem to be working in different ways. Let's take a look at our exit poll results. George Bush wanted this election to be a referendum on the war on terror. So we asked people, do you feel safer from terrorism than 4 years ago or less safe? And the answer is 52 to 44 say they feel safer from terrorism. That is good news for President Bush. But another issue, the economy. How do people feel about the nation's economy right now? Only 44% say the economy is in good shape. A majority say it's not good or poor. 4 years ago, 85% said the economy was in good shape. So the economy is working on behalf of Senator Kerry. Two issues, different directions. What's the tiebreaker? How about the war in Iraq? What do voters think about the decision for the United States to go to war in Iraq? And the answer is they're split. 49% say they approve of the decision to go to war in Iraq. 47% say they disapprove. The Iraq issue is an issue that divides the country, but it could be the issue that defines this election.
And we're going to be sharing these exit poll numbers with our viewers around the world all throughout the night. So Bill Schneider will be talking with you again. Do you want to ask Bill a question?
Yeah, these are national exit poll numbers, right? You're not breaking it down by state, and this election is electorally.
That's right.
It's not a national election.
This is the national electorate, and we see three issues pulling the voters in three different directions.
Senator Ted Kennedy is joining us now from Kerry headquarters in Boston. I'll start, Senator. What surprised you, if anything, today?
Well, I think the extraordinary turnout. I know John Kerry was hoping for a big turnout, and there was a big turnout. I think the number of young people that turned out has been very positive and very constructive. Many people thought that the young people really weren't involved, turned off the system, but clearly they want to be involved. They want to be a part of the future. I think that's going to be a real challenge for John Kerry about how you're going to make sure the number of people that turned out in this election are going to be part of the political process over the period of the next 4 years.
Senator Kennedy, you've been with the junior senator from your home state all these many months. How do you feel that he's done over the past, let's say, year or so?
Well, we're very proud of John Kerry. You know, sort of the ripple around here tonight is that we have the Super Bowl champions with the New England Patriots. We have the World Series champions with the Red Sox. And now, above all, we got John Kerry, hometown boy, that's won the presidency. We're very hopeful about it. He has demonstrated, I think, over the period of the last year, the kind of inner toughness, the kind of strength of character, the kind of determination that's going to be so important in a president, in any president, and I think particularly now.
Let me just point out, Senator Kennedy, he hasn't won the presidency yet. It's still relatively early in this night.
Well, I think it is important that those that haven't voted go out and participate and vote. It's amazingly important that they do. I know John Kerry has certainly urged that. All of us would certainly do that. But I say that we are encouraged with the kind of response that John Kerry has received.
Senator, are there key states that you, as a political pro, and you're a pro among pros, are looking at? Are there certain things that will indicate to you early on where this is going?
Well, I think your analysts have gone through the major states with the major electoral college numbers, and they are clearly the Ohios and Floridas and Pennsylvania and Michigan and the North, and the cluster of other states that appear in Wisconsin and Minnesota and Iowa. But what I think is enormously important and impressive is that there's a whole movement and a whole tide. The turnout has been uniform, really almost uniform across the country, and the numbers of turnout. Americans wanted to participate in this election. Americans want to have a voice in their future. And I think what you're seeing, at least my impression, is that they want a new leadership. They want to have a restoration of American prestige and influence and leadership abroad. And they want a president that's going to focus on the middle class working families here at home and education and health care and these other issues.
Senator Kennedy,
they're going to receive that.
Senator Kennedy, a lot of people think that the country is about as divided today as it was perhaps during the Vietnam War in '68 or '72. Have you seen the country this divided in a long time?
Well, it's clearly divided. These races are going to be close. I think it's going to be close in the United States Senate as well. I'm hopeful that we'll do well in the Senate races, because in order for a president really to get his program on through, you need the support in the Senate and obviously the House of Representatives. So I'm hopeful that in some of these tight races for the United States Senate, it'll go John Kerry's way. But, you know, I find in my colleagues and friends in the Senate on both sides, they really want to get about the business of addressing the challenges that we're facing at home. There's a general sense among, I find, Republicans and Democrats alike, that we're just not dealing with the real problems and challenges that we're facing here at home. And I think that the John Kerry, his great challenge will be to try and bring people together. But I think with those efforts and being sincere about it, he'll work hard at it, and I think it can be done. It has to be done.
If he is elected, can he work well with a Republican majority Senate and House?
Well, that's going to be certainly a challenge. I think there are members in the leadership in the Republican Party and among the Republicans that really want to see progress made on our domestic issues and also in foreign policy. And I know John Kerry, it'll be a challenge in trying to work out these differences, and because there are a lot of raw endings, from the result of this campaign. But I think he's up to the task. I think he is ready to take that challenge on as well. It's going to be necessary. It's going to need the kind of skills that John Kerry has, but I know he's capable and will do it.
Well, there's still a possibility, Senator Kennedy, as you well know, that John Kerry might not be elected, that George W. Bush might be reelected. If he is reelected, how disappointed will you be?
Oh, I'll be very disappointed, but I don't think I'm going to be very disappointed. Every indication is moving in John Kerry's favor. This has been a hard, tough-fought campaign. I respect the candidates that obviously have been out there, the presidential candidates, President Bush. But I think tonight is John Kerry's night, and I think we're going to see some good outcomes for our Senate races as well. This has been, people have gone to the polls and said they want a new direction, new leadership, and I think that's going to be the outcome.
What do you hear from your Senate Majority Leader? How's he doing?
I talked to
Minority Leader. Thinking ahead again.
Hopefully he'll be Majority Leader by our next meeting. He's in a tough race. He's always known it. That's a very close election out there. But I think that people in that state know that in South Dakota know that Tom Daschle delivers for them. Why would anyone in South Dakota, when you have the chance, what I believe, and you're going to have a Democratic president, want to give up having someone who is the Democratic leader in the United States? The Senate has a good chance of becoming the majority leader. If you're concerned about all of the challenges that they're facing, particularly the Native Americans who need to turn out, and no one has been a stronger supporter for Native Americans than Tom Daschle. But why in the world would they want to turn out someone who's highly regarded, highly respected, and is able to get things done for South Dakota, particularly when he has a good friend, and John Kerry is a good friend of Tom Daschle, they have the opportunity to have such an influence. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Tom Daschle is coming back.
All right, we will soon find out. Senator Kennedy from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. He's been with Senator Kerry from the beginning. Thanks very much for joining us from Boston. Anderson Cooper is standing by to give us some word on the United States Senate. What do we know so far, Anderson?
Well, we were following a number of Senate races very closely. Some of the most fascinating stories of this election are happening in the Senate. We can project 3 states right now. First, Georgia, a win for Johnny Isakson, a pickup for the Republicans. This, of course, is Zell Miller, a Democrat's old seat. Johnny Isakson, not a great surprise, though, picking it up in Georgia. CNN projecting Johnny Isakson is the winner there. Also, Indiana, Democrat Bai is the winner in Indiana and in Vermont. Of course, Patrick Leahy is the winner there. Really no 2 great surprises in the state of Indiana and Vermont, nor in the state of Georgia. Johnny Isakson up against Denise Majette, a representative, but who did not have the name recognition that he had, really not have the money. She entered into the race rather late, she from Atlanta. These are the 9 key races we're watching. I want to bring in Amy Walter with the Cook Political Report, who's also been following this all with us. Amy, thanks for joining us. These races are fascinating. If you have not been following these 9 races, you've really been missing out on one of the great stories of this campaign. Let's just briefly go around the board, take a look. Let's look at where we have numbers first. Right down here, South Carolina. It is, at this point, Jim DeMint, Inez Tenenbaum. Jim DeMint seems to have a firm lead, but at this point, it is still very early days. This is really virtually meaningless, only a couple hundred votes here. The race is surprisingly close.
Well, it's amazing that this race is even on the board. It is a Democratic-held seat. This is Fritz Hollings' seat down in South Carolina. But the fact is, this is a state that's so Republican. It's quite remarkable that Inez Tenenbaum is able to keep the race as tight as she has.
A very conservative district. Jim DeMint has raised some eyebrows. He at one point said that gay men should not be teachers. Also, he said unwed pregnant women should not be teachers as well, which I think he apologized for that. But again, we're still getting results in. It looks like Jim DeMint in the lead, but again, these numbers are very early. Kentucky, another fascinating race. Jim Bunning, former Major League ball player, pitcher, pitched a perfect game for the Philadelphia Phillies against Dan Monjardo.
Right, again, another race that wasn't supposed to be on this board. In fact, this was a race that broke very, very late, in part due to Senator Bunning. Dan Monjardo made a big deal of the fact that Bunning, he's questioned his fitness. The 73-year-old has made some comments. This has been a real issue in this campaign. Remember, Bunning very narrowly won his race in 1998, so it was supposed to be a close race. Now it is.
Polls have closed in South Carolina, in Kentucky, but at this point we do not have enough information to call any of them. I want to talk about some of these races a little bit later on. Most importantly, though, South Dakota, you just heard Larry King, you just heard Senator Kennedy talking about it. This is a remarkably close race, a big money race. Some more than $30 million put into this race by both candidates, and there are only about 350,000 voters in the state.
That's right. This is a state that has been inundated with money for the last 4 years. Remember, 2 years ago, there was a very, very close race. John Thune, yes, exactly.
Lost by some 500 votes.
524 votes. So this is a state that will be very, very close. It's obviously very important watching it very closely.
There's some 700,000 people in the state, but only about 300,000 or 350 registered voters. A lot to watch tonight. These are the 9 races we're going to be keeping a very close eye on for you all night long. It is going to be a fascinating night.
Those races are very, very important for the American public. Anderson and Amy, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. In only about 6 minutes, 3 more states will be closing. 6 minutes and 13, 12, 11 seconds to go. Ohio, North Carolina, West Virginia coming up. We may have some projections, we may not. Stick around. We're at Times Square in New York.
Get Getting to a Hyatt is now easier than ever. Leaving, that's still pretty hard. The new Hyatt.com Best Rate Guarantee. Quick, simple, and only at Hyatt.com. Book on Hyatt.com now and get 1,000 Gold Passport bonus points.
Today, 2 billion people in the world have no access to energy. Yet electric power is not a simple commodity. It's essential to everyday life. EDF is committed to making the right to energy recognized as a basic human right. EDF, the energy to make the world a better place.
To help your business succeed, at UBS we give you all the resources you'd expect of one of the world's most highly awarded global investment banks. But to understand what your business really needs, we bring something more to the table. We work with you, like it's the world's most powerful two-person financial firm. You and us. UBS.
Just think, with our technologies, we're distributing reliable power to over 2/3 of North America, helping preserve a beloved landmark, producing key ingredients for plastics that people rely on around the world, designing robots that keep automakers more competitive, recycling energy while moving skiers to the top of the world. If you can think it, we can do it. Welcome to the world of ABB.
Inside the Middle East, real people, untold stories.
From Ba'ath Party member to common man, this month, why some Iraqis now call the United Arab Emirates home. Also, a Nazi hunter says there's still time to get the job done. And why Islamic art is breaking records in Western auction houses.
Expect the unexpected inside the Middle East in association with Orascom Telecom. Friday on CNN.
Welcome back to the CNN election headquarters here in New York City. We're picking up our coverage right now. I think we have, how much time? We have 2 minutes and 45 seconds before the half hour, and we'll be able to presumably maybe make another projection or so. But let's show our viewers, Jeff, what we can do on these walls. Let's put up all 50 states and the District of Columbia and give our viewers a sense. Obviously, Alaska, that's going to be way, way, way on the West Coast, 1 a.m. But these early states, in fact, let's walk over to the early states on the East Coast and give our viewers a sense of some of the numbers that may or may not be coming up right now. Maine is a state, it's an interesting state because it can split its electoral votes.
That's right. It last did it in 1828. They think there might be one electoral vote up there for George W. Bush this time, but that's one of the states that we're all watching. It's a state that Bush won by 7,000 votes. Nader widely credited or blamed with making the difference, and John Kerry's campaign really wants that one.
Vermont, we've already projected, will go for John Kerry. Not a surprise there. Massachusetts closing at the top of the hour. 8 o'clock, Rhode Island and Connecticut still to come as well. Pennsylvania closing in what, about 32 minutes from now.
The Bush campaign wants that more than any other. 21 electoral votes. They think they have a shot because it's a state with a lot of pro-life, gun-owning Democrats. Everybody's poured in tens of millions of dollars to that one.
Let's continue walking down this wall and take a look at some other states we're going to be looking at the top of the hour. How about that one right there called Florida?
I think we all remember Florida, Wolf. I think it's fair to say that 27 electoral votes were decided by 537 votes, or if you ask the Democrats, 5 members of the U.S. Supreme Court. A big kahuna would be in Hawaii, but there's no state more in play than that one.
Florida. Georgia, we've already projected, will go for the President of the United States. Kentucky as well. These southern states pretty much expected to go for the President as well.
The Democrats cast a covetous eye on Arkansas. Bill Clinton was down there the Sunday before the election. There's no data we have yet, but that's one the Democrats would love to pluck out of the Republican column.
All right, we'll see what happens in Arkansas. We'll be watching. No doubt about Texas, I think it's fair to say, the home state of George W. Bush.
Safe call. Missouri, the Democrats pulled out of Missouri 3 weeks ago, and some Democrats think that may have been a mistake. That's a state that's voted with the winner all but one time in 100 years. We'll see whether that was a mistake at the end of the day.
Michigan is also a state that the Republicans seriously covet.
That state, along with Pennsylvania, are the two Gore states from 2000 that Bush campaign most wanted. This, again, these were where the Reagan Democrats were born in reaction to patriotism, where the Nixon Democrats deserted the party on busing. Social issues in rural Michigan play a big role, but it's also a state that's been hard hit economically. That affects the Democrats.
It's 7:30 exactly now on the East Coast, and CNN is ready to project that George W. Bush will carry the state of West Virginia. Jeff Greenfield, West Virginia is a state the Democrats hoped to be able to carry, but this state and its 5 electoral states we project will go for the president.
Michael Dukakis won this state. It was about as reliably Democratic as possible, but social issues, gun ownership, abortion plays very badly here for the Democrats, and it's a state that is now in George Bush's pocket once again.
And I want to alert our viewers, we do not have enough information yet to make projections in the other 2 states that are closing right now, North Carolina and Ohio. Ohio is about as important as it gets.
You know how they say that blue is the new black in fashion? Ohio, a lot of people think, is the new Florida, not just because it's in play, but because huge pre-election controversies grew up about whether or not provisional ballots would be counted and how. Everybody's eye will be on Ohio.
The fact that we can't project a winner in Ohio or North Carolina, what, if anything, does that mean?
We don't know. Could mean nothing. Could mean we don't have enough information, which it probably means, and eventually down the road it may mean it's too close to call. But we really want to emphasize, Wolf, that the fact that we're not calling a state doesn't mean it's close. We are being cautious. All of us have, we don't have Georgia on our minds, like the great Ray Charles said. We got Florida on our minds, 2000.
All right, let's go to Judy Woodruff. She's over at the CNN Election Analysis Center. Judy, Ohio, North Carolina, why can't we make a projection there?
Well, simply because we do not have enough information to call either state. We are only calling these states exactly at poll closing time, when based purely on the exit polls, those interviews with voters as they leave their polling places. When based purely on that, we feel comfortable that there's a comfortable, wide enough margin that we feel it's safe to make that projection. Otherwise, we are holding off. And at this point, both in Ohio, Wolf, and in North Carolina, which is, we know, is the state that John Edwards has represented in the Senate, neither one of these states do we have enough information. Now, Ohio, both of these candidates have focused on it about as hard as you can. Ohio was in George Bush's pocket 4 years ago. He won it by 4 or 5 percentage points, actually just under 4%. But John Kerry has made a run at it because they've lost over 200,000 jobs in that state. That's what has made Ohio the competitive state that it is. But North Carolina, we're keeping an eye on, too.
Judy, those 2 states that closed at 7 o'clock at the top of the hour, 7 p.m. Eastern, that we have not been able to make a projection on, Virginia and South Carolina, we're beginning to get real numbers, raw numbers in that will help us when combined with the exit poll numbers and the earlier surveys that we've done.
That's right, Wolf. And our team of election analysts and statisticians here at the Election Analysis Center, they're looking constantly not only at the exit poll information that's been coming in throughout the day, but now they are looking at the sample precinct numbers that have been called in and at the raw numbers. And when they feel comfortable that they've got enough information and they are all in agreement on it, then we will make a call. But as of now, we're not there yet on South Carolina. We're not there yet on Virginia, and as you just said, we are not there yet on either Ohio or North Carolina, comfortable enough to make any presidential projection. And of course, Ohio, we knew it was going to be that way. These other 3 states, you know, we know those states have been, you know, the polls have been a little closer in those states.
Judy, I mean, this might be a good time to spend a minute or so and tell our viewers some of the lessons that our experts, our statisticians, our pollsters, our analysts learned from 4 years ago that they've incorporated into the new system not only CNN, but all the major news organizations are using to make these projections.
Well, for one thing, Wolf, we have built up from the ground a whole new system, if you will, using the latest computer technology, and we're able to feed in now even more political analysis and information so that when these calls are made, everybody feels more comfortable about them. We all remember that what happened in Florida 4 years ago, among other things, is that, frankly, there were just some mistakes made. Some numbers were called in wrong from various counties around the state. There was an error in projecting how many absentee ballots were still out. And when you put all that together, coupled with an old computer statistical model, if you will, mathematical model, it was a recipe for a problem, and everything seemed to come together the wrong way. This time, everybody is trying to do everything we can here at CNN to make sure that doesn't happen again, and that means layers of information, double-checking with a lot of smart people who've been doing this for years and years and years.
Judy, you'll remember back in 2000, one of the big milestones on the way to that disaster was a computer took thousands of votes away from Al Gore up in Volusia County in Florida. I'm told that our system and the other network system have a built-in red flag, so that if that kind of number shows up again, you're going to have more bells and whistles than we do here in Times Square on New Year's Eve.
Exactly right. And don't ask me, Jeff, to explain how the computer works, the inside of it, but the fact is that these newer, we all know that computers get better and better every few months practically. We now have a computer system that is able to factor in history in a particular county, right down to the smallest geographic political area that you possibly can get. And they're constantly, the computer is constantly comparing the new information that's coming in with how that county voted in the past, or that precinct. So this is constantly going on, and all of this is informing our decision making here at CNN and the Election Analysis Center.
Judy, I want to point out to our viewers that they see that man behind your left. That's Tom Hannon, our political director, who's in charge
Take a
of
good
all
look.
of
There
this.
he is.
He's working feverishly now, getting information. We don't want to bother him. He's shaking his head.
No,
He's getting
busy.
information together with our other team, making sure that all the information we have is precise. Jeff, right now, by our count, by our projections, George W. Bush has 39 electoral votes, and John Kerry has 3 electoral votes. Some people will be saying, you know what, that looks like George W. Bush is really doing well.
Well, it's not exactly like a sports event where, you know, the runs come randomly. These are all Bush states. There are no surprises that we've seen so far. When the New England states come in and the Middle Atlantic states come in, it may look like John Kerry has a big lead. Everybody knows there are 6 to 10 states that are going to decide this election, and we have no idea when we'll be able to tell the viewers what's going to happen.
And as we take a look at the popular votes, these are raw numbers that are coming in right now. Bush at 58% with nearly 1 million votes. Kerry at 42% with 662,000 votes. And that will be changing. Nader already has more than 6,000 votes in the raw numbers that are coming in. We shouldn't read much into that either.
No, we learned 4 years ago, I think a lot of people were surprised, you can get more votes than the other guy and lose because of our system. One of the numbers I think all of us are going to be looking at the end of the night, there were about 105 million votes last time, 100 to 105 million. People are expecting as much as 120 million votes. And that's going to tell us whether there was a surge in turnout and whether that surge helped one side or another.
Let's walk over to Larry and Carlos and bring them into this discussion as well. Larry, you're watching all these numbers go by.
I have a few questions. West Virginia was late night 4 years ago. That was touch and go. Surprised that it went so quickly to Bush tonight.
That's one of those states where a heavily rural population has been trending Republican for years. It's one of the biggest problems the Democrats have in Ohio, in rural Pennsylvania, in Michigan, Wisconsin, is that rural and small-town Americans, mostly on values, have just been moving away from the Democrats. That and a lot of coal miners who don't like the Democrats' environmental policy.
And Wolf, do you think Senator Kennedy was maybe overly optimistic?
Well, you know, he's obviously feeling very, very upbeat right now based on anecdotal information and earlier information that he was getting. It's certainly possible that John Kerry will win. It's certainly possible that he won't.
But he was acting like it's a done deal.
One of the things, and it didn't surprise me, and I'll let Carlos weigh in on this as well, because both of these sides learned a lesson from 4 years ago. They want to exude victory. In case there is a problem, they don't want to look like they were spoilers. They want to look like it's theirs and they're on top.
Very much so. And what's interesting are the hundreds, literally, of what they call satellite interviews on television, on radio, the thousands, millions, if you will, of phone calls and door knocking that's still happening today as we speak, particularly in some of those western states. So no one's giving up at this point. The vice president, just 24 hours ago or so, was in Hawaii. So there's a lot of effort being made in the western half of the country where lots of states are still open. I wanted to say one thing about Ohio. One of the big stories of this election is that in Ohio and in Pennsylvania, two of the big three states this time, no Ralph Nader on the ballot. Could be a big deal. We won't know till it's all said and done. But remember, Ralph Nader scored about 2.5 percentage points in Ohio last time. Didn't do poorly in Pennsylvania either. Could make a difference.
He is on the ballot, though, in Florida.
He is on the ballot in Florida, one more time.
And Democrats will never forget what happened 4 years ago.
You know what is on the ballot in Ohio and Michigan? Gay marriage. And one of the reasons why the Republicans think they have a shot there is that they believe that's the kind of issue that mobilizes their social conservative base. Whether that's true or not, only time will tell. The coin.
By the way, you think Pat Buchanan will get any write-in votes in Palm Beach? He's not on the ballot. He was 4 years ago.
If there's a butterfly ballot and some hanging chads, perhaps there will be some people who will make that mistake.
And I know you guys deal with computers, but how could Nader have no percent?
Or not quite 1% yet.
Right.
Maybe not enough to justify 1%.
That's right. In order to get up to 1%, he has to have a specific number, and it's just shy.
We don't do fractions.
not yet.
We don't do fractions.
You know, another one of the really interesting storylines when we talk about Nader and we talk about Florida and Ohio and some of these other places are the very different strategies the two sides took to getting out the vote. Republicans, leaning on some success in 2002 in some Senate races, decided to get very centrally organized. So coming out of the Republican National Committee and the Bush campaign, they organized things down to the precinct, had volunteers, had paid staff members. Democrats on the other side, though, decided to partner, not officially because it's not legal, but effectively had help both from unions and from these independent political groups called 527s. If Democrats ultimately succeed, that may become the new model on both sides. If, conversely, Republicans succeed, this will be a transformational change in that Republicans who normally haven't been good on get-out-the-vote efforts will have succeeded not just in Senate races, but in presidential races
let's take a quick look ahead, and Larry, I want you to take a look ahead. It's the top of the hour. What in the top of the hour is only less than 20 minutes or so from now. There are going to be a lot of states closing, including Florida, Pennsylvania, states that potentially could play a decisive role. New Hampshire, one of those battleground states as well.
I have a feeling, just a gut feeling, that we're not going to predict Florida and Pennsylvania at the top of the hour.
Well, what makes you think that?
I don't know.
16 states will be closing at the top of the hour.
You remember we talked earlier about one of the turning points might have been money, that the Republicans thought they were going to be able to face a bankrupt Democratic Party. You realize in Ohio, if you add up Kerry's spending, the Democrat spending, and the so-called 527s, these independent groups, they outspent on advertising the Republicans by a factor of almost 2 to 1. I think if Kerry winds up carrying Ohio and carrying some of these battleground states, this is going to be as significant a factor.
How much did George Soros spend?
I believe he spent more than $10 million out of his own.
North of 20.
Really?
The most recent things we have are 23, 24
George
million.
Soros, the billionaire who's been passionate about his opposition to George W. Bush.
You know what's interesting about the numbers that Jeff mentioned is that if you talk to Democrats 4 years ago, they say one of the reasons they believe they lost Florida was that they ran out of money, and they were outspent by some $700,000, almost $1 million in the last week alone. You look at the 11 most contested states, Democrats and the Democratic National Committee have outspent Republicans in 10 of the 11. Big deal in the final week.
Money talks in these kinds of races, huh?
Oh, I thought you were going to finish that sentence another way. This is the number that is going to jump out at everybody. And the 527s, these independent groups, that loophole in the McCain-Feingold finance law turned out to be literally $100 million or more loophole. And the Democrats filled it, so far, it looks like, better than the Republicans.
Although one thing that the Republicans did very well is you'll see that they coordinated with the Republican National Committee by putting a key phrase in their ads that allowed them to spend money. I'm sure Chairman Gillespie will talk about that a little bit later.
I think we want to talk to them right now. In fact, let's walk up there. The chairman of the both parties, Ed Gillespie, the Republican Party, Terry McAuliffe of the Democratic Party. Ed Gillespie, how are you feeling right now?
I feel great. I am very excited about it. I'm looking at the numbers coming in from the field, and the fact is we have busted through our targets for key precincts that we know are strongly supportive of the president. In Florida, absentee ballots, they process in Florida by registration. It's a party registration state. We're running 2-1 ahead, probably a margin of between 150 to 200,000 votes for us in the absentee ballots. They've yet to be counted, but when you look at the partisan breakdown, looks very, very good for us, and our ground game is better than we had even hoped for, so feeling very good, Wolf.
How are you feeling, Terry McAuliffe?
Wolf, I've never felt better. You can feel the excitement. I'm in Boston today. The millions of people, I said on the morning show today on CNN that we'd have 120 million people vote. I think that's what we're going to have. But, you know, we had 1 million volunteers on the street today. I announced that the DNC today raised over $350 million in federal money. We had 80 million in 2000. Extraordinary. We were able to do everything that we needed to do with a great nominee in John Kerry. Everything's happening. People, record numbers. I just talked to Stephanie Tubbs Jones, the congresswoman from Cleveland. She said there are lines for hours still out in Cleveland, people waiting to go vote. It's exciting. It's great for America. It's great for democracy.
Ed, it's Larry King. You both can't be right. So let's try it this way. What, Ed, concerns you tonight? What are you worried about?
Larry, I feel good about the fact that West Virginia has already been called as one of the states that the Democrats targeted early to try to take back from the president when we surprised them in 2000. We were both on the ground strong there for 2004. You're not worried about anything? I'm not worried about anything right now. I'm waiting. I'm sanguine. I'm waiting for the votes to be counted and feeling good that we have executed against a very well done plan. The president ran a fantastic campaign, and I have faith in the American people. And I know that from what I'm seeing in terms of the where our precinct goals were and what I'm seeing coming in from the field, that we have met and exceeded our goals in our battleground states.
Terry, do you have any worries?
Yeah, the only worry I have right now, Larry, is to make sure that we keep these polls open. As I say, I just talked to the folks in Cleveland. They have people waiting still hours in line. The polls are supposed to close in about 20 minutes. Let's make sure that everybody gets in. If you're in line, let's go in and vote. There are so many people who have come out. And as you know, these record amounts of people are not coming out to support an incumbent president. They're coming out because they want a fresh start for this country. And we need to make sure that all these people who are out there in the pouring rain out in Ohio and other places stay in line, call your friends, tell them to stay in line. Get out there and vote. It's exciting what's going on. A fresh start for America starts tonight.
Ed, did the huge turnout concern you at all?
No, not at all, Larry. We were hoping for a big turnout. The fact is, when you look at our governor's races and the Senate races in 2002, Republicans benefit from big turnout. We registered 3.4 million Republican voters in this election cycle. We were turning them all out. I anticipated between the growth in the population between 2000 and 2004 and the extra emphasis of both parties. I think one of the most important things that both Terry and I do as party chairs is bring people into the political process. On the Democratic side, frankly, they contracted out to these outside groups. By the way, to answer your question about George Soros, he spent $24.5 million. He and two other gentlemen accounted for $50 million in soft money in this election cycle. But that's fine. We were able to raise plenty of resources as a result of the president's strong appeal amongst Republicans and a lot of Democrats and independents as well. So we'll match them dollar for dollar, I think, at the end of the day with our federal dollars against their soft dollars. And the fact is, I think you're going to see the benefit of our strong turnout effort tonight as the votes start being counted.
We're going to wrap it up. A quick question to you, Terry McAuliffe. Do you see any evidence out there that there was any hanky-panky out there across the country? By our anecdotal reporting, it looks like things are going relatively smoothly.
Yeah, I agree, Wolf. I think things have gone very smoothly. We had all of our folks out there to monitor situations. I'm very happy that people went in, they cast their votes. But as I say, we had a record amount of people that came out and put their footwork out there to say, I want to go vote for John Kerry. I want to change this country. So it was a great day for democracy, great day for America, and President-elect John Kerry a couple hours from now.
Wolf, if you give me one more second, I'm happy to let Terry respond to this, but I do think that needs to be remarked upon because there has been, unfortunately, hanky-panky, as you put it out there. We had in Wisconsin 40 of our vans for Get Out the Vote had their tires slashed. We have seen in the precincts, MoveOn.org, a group that supports Senator Kerry, intimidating and harassing Republican voters in line. We have seen constant reports on the ground of Republican voters being intimidated by MoveOn.org and union members supporting Senator Kerry. It's unfortunate. It ought to stop, and I hope Terry will call on Senator Kerry supporters not to engage in those intimidation tactics, as I have done for President Bush's supporters.
All right, Terry McAuliffe, if you want to respond quickly.
Sure, I could sit here, the letters that went out the other day telling people to vote on November 3rd, all the types of antics. I'm not going to do that tonight. You know what?
Right.
This is about democracy. This is about people going to vote. It was a great day for America. Let's move on. It's exciting. John Kerry will be elected president tonight, and it'll be a new America starting tomorrow.
One of these guys.
Terry, hold on one second. Terry McAuliffe and Ed Gillespie, we're going to say thanks to both of you for joining us. We'll be checking back with you. What were you saying, Larry?
One of these guys is wrong.
Right. Yeah.
You don't know which one.
You figured that out.
I figured it out.
They're both very happy, supposedly. Dana Bash is joining us now, our White House correspondent at Bush headquarters, with information. What have you learned, Dana?
Hi, Wolf. Well, you just heard Ed Gillespie talking about the fact that the Republicans believe they have almost a 200,000 vote advantage when it comes to absentee ballots. Well, folks here at the Bush campaign are saying that they have now heard from the election supervisor in Miami-Dade County in Florida, who says that they are likely not going to be able to count majority of the absentee ballots. That is perhaps as many as 65,000 ballots until Thursday. So they are telling us that, essentially bracing for perhaps not just a long election night, but perhaps a couple of days now. You heard the president today say that he wants election night to be over on election night, but they are looking at this and saying that because big part of their strategy is absentee ballots, because Miami-Dade County is a place that is very Republican, they say they are certainly thinking that perhaps this might not be over tonight. Of course, that depends on the rest of the margin in the state of Florida. Wolf.
All right, Dana Bash, we'll be checking back with you as well. 16 states about to close their precincts, their balloting, coming up at the top of the hour. We'll take a look, see if we can project any winners. We'll let you know. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break from the NASDAQ market site here at Times Square in New York City. Much more coverage coming up.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Tens of thousands of civilians fled their homes.
People on both sides of the disputed line of control were home.
The United Nations University is working to understand and offer solutions to the small and great issues of peace and conflict. United Nations University.
On a special hour-long insight, the day after the polls. A look at how votes were cast in the U.S. election, the results, the controversies, and the international reaction. A special extended edition of Insight, only on CNN.
Unequaled anywhere. A newscast that gives you a view of the world from a unique global perspective. One newscast, many voices. CNN World Report. Only on CNN.
This month on Living Golf, we're in the Scottish Highlands. The exclusive Carnegie Club at Skibo Castle, where membership is purely for the wealthy. We'll show you who can afford it and what they get. Plus, America's golfers in chief and what their game says about the personality inside the Oval Office. That's Living Golf with me, Don Riddell, Mondays on CNN.
Living Golf in time with Rolex. This is CNN.
There it is, the CNN Election Express bus. Look where it is, in the heart of Times Square, right across the street from where we are, the NASDAQ market site for CNN Election headquarters. Complete coverage of Election Night 2004. Welcome back. Paula Zahn is joining us now from the CNN Time Warner Center. She's got the Crossfire crew over there, and they've got some opinions, I suspect, Paula.
Oh, no, not those guys. Let me introduce our audience now to men by now that are familiar to them. Tucker Carlson, Bob Novak, Paul Begala, James Carville. And I think we've been talking here throughout the last hour about the only story we seem to be in agreement on and that we can arrive at some conclusions about is that we believe we're looking at record turnout here. And we know that through our exit polling, 15% of the folks we talked to coming out of the polls today did not vote in the year 2000. I don't have a comparative number for the year 2000, but we know that we have some 10 million new voters out there who probably a majority of them will vote.
And that's nothing but good for the challenger. Some of them, now Karl Rove, the president's chief strategist, has long believed that there were 4 million Protestant Christian evangelicals, conservatives, who did not vote in 2000, who should be voting for the president this time around. So maybe some of them are Karl's phantom 4 million. But I think the better bet is that when you get 10 million new voters turning out, the likelihood is very strong that they want to vote for change, they want to vote for the challenger.
I guess the question I have for you, what would bring the evangelicals out? These are folks who are against the war. These are folks who think this president has run up the deficit.
I don't think the evangelicals are against the war. I don't think they worry about the deficit. I think they like George Bush. But, Paul,
we are... I've had a number. Pat Robertson on the air told us that.
But we're at a point now where this was the debate that was going on during the campaign. We're now down to the short strokes on who's going to win the electoral votes. And I've been on the phone to some Republicans in Ohio, and they're very pessimistic. The polls have closed in Ohio, but looking at the returns, they think it's going to be very tough for President Bush to carry Ohio. Now, no Republican has ever been elected president without carrying Ohio. It's always the first time. But let's say he loses Ohio. Then, of course, he must, under any conditions, carry Florida. But in addition to that, he's probably got to carry Iowa and Wisconsin, which are not gimmies. That makes it a very tight thing. And I understand, too, that the NAACP is suing to keep the polls open in Toledo. Maybe even till midnight, as well as in some neighboring states.
Well, yeah, in fact, Bob, I just talked to a friend of mine with the Kerry campaign in Ohio who was a lot more optimistic than maybe your sources in the Bush campaign, and he told me that in Cuyahoga County, which is Cleveland is a dominant city in that county, that 20 minutes now, 25 minutes after the polls closed, African Americans were still waiting in line in predominantly black precincts, and they're going to be able to still vote. And so the Kerry people, based on turnout patterns, they feel pretty good about Ohio, which, as Bob points out, is a Bush state, and it would be the first takeaway that Kerry would get.
It's interesting, though, because we've seen those numbers continue to erode throughout this campaign, sometimes in our own polling showing that the issue of the economy trumped the issue of the war on terrorism and the war in Iraq. The economy is a huge issue because of the number of jobs lost, manufacturing jobs lost.
I don't buy that for a second. I've never bought that. I think, in fact, the Kerry campaign, which for most of the last 2 years was, I think, even by the agreement of most Democrats, extraordinarily badly run, just not a great campaign, only pulled itself together when it narrowed the themes down to one, Iraq. That's why Kerry is competitive and indeed may win. They spent, again, 2 years trying to convince people we were in a second worldwide depression. People didn't buy it, and the economy is soft. But all the polling on people's attitudes about the economy show it's going to be pretty hard to win on that alone. I really think, and I'm not saying this for any partisan reason, I just think it's true, that the only issue that really matters is the war on terrorism and Iraq.
Do you agree with that, James?
No. I mean,
what do you think is the issue that's emerged
I think people,
in the waning days of this
campaign? People say, the President of the United States gets a huge house. He's got office buildings, a gazillion staff. He has 12 cabinet departments. He's got all of this. And you know what? He ought to be able to protect us and help make us prosperous and keep the budget in balance all at the same time. And it's not a choice between we can protect you from the economy, but we can't keep the deficit under control at a crime rate or something else. And I think that people actually will expect both. They pay taxes, they have these people, they actually expect to keep them safe and to do the best they can. I understand that there's a limit to what the president can do, but there are a lot of people in places that 22, what is it? I forgot, a high percent, 22% of people voting for Kerry had a family member that lost a job. When you're fired, when you walk out of there, you're worried about your job.
But here's the problem. Kerry was never able to articulate how his economic program was substantially different from Bush's. He said, well, he's for cutting taxes for the rich. I'm against it, which is fine as a talking point. Beyond that, he never explained how
it was different. If I can get in here, the Republican pollster, Ed Goes, shows that the people who think that the economy is the most important issue, jobs, Social Security, are overwhelmingly voting for Kerry. The people who think that Iraq and terrorism is the most important issue, are overwhelmingly voting for Bush. So I have to disagree with Tucker. I believe that the economy is the issue that has made the Republicans in Ohio so nervous. Let me say, they still think they might barely carry Ohio, but they're very nervous right now, and that's going to be a very difficult thing for Bush to be elected. He has to really clean the board on other states if he loses Ohio.
Although, haven't we seen in the last couple of days John Kerry closing that gap a little when it comes to the issue of leadership in the war on terror and in prosecuting the war in Iraq?
Significantly, the president's lead on terrorism was 22 points about a week or two ago, halved it down to 11. It's cut in half down to 11. I mean, that is a huge break for John Kerry, and it hurts the president.
And the one thing we'll be watching very closely from here, Wolf, as the polls close at 8 o'clock, in particular what happens in Pennsylvania, Florida, and New Hampshire. James Carville thinks it's very important. He'll explain why the next time we come back. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Paula. Thanks to the entire Crossfire gang as well. Look at this. 43 seconds to go, and we're going to be able to make some projections right at the top of the hour once the polls in the 16 states that are closing at 8 p.m. Eastern. Once all of those polls are closed, we'll be able to make some projections. These are important states for both of these candidates, a lot of them widely anticipated. We're going to see shortly whether there are any surprises in store for our viewers in the United States and around the world. We got new projections. All of these projections that we're about to make are projections that have come to us as a result of our exit polls and other data that we've collected from sample precincts in all of these states. It's now exactly 8 p.m. on the East Coast. CNN can project these states for the precincts reporting these states going for George W. Bush and John Kerry. Illinois, we don't know yet. We don't have enough information. Connecticut, we don't know yet. We don't have enough information. The District of Columbia, we don't have yet. But let's take a look at what we do have. And I'm going to look into the camera and tell our viewers, because here we go. Here we are. Here are the numbers that the states we can project for Illinois. John Kerry wins that state as expected. He wins Connecticut as well as expected. The District of Columbia, there was never any doubt there. New Jersey, a big win for John Kerry. This state supposedly had been contested. We will project it goes for John Kerry. Maryland as well expected. Here's a very interesting development in Maine. There are 4 electoral votes. The 2 at-large votes we project now will go to John Kerry. The first district will go to John Kerry, but the second district, we don't have enough information yet, so we can just project now that 3 out of those 4 electoral votes will go for John Kerry. We don't know about the 4th electoral vote. His home state of Massachusetts and those 12 electoral votes will go for John Kerry. Delaware, and 3 electoral votes as well. The president, we project, will carry Tennessee, as expected, Alabama, and Oklahoma, both as expected. 3 states in this 8 o'clock Eastern time zone. So right now, just after 8 p.m. on the East Coast, we project that President Bush has 66 electoral votes. John Kerry has 77. 270 needed to be elected President of the United States. You see those various colors, Jeff Greenfield. Red states are Bush, blue states are Kerry. We've got a little purple up there as well in Maine.
Well, we don't know yet about one of those 2 districts. And as I say, this is one of the 2 states in the country, Nebraska being the other, that doesn't allocate its electoral votes winner take all. Could one vote be important? Bush's margin of safety 4 years ago was exactly 1 electoral vote. New Jersey, as you pointed out, Wolf, may have been a minor disappointment for the Bush campaign. The polling in New Jersey was looking at times as though that race were tied. New Jersey, 5 counties around New York lost some 500 people on the morning of September 11th. Security seemed to be playing very well. They had an unpopular Democratic governor who had to resign, Jim McGreevey. As it turns out, apparently the voting pattern is, as it's been now for the last 4 elections, a safe Democratic state.
And we don't have enough information. I want to alert our viewers to project a winner in 2 important battleground states closing at this hour, Florida and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, right now the polls are closed then in Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. And to say that the 2 campaigns and the army of political journalists are kind of interested in those 3 states, I'd like to claim that as the understatement of the night.
Point out to our viewers, Jeff, those are the white states. Those are states that have closed their polling booths, but we don't have enough information yet to project a winner.
Right. New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Virginia. This is a geography contest. North and South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana. What's interesting so far is that none of the states that we have called have flipped yet. That's what we're all looking for. Will any state move from one or the other? I'm sorry, this is not, by the way, Louisiana. This is Mississippi.
Let's go to Judy Woodruff at the CNN Election Analysis Center to give us some information on why we have been able to project some winners and why we haven't been able to project some winners.
Wolf, I'm sure a lot of people are asking why, particularly in some of these states that we thought George Bush was comfortably ahead, Mississippi, South Carolina, why we still have not been able to make a call. I'm going to quickly try to get the attention of our political director, Tom Hannon, who's overseeing our Election Analysis Center. Tom, I think I know what you're going to be able to say at this point, but what can we tell our viewers about those states that we still can't call, especially those states where we thought there was a larger margin?
Well, I mean, in any of these states at this point, we're just going to wait for more information. Right now, we're operating almost entirely off of exit poll responses, which serve us well in races where there's a wider margin. But I don't know if you can get around and see this, but see this TCTC here?
Yes.
That's their language for saying that this is too close to call based on the information now. Now, we don't think it's going to be necessarily a close race, but we're saying that right now we don't have enough information to make a call there.
All right, and that's the state of Florida, which we knew was going to be close. Tom, just quickly, what about a state like South Carolina? The polls closed an hour ago.
Right, we're still looking at the vote in South Carolina. We want to make sure that we're not seeing some biases in the exit poll. It's not a character. I wouldn't characterize it as a state that's going to have a close outcome at the end of the night necessarily. But right now, we just don't have enough information.
And what about the state of Virginia, where the polls were a little closer?
All of these are the same.
Okay.
The same.
All right.
Same answer.
All right. We'll let you go right back to work. Tom Hannon, of course, Wolf, our political director, and they're trying their best to get all this information in. But as you know, as we've been saying for days now, we don't want to jump the gun. We're not going to make any projections until we are entirely comfortable with them, even though it may seem conservative to some people out there who think, gee, you know, South Carolina, that's surely going to be a Bush state. We're not going to jump any conclusions.
But once, Judy, we get these raw numbers coming in through the Associated Press, presumably we'll have more information, and at some point we might be able to make projections in those states like Florida and Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, key battleground states.
That's right. As what we're doing is we are layering information from those exit polls that have been coming in all day long, the sample precinct information that we're getting from about 3,000 precincts around the country, and then, as you just said, the actual raw vote. We are going to be looking at that. Our statisticians, our election analysts, all the people you see sitting around these computers right here at our Election Analysis Center, part of CNN's offices in the Time Warner Center right here in Manhattan. They are looking at all this information, and at some point there will be enough, either through the sample precincts, combination of that with the raw vote, to make them comfortable. But as you just heard Tom Hannon say, we're not there yet. And if there are any anomalies in those numbers, I mean, we all know there's been a lot of discussion this year, Wolf and Jeff, about the public opinion polls. We've seen them. It seems like they've been all over the map, and we're not taking any chances because it may be that the models that were used in some of those polls were a little bit off. We don't know. And so we're just being extra cautious.
All right, Judy Woodruff, we see a lot of those experts sitting behind you, drinking a lot of coffee. They're going to have a long night. We're going to have a long night as well. Stay with us. To our viewers, stay with us as well. Anderson Cooper is watching some key Senate races. What have we learned, Anderson?
Wolf, we can now project a winner, of course, in the race in Illinois. Not a great surprise. Democrat Barack Obama is the projected winner in the state of Illinois. Again, this is widely expected. He ran against Alan Keyes, who was really at no point during this race any great threat to him. Alan Keyes came under some criticism for comments he made about Mary Cheney, but he really never got any traction in this race. Barack Obama, rising star in the Democratic Party. He is on his way to the United States Senate, and he has actually, Wolf, and what's interesting about this race is he has actually gone out and campaigned for a lot of other candidates around the country. Just this last weekend, he was campaigning in Kentucky for Dan Monjardo, who's running in a very contentious race against Jim Bunning. So Barack Obama, as we said, a rising star in the party, and he is now on his way to Washington, D.C. He is the projected winner tonight. Wolf?
All right, you want to make a point about Barack Obama?
This is the first Democratic pickup. This is an open Senate seat of the retiring Republican Senator Fitzgerald. It was never in doubt, but as we look to see the balance of power that you'll be telling us about all night, with a Georgia pickup for the Republicans we've already called, now we're back to square one.
And we should point out to viewers who haven't been following this as closely, in order for the Democrats to take control of the Senate, they would need to pick up 2 seats. That's if George Bush stays in office. If John Kerry stays in office, they need a net pickup of 1 seat. So at this point, Barack Obama picks up 1 seat, But as Jeff mentioned, you have Johnny Isakson picking up 1 seat for the Republicans from Fritz Holling's old seat. So at this point, there is, I'm sorry, from Zell Miller's seat in Georgia. So at this point, there is no net gain.
All right, Anderson Cooper, thanks very much. And the reason they would only need 1 seat, the Democrats, if John Kerry's elected president, that's because John Edwards would become the vice president of the United States. And by definition, he's the president of the Senate. He'd be able to break a tie. That's why they would only need 1 seat. Bill Schneider is looking at exit polls, as he always does for us. What else have we learned, Bill?
We've learned something very interesting about New Jersey, Wolf. New Jersey lost the second largest number of people on September 11th, and 3/4 of the voters there said they are worried about another terrorist attack on the United States. But New Jersey voted for John Kerry. Let's take a look at those voters in New Jersey who said they're worried about another terrorist attack. And look at this. 55%, a majority of those voters worried about another terrorist attack, are voting for John Kerry, only 43% for George Bush. That's got to be a big disappointment for the White House. And do they trust Bush to handle the terrorist issue? Let's look at what New Jersey voters said. That was about an even split. 47% said no, 46% said yes. They are divided on whether they trust Bush on the terrorism issue. So this was a big blow to Bush that he didn't do better in New Jersey, a state where terrorism was the #1 issue of concern to voters.
Bill, is that, would you say, so far, the surprise of the night, the early call on Jersey?
Yeah, New Jersey was supposed to be a more competitive state. Republicans had some hope there. It's a state that historically has voted Democratic, but Republicans felt, you know, after the September 11th attacks, they had a real chance in New Jersey. But look at this. Even those who are concerned about terrorism were voting for John Kerry.
And the president did go to Jersey.
He did go to deliver that major foreign policy speech only a few weeks ago, although it was in southern New Jersey, near the Philadelphia television market, so he knew he would get a lot of pickup in a much more important state for the Republicans. At least the hope was for Pennsylvania.
With a little over an hour, what's surprising, Jeff?
Actually, not much, because every state that we've called so far is in line with 2000. I think you've actually put your finger on it. The fact that New Jersey went this early, given so many pre-election polls that had it 2 or 3 points, a lot of us were scratching our heads saying, this is a state that's been comfortably Democratic for 12 years. What's going on? Well, apparently not much, except the pollsters were talking to the wrong people.
You know, we can't draw too much. Again, we're being cautious about our calls, but I will be interested to watch and see what happens in North Carolina. That early on, when John Edwards was picked as the nominee, first nominee on either portion of the ticket since the mid-1800s. People thought it might become competitive. The polls later on showed the president reopening up a lead. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
What about the Senate race there?
You know, I think the Senate race, one of the interesting things about that Senate race there, where you have former President Clinton's former chief of staff, Erskine Bowles, running against a Congressman, Richard Burr, there, is that it's another one of these places where the presidential race seemed to have opened up, but the Senate race remained very close. You saw the same thing, for example, in a place like Ohio. You had a close presidential race, but the Senate race seemed to open up. So it's interesting. You're not seeing the dovetail between Senate races and presidential races that you've seen in the past.
You know, it's very interesting also, Larry, that the Democrats, the Kerry campaign never gave up on North Carolina. They never pulled their staff out of North Carolina like they did other states that they once thought they might have a shot in, like Missouri, for example, or Virginia. They never left North Carolina, I think in part because of the impact it could have on Erskine Bowles, the Democratic Senate candidate, and also in part because they don't want to embarrass John Edwards, who's the vice presidential nominee.
What is the rule of people online? If you're online, do you vote? They're reporting that they may be open in Toledo till midnight.
Yeah, generally speaking, if you're online, you get to vote. I mean, the states run this.
So when the precinct closes, does someone come and put a rope? So if you show up at 5 after 8, you don't vote?
That's right.
Yep.
It's like
if you had to be there before
you had to be there and online.
Right.
Although every state, and Jeff, I think you'll agree, they have their own rules, they have their own regulations, and precincts may have their own rules as well. So
that I could let you vote, and he may not let you.
That's right.
And sometimes you'll have 4 years ago there were big court fights in Missouri about whether the polls in St. Louis should stay open. Is it legal or not? One quick point. In most of the competitive Senate races, with the exception of Colorado and Florida, the Democrats are under this big disadvantage. They're running in deep crimson red states, and those Senate candidates, including Senate Minority Leader Daschle, have to overcome a top-of-the-ticket spread that could be as much as 20, 25 points. That's a difficult problem.
Carlos, let's get back to New Jersey for a minute, because as Larry King accurately points out, this is the first major state that we've been able to project a win for John Kerry. New Jersey, so many of the 500 residents of New Jersey were killed in the World Trade Center bombing. There was a sense the Republicans had that perhaps they had a shot there a few weeks ago, but something changed.
Or were the polls wrong? I mean, one of the things that Jeff and I have discussed a number of times, one of the things that obviously our viewers out there are wondering about are all these polls that constantly showed close contests. And by the time we get to the end of the night, will we be surprised that so many places we thought were going to be tight weren't?
Were we fooled by the governor having to resign?
I don't know if that had direct impact. What do you think?
I think initially there was some thought that it did, that controversy might have caused people to sour a little bit on Democrats generally. But, you know, given that we called it this early on, boy, that's meaningfully good news for John Kerry there. I think, by the way, West Virginia was similarly good news for the president that we called it that quickly.
Let me just try on our humility hat. We don't know why the pre-election polls in New Jersey called a close race when it apparently hasn't. I think the phrase "we don't know" may be useful as we get through the rest of the night after 4 years.
Although I will point out in defense of the pollsters that in the most recent polls over the last few days, we did see a growing gap in favor of John Kerry in New Jersey. In fairness to all those hardworking pollsters who make these phone calls and get this information, easy to deride them. Let's bring in two of the finest political reporters out there. John King is over at the White House. Candy Crowley is in Boston. First to you, John. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Well, first let me say election night here at the White House is a Bush family reunion. The former president is here, the current president's brothers, other family members. We have Karl Rove set up as the go-between, if you will. He's in the old family dining room in the residence behind me watching results, also shuttling back to the Roosevelt room where other senior staffers are watching on several walls of television screens, tracking the results, working the telephones, trying to talk to people around the country. They insist here that their turnout operation in Ohio and elsewhere is doing quite well. They say wait for the votes to be counted. One quick word on what you were just discussing about New Jersey. Nobody here at the White House ever expected to win New Jersey. What they hoped to do by going to that Philadelphia market, as you noted, was get some airtime in Pennsylvania, perhaps convince the Democrats to put some late time, effort, and money into New Jersey. The Democrats didn't take the bait. It is not a state the president expected to win. He did hope to force John Kerry to spend more time and money there. He failed in that regard, and obviously that state goes Democrat tonight.
So, John, the whole family, the Bush family, is basically behind you in the residence at the White House right now watching television, we presume.
That is right, watching the results, and it's a great irony here. Step back for just a minute. It was 12 years ago when this president's father found out he would be a one-term president. This president campaigned aggressively. He said today that he was content with the campaign he had run, win or lose. He said he expected to win, but one of the Democratic rallying cries, if you will, in this election was, like father, like son, 4 years, he's done. This President Bush finding out tonight if he will get a second term, unlike his father, or if he will suffer the same fate.
I know Larry wants to talk to you, John, as well. Go ahead before we bring in Candy Crowley.
Just one thing, John. Jeb Bush was on our show last night. He's not there. He said he was going to stay in Florida.
Because of all the questions about whether his state would have a rerun of 4 years ago, Jeb Bush thought it was best that he stay home, keep his eye on the vote count.
He's the only one not there, right?
Not here. Jeb is not here.
He was a no-show at the Republican convention, also, as our viewers remember, because there were hurricanes. I believe there were 4 hurricanes in Florida that preoccupied him. Let's bring in Candy Crowley. She's in Boston at the Kerry campaign headquarters. What's the mood over there, Candy, at this hour? It's about 8:17, 8:18 on the East Coast.
Well, I can tell you right now they have CNN on, so the crowd that has started to gather here, you are hearing cheer. Look, the senator actually just finished campaigning about half an hour ago. He spent almost 4 hours satelliting in interviews where his ground troops told him that, in fact, an interview might help. So usual suspects, Ohio, Florida, places like that. John Kerry's been doing interviews for 4 hours. Now he's over at his house having some dinner. Let me add to the New Jersey discussion and just tell you that the reason the Democrats didn't fall for what looked like a George Bush play for New Jersey is that they had internal polls showing them that New Jersey wasn't that close. They said, in fact, you all have just seen a head fake, referring to the president. They knew he was looking at that Pennsylvania market. They never thought that New Jersey was much in play.
Larry, you want to talk to Candy?
Candace, would you call the mood there upbeat? Are they excited by what they see so far?
Hey, upbeat is okay. Well, you're talking about the crowd because I think you can hear them. If you're talking about the Kerry people, yes, absolutely. Look, they are seeing the kinds of things come in that, in fact, we are seeing. They feel good about it, but they felt good about it for the past week. What they are keying on now is the turnout and the reports of the turnout. Obviously, we don't have numbers, but they see the long lines. They are talking about places that are asking for later closing times because the lines are so long. So they believe that all of those new voters that Bill Schneider talked about earlier and all of those that are now coming out that didn't come out in 2000 are mostly Kerry voters, so they feel pretty good.
John and John, is anyone down? Everyone we talk to is flying high. I guess Nader is down.
Well, Larry, one of the challenges on election night is to keep your spirits up. You were joking earlier with Wolf that somebody, when you had the two chairmen on, Ed Gillespie and Terry McAuliffe, one of those guys isn't telling the truth. They don't know right now, so of course they're both going to say they think they can win. And one of the reasons they say that is because they worry a bit about psychology. There are some people who are in states where the polls are still open, so if you seem down, then the people might not get up and go out and vote. So everyone wants to keep their spirits up, and they simply say this is so close. What other choice do you have?
Right now there's time for all sides to be up because there'll be plenty of time for one side to be down. John King, Candy Crowley, thanks very much. Bill Hemmer is over at the CNN Election Analysis Center. You got this tool, the spatial logic, Bill, and you want to focus in right now on Florida, what we know and don't know.
Yeah, we're starting to see a trend here, Wolf. Now, we want to repeat here, it is too close to call in this state. And we're only seeing a trend here through this great technology we're using this year. Spatial logic allows us to take specific states and look at them county by county and then start the gauge by the vote count which way it's going, George Bush or John Kerry. Stu Rothenberg, CNN political analyst, with me again here tonight. And good evening to you. I want to show our viewers and really use the telestrator to help demonstrate our point tonight. The I-4 corridor, many believe this is where this state will be decided. What are you finding out already?
Well, let's look right at the map here, Bill. The I-4 corridor is in this part of the state. It's critical. A lot of voters, the Democrats did very well 4 years ago. But if we look at where the votes are coming in now, starting at Polk County, Osceola, Orange County, Volusia, and let me clear that right in there, Lake County, we see the president leading in 4 of the 5 counties. One of them is a tie. If you compare that to 4 years ago, Al Gore won 3 of these 5 counties. So the Republicans needed to make gains, and with some significant partials in each of the counties, George Bush is doing better.
Let me just be clear here. The trend you're seeing is that he's doing better this time, at this point in the vote, compared to 4 years ago, which would portend good news for the White House now for Florida.
That's right, but there are significant parts of the state that are not in. For example, if you look again at this map at the southeastern corner, you can see there's no color in Miami-Dade, and Broward, and Palm Beach. There should be some significant Democratic votes there. And elsewhere, some of the colors may change from red to blue, but at the moment in that central part, it's pretty good for the president.
Just so viewers know, red denotes Bush, blue denotes Kerry. The gray on the screen you show shows no information at all from that county. Now we can show another map comparing the counties from 4 years ago, perhaps to emphasize the point a little more. There is a dark red and a pink almost, a light red.
Boy, look at that. Again, that's the I-4 corridor. The darker the red, the larger the gain. Pink is a Republican loss. We have very few votes over here in Pinellas, significant number of votes over here, suggesting that the Republicans, George Bush, is getting more votes out of this area.
And that's the trend we're seeing so far. And again, as you point out, significant parts of the state not reporting just yet. That's why we're here, to watch it more. Thank you, Stu.
Sure.
Back to the NASDAQ and Wolf now.
All right, Bill Hemmer, Stu Rothenberg, thanks very much. Let's take a look at the raw votes. These are actual votes that have already come in from the state of Florida. The president now, with only a quarter of the vote in, 24%, has just over 1 million votes at 55%. John Kerry at 45%. Ralph Nader with 9,000 votes has not yet reached 1%, still 0%. That's a quarter of the vote in Florida, so we'll be watching. You see the numbers change even as we're speaking. CNN's Aaron Brown is here with us as well. He's got some thoughts that he wants to share with our viewers about what, incumbents?
Well, election nights are supposed to be about suspense, and in one important race, the most important race certainly is. But while I hate to be the night's party pooper, in 95% of the elections going on in the United States today, they are not only lacking in suspense, they were virtually decided when the incumbent decided to seek re-election. For all the grousing we do about our government, we send the same people back each year. Tonight, a couple of sitting senators may lose, but the change in the Senate will come not by tossing the incumbent, but because the incumbent decided he had better things to do than run again. Lobbying is more lucrative, retirement more fun. The same holds true in the House. A decade ago, Republicans championed term limits. Then they took control of the Congress. Term limits are only cool if you want the job, not if you have it. Maybe we're just content with government, or maybe the special interests from the drug companies to the labor unions just like doing business with the people they know. Plenty of money to incumbents, the challengers campaign on food stamps. One way or another, the process is stacked, rigged to keep new blood and perhaps new ideas out. Someday the country may decide that ought to change, but it won't be tonight, and it won't come from the Congress, at least not from those with power.
Anything standing out at this early, relatively early stage in your mind, Aaron?
I enjoy how much I have heard we don't know.
We're not ashamed to say that.
Well, if we were, we learned 4 years ago not to be. It'll just play out. I mean, we just saw a Florida vote that, you know, we had about 2 million votes counted, a little less than 2 million. Got a long way to go in Florida. Ohio, we haven't even seen numbers yet. We don't know in that race, but we sure do know in a lot of others.
How many incumbent congressmen will lose tonight?
Oh, congressman? 6 maybe?
No, we're talking about senators. Congressmen, 400. There are about
how many in the House?
Maybe 30 or 40 races that are competitive in the House of Representatives.
Right. But a handful.
Right.
A handful. And that's the way it is. 95% go back every year, every 2 years.
That's right.
And maybe they're just doing a terrific job. I mean, that's one way to look at it.
It's an optimistic way of looking at it.
I'll be an optimist for a while.
All right, let's bring in Vanessa Carey. She's joining us from Boston, the daughter of Senator John Kerry. You're smiling broadly, Vanessa, but then again, I always see you smiling. Do you ever not smile?
You trust me, I do. You should see me in the morning. It's not necessarily always pleasant, but I'm smiling tonight because it's been an incredible journey. And I'm just very proud of my father, and I'm optimistic about this evening.
Well, take us behind the scenes. You've spent time with your father back there. What's it like with your dad?
Well, he's still working away. He's really, he's still working, trying to get Americans out to vote. This is a really important election, and I've heard many people say it's the most important election of their lifetime. I mean, I would say that too. I'm 27 though, so I don't know how much leverage it actually has. But I do feel a real gravity to this election. I think that there's so much at stake, and it's really important that people get to the polls and they vote because it is their future in their hands. And my father's the first to say that this election is not about him. It's about the American people and the next century, really. It's about health care and jobs and education, and that's what we're fighting for. And we're fighting to try to give America the kind of leadership it deserves.
Vanessa, is there anything encouraging or discouraging you so far?
I'm not one for watching the polls, and I'm not one for taking it all in. I mean, I've been listening to some of the stuff, and it's been a great turnout, and that's incredibly exciting, and I think that's really encouraging that this many people have chosen to be a part of this process. I hope people continue to on the West, and many polls aren't closed yet. People should keep going and really being a part of this process. I can't say anything's discouraging me yet. I'm just watching and waiting, and I'm somebody who will finally really accept things when things are really done, but I feel really good about tonight.
Does your father expect a long night?
I think we expect a long night, but I also think that, we expect this to be decided into maybe the early morning of tomorrow, but hopefully not longer. I think if everyone gets out there and votes, and every vote that deserves to be counted is counted, we are going to have a decision. We are going to have our next president of the United States, and I hope we do, because this country needs to heal from 2000.
Vanessa, your dad is a little superstitious. He does certain things on election days throughout his political career. Tell our viewers in the United States and around the world some of the superstitious things that he's onto.
Well, I think the thing that is most well known is that after he votes, he goes to the Union Oyster House and has a long neck clam lunch, and he did that today. My sister and I actually did not join him because we never have, but we did go vote with him because we've been with him every vote we've made for our father when he's been on the ballot, we've done with him. So we joined him today to vote, and it was a pretty emotional moment to see your dad's name on a ballot for President of the United States. But I have to tell you, it was extraordinary, and it's probably the best vote I've ever made in my life.
Are the Edwardses there yet, Vanessa?
I don't even, to be honest, I don't know if the senator is here yet, but Kate is here, and I've had a chance to see her. She's been working away, and they are going to be in tonight if they're not yet, and we're looking forward to being all together again. We've been crisscrossing this country, fighting for every vote for the last weeks, and it's been an incredible journey as two families, and I really look forward to what I hope is going to be the next 4 to 8 years.
I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but if you do, maybe you can share it with us. I'm interested if the speech writers for your dad prepared 2 speeches today, a victory speech and a concession speech.
Tell you what, I think you just have to watch and wait.
How will we know?
I'm sorry?
How will we know if he had 2 speeches?
You know, I don't know the answer to that, and that was my attempt to buck around the question. But you, I don't know. Look, what I can tell you is we're feeling very good. We know that this country wants a fresh start. We know this country has been frustrated with the last 3.5 years, the underfunding of education. If you look at Ohio, there's been 100 school districts that have to pay $500 in order to be able to, have their children be involved in after-school activities. In the state of Nevada, you have veterans that are going to be underfunded by $35 million based on the president's proposed budget for next year. This country deserves more, and I think the American people know that, and I'm optimistic that we're going to see that in the voting process tonight.
All right, Vanessa Carey, thanks very much for spending a few moments with us.
Thank you for having me on.
And this note to our viewers, we'll be hearing shortly from Ken Melman. He's the Bush-Cheney campaign manager. We'll talk to him. He's in Washington, D.C. I want to reiterate what we just heard from Vanessa Carey. Still polls open in much of this country. This is still a good time for you to go out and vote. Go ahead. Don't turn off the TV. When you come back, you continue watching CNN. We'll take a quick break. Much more coverage from CNN election headquarters. Also, CNN.com if you need any additional information, up-to-the-minute information on all the races. Go to CNN.com. You can find up to the counties what's going on in states around the United States. The best information out there. CNN.com, a great companion to watching CNN on television. We'll be right back.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the 2 of you? Could it be the most powerful 2-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Just think, with our technologies, we're distributing reliable power to over 2/3 of North America, helping preserve a beloved landmark, producing key ingredients for plastics that people rely on around the world, designing robots that keep automakers more competitive, recycling energy while moving skiers to the top of the world. If you can think it, we can do it. Welcome to the world of ABB.
Solutions for producing, transmitting, and distributing the energy the world needs.
7 leaders, 1 place, 1 time, 1 reason. The ultimate leadership experience. Join these extraordinary leaders in Dubai at the International Leadership Summit on November 29th and 30th, where they will share their insights on leadership and what it takes to be a great leader. Register online at www.leadersindubai.com.
Getting to a Hyatt is now easier than ever. Leaving, that's still pretty hard. The new Hyatt.com Best Rate Guarantee. Quick, simple, and only at Hyatt.com. Book on Hyatt.com now and get 1,000 Gold Passport bonus points.
just after 8:30 here on the East Coast. Bill Clinton's home state of Arkansas, the polling is closed there. We don't have enough information to make a projection there. We do have enough information to project that the president will carry Virginia and its 13 electoral votes. Virginia had closed earlier based on exit polling numbers and real numbers, raw numbers coming in. We can project that the president will carry Virginia. This had been expected, 13 electoral votes. Also, we can project the president will carry South Carolina and its 8 electoral votes. Once again, this had been expected. South Carolina had closed earlier. Real numbers coming in, raw numbers together with all of our analysis, exit poll numbers, both of these states going for the president of the United States. Judy Woodruff is joining us once again from the CNN Election Analysis Center over at the Time Warner Center. You got some news, Judy?
Oh, Wolf, we do. No, there's no state that President Bush has wanted to take away more from the Democrats than Pennsylvania. And we do have something to tell you about in the western part of the state, the Pittsburgh suburbs, Allegheny County. This is an area that Bush and Kerry have fought very hard over. We are learning that Allegheny County is extending the poll closing time an hour and a half. Pennsylvania, as you know, the polls closed across the state at 8 o'clock, but because the lines are so long, we have now been told from 3 different sources that the county has decided to keep those polls open until 9:30 Eastern Time. Now, this is an area of the state where blue-collar, some socially conservative voters, so this is an area presumably very much up for grabs. We are keeping a close eye on that part of the state. It's Allegheny County. Perhaps you want to take a look at a map to look at exactly where it is, but it is part of the Pittsburgh suburbs in the western part of Pennsylvania. So in a nutshell, Wolf, the polls are staying open an hour and a half additionally in this one county so far that we know about in Pennsylvania.
All right, Judy, presumably that same thing could happen elsewhere around the country where polls are still open and there are long lines as well. This is a decision that individual counties and states will be making, right, Judy?
That's right. I mean, and presumably if there were issues all over a state, a Secretary of State might do it, but typically this is something you would see made at the county, judgment made at the county level, because we know that it's the officials in those county election boards that have to answer for how an election is managed.
All right, Judy Woodruff reporting for us. Thank you very much. Let's recap where it stands right now. The race for the White House, 270 electoral votes needed to be elected president. At this point in the night, 87 so far. We've projected going for President Bush. 77 we've projected so far going for John Kerry. That's pretty close. It's expected to be close throughout the night. We'll have all the latest information. Let's go to Washington right now. CNN's congressional correspondent Ed Henry is joining us. Ed, you've got some information on what's going on out there. What's happening?
That's right, Wolf. Everybody paying attention to the South Dakota Senate race. Senate Democratic leader Tom Daschle in a dead heat with Republican John Thune. Now, in the eastern part of South Dakota, the polls closed at 8 p.m. Eastern time. But in the western part, they're open for about another half hour. Just got off the phone with the Daschle camp. They have people literally at this hour combing through voting rolls in precincts, checking for people who have not voted yet, and then calling them at home and saying, get to the polls. There's about 25 minutes left. You have to get to the polls. Now, in 2002, John Thune lost by only about 524 votes. Tom Daschle knows that if he wins, he's only going to win by somewhere less than 1,000 votes. This race is again going to be decided by a very small margin. Now, Republicans not being outdone. John Thune also working the polls at this hour. Some 6,000 volunteers throughout the state of South Dakota for Republicans between the Republican Party and John Thune's campaign itself. Significance here. Major. There has not been a Senate leader who has lost re-election since 1952, Ernest McFarland. Before that, 1950, also a Democratic leader lost. That created a power vacuum that LBJ filled. Lyndon Johnson became Senate leader. Same thing could happen again here. If Tom Daschle loses, there's a lot of talk that there would be a Democratic leadership race between Harry Reid, Tom Daschle's number 2, and someone like Chris Dodd. His name keeps coming up. In fact, Democratic people are saying some phone calls have been made very quietly by Harry Reid and Chris Dodd in recent weeks. They obviously don't want to see Tom Daschle lose, but they're calling colleagues saying that if he were to lose, keep me in mind. There could be a very interesting leadership battle here if Tom Daschle were to lose to see who is going to take charge of the Democratic leadership, Wolf.
And give our viewers around the world a little perspective how important this race is. There are a bunch of Senate races, 34 Senate races out there, but this one, as far as the Democrats are concerned, I think it's fair to say is the most important.
Absolutely, because of the symbolic nature of it. Also the fact that President Bush has personally had himself and his surrogates going out and going after Daschle in recent years, but also the numbers game here. 9 Senate toss-ups. South Dakota the most significant because Democrats have high hopes of picking up some Republican seats like Colorado. They've already picked up Illinois with Barack Obama. But if they were to lose the Tom Daschle seat, that would obviously be a real hard blow for the Democrats. They're only 2 seats down. It's 51 to 49 for the Republicans, a 2-seat margin. If Democrats pick up some seats but then lose Tom Daschle's seat, that could prevent them from taking back the majority. A lot at stake here. Both John Kerry and President Bush paying attention to the Senate battle because whoever wins the White House, they're going to need their party to be controlling the Senate.
We'll be watching South Dakota with you, Ed Henry, in Washington. Thanks very much. Jeff Greenfield, well, we just heard from Judy Woodruff about what's happening in Pennsylvania, a key battleground state. That's pretty fascinating stuff.
Allegheny County, which is the city of Pittsburgh, went solidly for Al Gore 4 years ago. It also happens to be the home, or was the home, of Teresa Heinz Kerry. It is the headquarters of one of her foundations, which has poured tens of millions of dollars into that community. So anything that keeps the polls open later in an area of Gore's strength, you would kind of conclude would probably be helpful, that was to the Democrats, that is to John Kerry.
What's the key counties in Florida?
You know, when you look at Florida, a lot of people focus on Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach, but I think a really interesting place to look this year is in the northern part, in Duval County, where Jacksonville is located. Last time around, the President Larry won that by 45,000 votes, but about 27,000 votes were thrown out. Many believe those were Democratic, African-American votes. I would keep my eye on that over the night. If that's a place where the President is doing well, good news for him. If that's a place that's close, 10 or 20,000 votes separating it, suggests good news for John Kerry.
And no reports, no major reports, Wolf, of any problems, right?
Well, we did hear Ed Gillespie complain about what he called, right, Ed Gillespie, the chairman of the Republican Party. I suspect there are incidents happening around the country that we don't yet know about, but presumably we'll learn about.
One of the things we're doing here is some very old-fashioned notion called making telephone calls. We've got all these computers, and there are 2 pieces of information that may be worthwhile. In the Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania, which Gore won by about 1 percentage point, it is a swing district in a swing state. According to one of the local newspaper reporters there, the Kerry Get Out the Vote operation is massively outperforming. All right, hold on one second. I'm going to interrupt for a second. We have an important projection to make right now. Let's go to the projection board. The CNN is now ready to project that North Carolina, and its 15 electoral votes will go to President Bush. This had been expected, although it was some that thought it was in contention. But CNN can now project that North Carolina, the home state of John Edwards, the Democratic vice presidential nominee, will go to George W. Bush. Important enough for us. In fact, let's take a look at the map right now where it stands with North Carolina going to George W. Bush, at least our projection. Right now, at this point, 102 electoral votes for George W. Bush, 77 for John Kerry, 270 needed. Just to remind our viewers, the blue states are Kerry states, the red states are Bush states. This state is Maine. We see a little purple there, 4 electoral votes. We can only project that 3 of those electoral votes will be going to John Kerry. 1, still, we don't have enough information to know where that 4th electoral vote will be going. North Carolina, I guess it's not much of a surprise, but the Democrats had hope that maybe they could cause a surprise there. This is from the time that Larry and I were young, many decades ago, when the solid South meant Democratic. The South is now virtually solidly Republican, except when they run a Southerner. The last Northern Democrat to carry a state, Hubert Humphrey carried 1 state, Texas, in 1968. John Kennedy got a few. That's it. They have been shut out, the Northern Democrats from the South, for the better part of 44 years, and this is just another example of what's gone on.
Although, you know, one interesting thing when you talk about Northern Democrats and Southern Democrats, if John Kerry wins tonight, it'll upset a whole lot of conventional wisdom. You know, for the last several decades, we've heard that the only Democrat who can win the presidency is a Southern Democrat, right? It's got to be Lyndon Johnson, it's got to be Jimmy Carter, it's got to be Bill Clinton. If John Kerry ultimately succeeds and wins tonight, be a big piece of conventional wisdom that's gone, along with, as Jeff is saying, the old map. And the reason they would have won is winning without strength in the South, but probably in other areas like the Midwest and Southwest.
Does anyone know where 4 years ago, right at this time, it stood?
Oh, yeah.
Was it still like 102 to 77?
We called Florida for Gore.
This early?
Well, we called Florida for Gore at 10 minutes of 8 Eastern time, Larry. That is burned in my memory, and I will
10
never...
to 8?
It was even before all the precincts in the western part of Florida had closed Pensacola, because that's in the central time zone. And as you remember, Larry, we were hammered because we made a projection, then all the networks made a projection, even before all the polls in one state had closed. And the fact of the matter is that we promised, and we will not do that again. We will not make a projection in a state where polls are still open.
You know when you drive a car into your neighbor's garage, it's kind of, you don't forget that? That was what it felt like. I just remember thinking, that's just awfully early to call so important a state, but we don't make a mistake like that.
You wrote a book about it.
You know, Judy Woodruff, I want to bring Judy Woodruff in. She's at the CNN Election Analysis Center because Judy Woodruff knows a great deal about North Carolina. I believe you went to school in North Carolina, so you know the place quite well, Judy. Give us your thoughts, if you can, on what this projection that Bush-carrying North Carolina means for George W. Bush right now.
Well, it means, as I think I heard Jeff just saying, because I was distracted here by something going on here at the Election Analysis Center, it means that the Republicans' solid hold on the southern swath of the United States persists. North Carolina is a state that for many years did have Democratic governors, governors like Jim Hunt, who were reelected again and again. But in recent years, the Republicans, by virtue of people like Jesse Helms, who was reelected a number of times to the United States Senate, the Republicans have gotten a very strong foothold in that state.
All right, Judy Woodruff, thanks very much. I want to go up here and bring in Ken Melman, the Bush-Cheney campaign manager, who's joining us from Arlington, Virginia. He's got a smile on his face. Is that because of North Carolina, Ken?
I was happy about North Carolina. I was enjoying your discussion of when you called Florida 4 years ago. I remember that well, Wolf, and one of the reasons you called it was because a county that was called a bellwether county was a place called Orange County. It's Orlando. 4 years ago, we lost it. We got 48% of the vote. Right now, we're at 55% of the vote. And one of the interesting things, if you look at the actual returns in Florida, is all along that I-4 corridor, places where last time we lost, this time we're winning. We're also seeing improvements in places where Democrats did better last time. Alachua County, which is Gainesville. Last time we got 39% of the vote. This time we're at 48% of the vote. If you look at the actual returns, we're in a stronger position in terms of returns that have come in Florida today than we were 4 years ago.
What are you seeing in Ohio, for example?
Ohio returns are very early. What's interesting so far, what we're seeing again, is consistent with the George W. Bush victory in the state. In Cuyahoga County, which is Cleveland, which is the Democratic stronghold in the state, if you look at the numbers in terms of absentee ballots that came in early this time, the Democrat numbers and the Republican numbers were almost exactly the same as the last time. You also see a very strong Republican turnout in the southwest part of the state, in a lot of the rural parts of the state, and a lot of the ex-urban counties. When I look at the results of both Florida and of Ohio, I feel very good about what's going to happen tonight.
What about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania obviously is going to be a state that we always said we thought was going to be a close state and a tough state. We have a great organization in that state. You have Lancaster County. Lancaster County is the #1 Republican vote, gold-producing place in the state, in what's called the T, the central part of the state, and we're blowing off the doors of our numbers. We have an incredible organization there and great turnout as well.
Were you disappointed? Did you really ever expect that New Jersey would go for President Bush?
Well, we certainly hope so. And as you know, there were a lot of different polls that came out in New Jersey. Obviously, the other side thought so too, since Senator Edwards visited there a number of times. But look, we got a great organization in New Jersey. The folks that work there feel great about the effort they put in, and we're real proud of them.
Since everything's great, Ken, are you forecasting a victory?
I am forecasting a victory, absolutely.
You want to tell us how many electoral votes you're going to get?
The number I give you is called 4 more years. I'm not forecasting electoral numbers, but I do think, based on what we've seen so far, we're going to win Ohio, we're going to win Florida, and then some of those states that Al Gore won last time that, in the 2000 campaign, the Democrats had won 3 times in a row, states like Wisconsin, states like Iowa. Those are states I think we're in a strong position. I think we're in a strong position in New Mexico, and I think we're in a strong position in a number of the states out west. So we look forward to what we think is going to be a very good night. But if you look at the results from Florida, what you see is the Democrat fortress areas are now swing, and some of the swing areas we're actually winning and doing very well.
So you're not worried about anything then?
Well, obviously, we think this is going to be a very close election. We've always thought that. We planned for it. We expected the night to be like this. My point is that this big grassroots organization that occurred particularly in places like Florida and Ohio are now producing, when you look at the fact that we're right now winning Orange County, we're right now winning Pasco County, places that we lost 4 years ago, but because of this grassroots organization, because of all these people making the calls and knocking on the doors, we're doing well right now.
Ken Melman joining us from Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. at Bush-Cheney campaign headquarters. He's the campaign manager. Less than 12 minutes before the top of the hour, we'll be making some more projections at the top of the hour. Anderson Cooper is joining us. He's following the Senate races. Have you got some projections, Anderson?
Wolf, we have a number of projections we can make at this point. Let's look at the board here. We're going in Oklahoma, most notably, Dr. Tom Coburn is the projected winner in the state of Oklahoma. This is a very closely watched race against Representative Brad Carson. Tom Coburn had been a representative 2 terms. He fulfilled his pledge to resign after 2 terms, serving his term limits. Brad Carson had run against him, run a very tight campaign, very contentious at times, saying that Dr. Tom Coburn was too conservative for the state of Oklahoma, a very conservative state. Voters clearly not buying that line. They have, we can now project, elected Dr. Tom Coburn to the Senate from Oklahoma. We have a number of other projections we can give to now. None of them really big surprises. Of course, in Missouri, Kit Bond. In New Hampshire, Judd Gregg. We have, of course, George Voinovich in Ohio. Barbara Mikulski in the state of Maryland, a very liberal Democratic senator in Arkansas. Blanche Lincoln. That is, of course, also a Democrat seat in Connecticut. Democrat powerhouse Christopher Dodd remains in his seat. And, of course, Richard Shelby remains in Alabama. None of these really big surprises. These seats are really expected to go this way, so it's not a big surprise. We're still watching that balance of power in the Senate very closely, though. Democrats need to pick up 2 seats if George Bush is elected president, need to pick up 1 seat to regain control of the Senate. At this point, we have no change. Barack Obama in Illinois picked up a seat, but Johnny Isakson, a Republican, picked up Zell Miller's old seat. So at this point, there's no change in the balance of power in the Senate. We also have 1 governor projection we can make here. Mitch Daniels, the winner in Indiana. This is a change. Joe Kernan had been the Democratic governor in this state, but Mitch Daniels running a very effective campaign over the last 16 months or so, really going all around to every small town in the state, making it a very long campaign and one that has paid off for him in Indiana. Wolf?
All right, we'll be watching all those races with Anderson Cooper. Thanks very much. Only less than 10 minutes till 15 states plus the District of Columbia close their battling. We'll take a quick break. Much more coverage from CNN election headquarters in Times Square when we come back.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the 2 of you? Could it be the most powerful 2-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Can you design electrical systems for the world's largest ocean liner? How about engineering an electric car to challenge the land speed record? Can you measure the ozone layer from a satellite? Or perfectly pack millions of chocolates every day? Can you help provide reliable power to a bustling city? Who comes up with these kinds of questions? Just our average everyday customer around here. Welcome to the world of ABB.
This is CNN.
When design and music collide. On the next edition of Design 360, hip-hop moguls making a mint by selling their lifestyle. P. Diddy opens a fashion store on New York's Fifth Avenue. We speak to dynamic duo Russell and Kimora Simmons. Plus, we tour the first venue designed specifically for jazz acoustics. That's Design 360, Sunday on CNN.
Design 360, in association with Siemens.
This month on Living Golf, we're in the Scottish Highlands.
The exclusive Carnegie Club at Skibo Castle, where membership is purely for the wealthy, will show you who can afford it and what they get. Plus, America's golfers-in-chief and what their game says about the personality inside the Oval Office. That's Living Golf with me, Don Riddell, Mondays on CNN.
Living Golf in time with Rolex.
This is CNN.
Just before 9 o'clock, actually, we have about 7 minutes, less than 7 minutes before 9 o'clock. 15 states closing at the top of the hour, plus the District of Columbia. We'll be able to make some projections coming up at the top of the hour. In the meantime, let's go over to CNN's Paula Zahn. She's over at the Time Warner Center with the Crossfire guys. Paula?
Thanks, Wolf. We've been talking an awful lot here about the importance of winning, we think, 2 of 3 states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, to become president. In hundreds of ways I guess you could cobble together otherwise. But I guess I have been struck by what we just heard a Bush campaign operative, Ken Mellman, said when he came out and predicted that the Bush campaign would take Ohio, which is contrary to what you're learning from your contacts in the field.
Well,
How does it look in Ohio from those folks'
I think it's an uphill climb in Ohio. It hasn't been lost yet. But I think the Republicans have got to count on possibly losing Ohio. If they do, of course, they have to win Florida. I think they're looking pretty good in Florida. And then 2 states that are not on many people's radar screen, Wisconsin and Iowa, become crucial. And they're going to be very, very close. And we're going to be worrying, perhaps, on who's the next president of the United States, on who wins Wisconsin and Iowa. Usually we think of those as primary, Democratic primary states.
Let's come back to the issue of what it's like at this stage of the night when you're running a campaign and you got to face the public. You've got your own internal exit polling go. How many times did you lie when you were working for the Clinton campaign about a state that you know that's not going to go for you? We don't know that about Ohio yet.
But you have to spin, and my heart went out to Ken Mellman, who's a decent guy and an able operative, because every state that they asked him about, he said, well, we have a good organization there, and we've got fine people. First off, because they do have good people working for them, but more importantly, all across the country, there are other Republicans still running where the polls are still open who are going to worry if the Bush campaign manager says, gee, you know what, Pennsylvania just doesn't look like it's going our way, and it doesn't. But if he were to say that, you can't commit this in a full candor. I don't think he lied, but that's what spin is trying to sort of marshal your arguments and put them in the light most favorable to your client. And I think Ken did a pretty good job of it. I mean, it's a mixed night for Ken so far, but I think he tried to do his best.
We're still trying to get a better understanding of turnout tonight. And I know the thing that's really ticking Tucker off at this point is because of the incredible lines in Pennsylvania, at least in one polling place, they're going to extend the voting hours. And you think that's a disgrace?
Well, I mean, no, I think if there's a line
Why is that
front,
such a big deal?
You ought to let people vote. I think people can, show up at the polls on time. That's, not too much to ask. I think the outrage, however, is in Florida, where apparently the Miami-Dade Board of Electors has called the Republican National Committee or the lawyers and said, look, we may not be able to count the absentee ballots fully until Thursday. That's just third world. I mean, look, for 4 years, the country's been focused on voting in Florida. The election's coming. Right. Kind of important, not simply for procedural reasons, not simply for us, watching to find out who wins, but also for people's confidence in the process itself, that the votes can be counted on time, accurately. And that, I think it shakes people's confidence in the process. It's bad.
Tucker, I called, the only 2 words I need to know about Florida are Nick Baldick, not a guy most people know. He ran Florida for Al Gore. He's running Florida again for John Kerry. He's reprising his greatest hits. And I called him a moment ago, and he says, no, they're going to count the absentee votes tonight, that there is some sense that maybe some people are dragging their feet about releasing them, but they were all counted in 2000. When it was too close to call.
But even if there's a question right now, on election night itself,
right.
I think shakes people's confidence, and that's what you don't want to do. You want people to believe when they cast a ballot, it'll be counted.
Paul, can I raise one surprise or one mild surprise? Sure. My sources, my Republican sources, tell me they think that Senator Jim Bunning of Kentucky is gone. That he is going to lose. He ran a very bad campaign. He was erratic. Jim Bunning was a Hall of Fame baseball pitcher for the Phillies. 6 months ago, he was one of the safest senators in the country. But I am told that there's great pessimism, and that would give the Democrats one more seat up in trying to get the Senate. But I have to say that Tom Coburn we have called him as the winner, Republican Dr. Tom Coburn in Oklahoma. Talk about mixed emotions. Republicans are glad to keep that seat Republican. They hate the idea of Tom Coburn in the Senate because he is a principled conservative. He's against pork barrel spending. He doesn't take orders from the leadership. He is going to give the leadership hell. I just can't wait to see Tom Coburn.
This bunning race, though, I mean, this shouldn't come as a great surprise when he actually, accused his opponent's son of looking like Saddam Hussein. That
like Saddam.
probably didn't go down with
the worst thing he did.
Well, did he look like Saddam Hussein?
He ran from a fight.
Tucker.
His opponent there is a guy named Daniel Monciardo, who is also a medical doctor. So now we're going to have 3 doctors in the Senate if Bob's sources are right and Bunning loses. And this guy Monciardo has a great story, and Democrats hope he gets to the Senate because they believe he can take on Bill Frist, the Senate Majority Leader, a Republican who is a doctor himself.
James, what is striking you at this stage of the evening?
Nothing that struck me so far is unusual at this stage of the evening. And I think, look, of course, Kerry has to carry Pennsylvania. And if he doesn't, he's not going to be president. But if he carries Pennsylvania, you know, he needs a split in Ohio and Florida. In all probability, if he wins Ohio, it becomes very difficult for the president.
What are you hearing on the ground from Pennsylvania?
I mean, people feel I could tell by Ken Meltman that they're very worried about Pennsylvania. You can kind of watch. I think they feel better about Florida, less well about Ohio, less well about Pennsylvania.
James,
I mean, even through the spin, you could hear what the guy was saying.
But James, Wisconsin and Iowa, if those were blue states, if Bush can take those, that compensates for Ohio.
They do. In New Hampshire, New Hampshire and Nevada come into play. You're right. But the math becomes considerably harder if the president loses Ohio.
All right, gentlemen, that wraps it up for us here at this hour. Let's go back to Wolf now and see you in the next hour.
Thanks very much, Paula. Only a few seconds to go before the top of the hour, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. 15 states closing down at the top of the hour. We'll be able to make several projections coming up in only a few seconds. We're going to be watching very, very carefully to see if we can project any of those key battleground states closing at the top of the hour. We know that we'll be able to project some of the obvious states for Bush or for Kerry. Let's walk over and see what we can project right now, exactly 9 p.m. on the East Coast. CNN can make some projections for the president. He will carry his home state of Texas 34 electoral votes. The president projected to win also in North Dakota, Kansas, South Dakota, Wyoming, the home state of the Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, as well as Nebraska. Those states we can project, at least as far as Nebraska, by the way, a split right there. We can project that he will get 4 out of the 5 electoral votes because Nebraska can split its 5 electoral votes. He'll get at least 4. He may get 5, but right now we can project a split for the president in North Carolina, at least 4 of those 5, in Nebraska, 4 of those 5 electoral votes. Speaking of splits, by the way, there's been a very interesting amendment, a ballot initiative in Colorado to split the 9 electoral votes according to the population. CNN can now project that Amendment 36 will go down, will fail, that will not be passed. All 9 electoral votes in Colorado will go to the winner of that state. There won't be any opportunity to go 5-4, as some Democrats had thought, because they thought that the Republicans would carry Colorado. Let's take a look at how John Kerry is doing at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock right now. We project 31 electoral votes in New York State. As expected, will go to John Kerry. 4 electoral votes in Rhode Island, in New England, his home area, will go to John Kerry as well. Those are the projections we can make right now. Let's tally where this race stands right now for the president, the electoral votes, the race for the White House right now. We could project that, here it is right here, 155 electoral votes for the president so far, 112 for John Kerry, 270 needed. Jeff, why don't you go over there and show some of those blue states, some of those red states, and there's a purple up in Maine that similar to the purple in Nebraska.
Because we don't know whether or not John Kerry in Maine or George W. Bush, Nebraska, will get all the votes. Once again, Wolf, in all of these calls, no state different from it was in 2000. But the polls that we're not calling yet, that have just closed, this is where the Bush campaign is resting a lot of its hopes should Florida or Ohio not go its way. In Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Minnesota, and later on when Iowa closes, all 4 states that Al Gore narrowly carried in 2000, all 4 states that were seen as competitive by the Bush campaign. If they lose Ohio or Florida and Pennsylvania stays for Kerry, this is where the Bush campaign's hopes for a recovery from those losses, if they were to happen, lie.
Interestingly, we can't project the winner in several of those key battleground states. The white states are states that we cannot yet project the winner in because we simply don't have enough information. The upper Midwest, those states are going to be critical, presumably, this time.
All of the states that I mentioned, to the exception of Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, were carried by Michael Dukakis in 1988 and have been carried by every Democrat since. And I make that point because, no disrespect to the former Massachusetts governor, but given that campaign, if Michael Dukakis can carry a state for the Democrats, you would think that most Democrats could carry it. Yet all those states trended very close in 2000. The social issues were cutting against the Democrats in all of those states. And this is where the Bush campaign is looking for redemption should something go wrong in Ohio or Florida.
And New Hampshire, even though it has only a few electoral votes, that's still, we don't have enough information to project that one either.
No, the one call that I did make into New Hampshire was from an expert on this man spends his life studying New Hampshire, and he says that the Kerry Get Out the Vote operation down in Hillsborough County, that's where Manchester and Concord are, is outperforming the Gore Get Out the Vote operation. That doesn't tell us who's going to win. It's anecdotal information. But there you are.
Gore lost that state very narrowly 4 years ago.
7,000 votes, and Ralph Nader got 22,000, and had he won it, he'd be president today.
Let's walk over and talk to our analysts, Carlos and Larry King. Larry, 9 o'clock on the East Coast, more projections, all of them basically as expected.
No surprise. I'm not an analyst. I'm just asking questions. You guys said he acted. Were you surprised at that Colorado turning down that electoral split?
I wasn't. You remember Colorado had that unusual thing, as Jeff described, where they were thinking about splitting up their electoral votes. But about 2 weeks ago in the polls, you started to see the numbers who were supporting it down below 50%. For that kind of ballot initiative to pass, you kind of need to be at about 2/3 at that point out, because you know your support's going to continue to erode.
What's doing Jim Bunning in? I mean, we're both baseball nuts.
Former Hall of Famer.
Senator
is
from Kentucky.
I don't know that we have not called that race. He got into trouble because of some behavior that the Kentucky press thought was odd. He left Kentucky just before debate, went up to Washington, said, I have to be in Washington for urgent business. The Senate was not in session. He debated from a closed television studio where it was clear he was using a teleprompter, and some of the press in Kentucky openly questioned whether or not Jim Bunning was having some kind of problem. Now, we don't, the last polls at a pre-election polls were that Bunning was in a tight race. You're right, as a man who pitched a perfect game for the Philadelphia Phillies, you would think he'd be invulnerable. But 6 years ago, when Jim Bunning left the House and won in the Senate, that was one of the two closest Senate races in the whole country. So that was not a slam dunk.
All right, Judy Woodruff over at the CNN Election Analysis Center watching all of these states for us. Judy, Pennsylvania is an important state. You've got some new information.
That's right, we do, Wolf. We were saying a moment ago that in Allegheny County, which is a county where Pittsburgh is, the western part of the state, long lines, and there's been a decision made in Allegheny County to keep the polls open an extra hour and a half. I want to quickly bring in our legal analyst, Jeffrey Toobin. Jeffrey, it turns out it is one precinct, downtown Pittsburgh, near the University of Pittsburgh. Help us understand what's happened there.
Basically, what has happened is one polling place will be open until 9:30, which is 90 extra minutes from the usual closing time, to allow people to file provisional ballots. Those are the famous new innovation that anyone who is denied an original chance to vote gets to file a provisional ballot. But Judy, keep in mind, this is one precinct. There were thousands of lawyers out. I think the real story about the legal story is that the dog that didn't bark. There have not been many controversies, and I think that's a surprise to a lot of us who saw all those lawyers out there.
But quickly, Jeff, you've had long lines all over the country that have been reported. Many people have been voting early. Perhaps that absorbed some of the high interest in this election.
And one law that every state has is that if you are online when the polls close, they have to keep the polls open for you. And we're getting reports that they will be keeping the polls open, particularly in Ohio, for hours because there are so many people still online, still trying to vote.
All right, Jeffrey Toobin. So, Wolf, there you have it at this point. It's one polling place in Pittsburgh where there were long lines, there was a request, and a judge did grant that request that the polls stay open an additional hour and a half. It's now 7 minutes after 9, so we're talking about another 20-some minutes.
All right, we'll be watching, Judy. We'll get back to you right away. Thanks very much. By the way, the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania is holding a news conference in Harrisburg right now. Our Deborah Farrick is there. We'll get a full report from her. We're hearing he's saying that so far there have been very few problems in Pennsylvania, but obviously we don't have enough information to make a projection in that key battleground state. Jeff, you heard Judy. What did you think?
Actually, it's kind of a sign that some of the pre-election jitters, that we would have massive confusion, there may be less there than meets the eye. If we're talking
a little like Y2K. Yeah. Remember all the build-up to Y2K?
Boy, do I remember that.
Right? And,
If you stay the polls open, let's say, for an extra hour and a half, how long does it take to count them? Or how long can we expect to hear?
Each state has a different formula, a different way of doing it. Some have the old-fashioned ballots, others have the touch screen, others still have those butterfly or hanging chads, if you will, the kinds of ballots that we're not supposed to be used.
We could be conceivably waiting on Ohio and Pennsylvania until 4 or 5 in the morning.
Or longer. And the other thing, or if it's close, these provisional ballots, some of the states have granted themselves, Larry, 10 days to count. They say, we don't have to get back to you for 10 days. So if it's really close, we could be waiting.
All right, Bob Woodward of the Washington Post is over in Washington, I assume. That's right. There you are. We see you in Washington. Bob, this is a night that all of us are going to remember for a long time, but you've watched a lot of elections over the years. At this moment in time, what is going through your mind?
Well, I think there's a lot of contradictory information out there, and Jeff Greenfield was rightly remembering somewhat fondly and the searing memory of the Gore miscall, and I suspect there are limitless chances to still get things wrong. So I think that you all have taken a Valium cooler or something, and everyone is being careful, and I think there's good reason to be careful. So what I'm thinking about is it's important that it be right rather than early, premature, and wrong.
Do you have a feeling, Bob, at all? From what you see so far, do you have a gut?
Well, if you look, and you were talking about this, Democrats like Clinton and Carter have won only when they got some southern states. It looks like Kerry won't, but the new center of the Democratic Party might be the Midwest if he carries lots of those states like Illinois and if Ohio comes in. But clearly it gets down to Ohio and Florida, and your people are saying there's not enough information to make some projections. I think there's some contradictory information, and when you have that, you ought to just back off, and you're wisely doing that.
What do you read as contradictory, as an example?
Well, I think there's some exit polling that shows one thing, and then some of the hard numbers coming out of some of the counties in Florida seem to indicate something else, at least at this point. Now, again, it depends on what parts of the state you're measuring. So when you get in that situation, we in the newspaper business, we always say, when in doubt, leave it out.
What does the what does the Washington Post do if this goes all night? Do they have a morning winner? What do they do? They got to come out in the morning, right?
They're as careful as anyone, and they will make sure, and there's centuries of political experience there among the reporters and editors, Dan Baltz and David Broder and Len Downey, the editor, and you can just hear them kind of saying the old rule that the late managing editor had, which I said, if in doubt, leave it out or don't go there. And so I think no one's going to be embarrassed. We all worry about the famous Chicago Tribune headline, Dewey beats Truman. No one wants that in their newspaper or on their network.
And I assume as cautious as the television networks are, the newspapers, Bob, will be just as cautious in avoiding any kind of hard and fast conclusions when we simply don't have those hard and fast conclusions.
That's exactly right. And, the headline in the Washington Post was unpredictable. that this is, and I think that's the case, and so take it slowly. I think people are still going to be watching. Don't think you're going to lose your audience tonight.
There'll be no mandate tonight, will there, Bob?
There might be. I mean, this
really?
could, sure, if Florida clearly falls and Ohio, falls the same way, somebody's going to get close to 300 electoral votes, but, let's wait and see. People are watching. I'm sitting here just listening to it and enjoying it.
Are you surprised, quickly, Bob, that so far it seems to be going relatively smoothly out there across the country, although polls are still open in much of the country?
Yeah, that's a great question. I looked at the picture on the front page of the New York Times this morning of lawyers and election experts peering over ballots, and my stomach fell because it reminded me of what happened in Florida 4 years ago. And then you hear about the thousands of lawyers who are out there looking for trouble. Well, those are thousands of egos looking for trouble, and lawyers often think they solve problems with litigation or causing disputes. Maybe they've also taken some of that Valium cooler that you're serving there.
All right, Bob Woodward of the Washington Post, thanks very much. I want to take our viewers over and show our viewers what's happening in Canton, Ohio. Look at this picture. These are workers, election workers. They're counting absentee ballots in Canton, Ohio right now. These are volunteers. They're going through the process, a tedious process, as we all know, but they want to make sure that every vote is counted. These workers in Canton, Ohio, counting voters right now. Let's take a look at that as we go, and we bring in a special guest, Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor of New York City. Mr. Mayor, sit down and join.
Guest is actually here.
Can you imagine we actually have a guest here in New York City?
This is, in fact, your office.
My office is right across the street. Hello there.
You wouldn't know it, Larry, because he's been doing a lot of traveling lately.
I haven't been here much in the last 2 weeks.
You have worked your head off for Bush. You have gone everywhere. What do you think so far? What is it?
I think the president can win this election.
Or can lose.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. He can win it or lose it. There's no question about it. I have a tremendous personal devotion to him because of what he did for my city. And personally for me, the support he gave me and what he did for the city of New York, I am enormously grateful to the man. I think he's been a great leader.
Anything surprise you to this minute?
Not yet. There's been no surprise to this minute. This reminds me of a heavyweight boxing match. Where you go through the first 4 or 5 rounds and everybody's real careful and everything goes as planned.
So far, every state that we projected was expected to go that way.
And everything went as going according to the plan of 2000, right?
But you must be disappointed that your city, New York, and we're in Times Square right now, and New York State went overwhelmingly, at least according to our projection, it clearly went for John Kerry.
But, I'm used to it. The city's 5-6 to 1 Democratic, and you got to really struggle if you're a Republican in New York.
There's a Republican mayor in New York. There's a Republican governor in New York. It could have gone the other way.
We haven't had the state vote for Republicans since Ronald Reagan in 80 and 84. That was the last time. In fact, Ronald Reagan got a big win here in 1980 and a pretty good one in 84. Since then, it's been straight Democratic.
The dominant Republicans in New York are moderate, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's a little. Yeah, yes, it's a little different. I mean, it's a little more like what you'd see in California with Schwarzenegger.
So what are you going to watch for now? What are you keying on?
I'm looking at the same things you're looking for: Florida and Ohio. I was in Florida all day yesterday, so I have a really good sense of where to look for the vote. I've been in Ohio, I think, 4 times in the last 2 weeks. So.
You really went all out and made a major push for the president.
I really feel I owe the man. I mean, it's both political and personal, but I feel that he was there for us, and he's kept our country safe. I mean, it's something that everybody's been kind of reluctant to point to because we're all afraid there's going to be another attack, and I think there is going to be another attack. But you can't escape the fact that on September 11, 2001, and in the days after, everyone expected numerous attacks on the country. And George Bush's policies, I believe, and I think history will record this, George Bush's policies kept us safe. Thank God.
Do you want this job?
Do I want his job?
No. I know everyone wants his job. No, do you want the presidency?
That's a good job. I mean, you get to comment. You don't have to have agita worrying about whether you're going to win or lose. Right?
You thinking about 2008?
No, I'm thinking about tonight, and I'm not thinking I mean, that's so far away.
If the president is reelected, would you like to come back in the federal government? You used to work in the federal government.
No, I'm happy across the street at Giuliani Partners with Bernie Kerik and Tom Von Essen and.
No, you wouldn't want to be Attorney General.
All my guys. I mean, we're doing security consulting all over the country.
You don't want to be Attorney General.
I'm happy where I am. I know people have a hard time believing this. This is all done out of personal loyalty to a guy that I think is just one heck of a leader.
Because as you know, a lot of people speculating, pundits, that the amount of travel that you did going out, not only working for the president, but key races in the House and the Senate, that's designed to set the stage for 2008.
Did you ever think, among other things, I enjoy it? I mean, I like campaigning. Why do you think I ran for mayor of New York City? And I mean, I enjoy it. It was an honor to do it. It was tremendously educational. It was not about leading to anything else in the future. After going through prostate cancer, and after going through what we went through in this city, you know, just a few miles from here, I don't plan the future quite that way anymore. You know, this was a great opportunity to get involved in a campaign for a man that I have tremendous respect for, George W. Bush. And that's what it's all about.
Did you expect closer in New Jersey?
No. No, Jersey, it doesn't surprise me. Pennsylvania, I have more hope for, from the Republican point of view. And obviously, Ohio, Florida, Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, those are the states.
That's where it's going to be decided, right?
Absolutely.
Those 5, 6
Those states are going to decide it depending on how it goes.
And will the country, no matter who wins this, come together?
Of course it's going to come together.
Of course?
Of course, absolutely. We're Americans. I mean, I have no doubt about it. I believe President Bush is going to win. I hope and pray for that. I've worked for it. John Kerry wins. He's our president. Both of them are going to get the support of the American people. They're going to get an opportunity to bring us together. And if they reach out to the other side, as I believe both of them will do, if the president gets reelected, you put some Democrats in the cabinet, the way John Kennedy did, the way President Bush, the way President Clinton did, or the other way around. If John Kerry's elected, you put a few Republicans like a Bill Cohen that Clinton put in.
What about Rudy Giuliani?
Nope, I'm here. Giuliani Partners across the street. We do security consulting all over the world. It's great.
And it's also money-making, isn't it?
It helps take care of the college bills and everything else and the other things that...
The President of the United States comes to you. It's hard to say no, as you know.
It is, but that's something, that's...
But you're saying no tonight.
I'm saying I'm not interested. No, you never say no to the President of the United States. Absolutely not. You can say no to Larry or to you, Wolf, but you can't say no to the President of the United States. Thanks.
Say no to us. What do you think of that?
He says no to me all the time. He says no to me all the time. I invite him on my shows. He keeps saying no. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks very much for joining. Got a beautiful city. We love being here at Times Square. As you can see, we got a big crowd out there.
Crossroads of the world, capital of the world.
Nothing like it.
Isn't it? Greatest city in the world.
Stick around, listen to Bill Schneider. I want to bring in Bill Schneider. He's got some exit poll numbers that he wants to share with us. Bill, tell our viewers and tell the mayor as well.
Okay. Fear and anger were the two dominant emotions in this election. Fear of terrorism and anger over New York. And nowhere did they play together as significantly as here in New York, which we've already said is voting for John Kerry. But what's interesting is Iraq was a dominant issue more than terrorism here in New York. Let's take a look at how voters who said their top issue was Iraq voted. 85% of them voted for John Kerry, just 12% for Bush. Those are voters who are angry over the Iraq war, and they were more numerous than those who said they were concerned about terrorism. So in New York, despite 9/11, despite the tragic loss of so many New Yorkers, anger over Iraq was a more important emotion than fear of terrorism.
Fascinating information. I know you're collecting a lot more information from those exit polls. We'll check back with you, Bill Schneider. Anderson Cooper, you've got a projection.
Got two projections to make for you, Wolf. In Arizona, we can now project John McCain, the winner there. No great surprise, of course. John McCain winning again, widely expected to, of course, perhaps have an interest in running for president in 2008 if President Bush does not win re-election. Also in the state of Wisconsin, we can project Russ Feingold, the winner. There had been some who thought that Tim Michels might be able to run a strong campaign against him. Didn't work out. Russ Feingold, the winner in Wisconsin. I want to bring in Amy Walter from the Cook Political Report, because we are monitoring a number of very close races right now in southern states, Kentucky, Louisiana, South Carolina, Florida, and North Carolina. Fascinating races all. Amy, let's start off in Kentucky. Jim Bunning, Dan Margiardo, who knew?
This is one of the most unexpectedly close races here. This was not
a race that we expected to be this close, simply because Bunning had an advantage going into the last few weeks of this campaign. Monjardo just really couldn't get his campaign on the ground, didn't raise a whole lot of money. But
Jim Bunning is a sitting senator, a major league pitcher from way back, 224 major league wins. He's had 9 election wins so far. If he pulls it out, this would be his 10th, but it is looking extraordinarily close, and they have been pouring millions of dollars into this race.
That's right. The real question was, would the fact that Monjardo got such a late start in terms of the outside money coming in, would that hurt him against Bunning, who had such a tremendous money advantage? Remember, though, in 1998, Jim Bunning won his race, his first race for the Senate, by only 6,766
Mitch McConnell has
votes.
been campaigning very strongly for him in the last week or so. Right. They're almost full time, but Bunning has made some stumbles, had made some comments that raised some people's eyebrows. He talked about the events of November 11th, not September 11th, and he said he hadn't read a newspaper in 6 weeks. We'll see if voters really cared about that. South Carolina, pretty close, although right now Jim DeMint, with 43% of the precincts reporting, seems to have a couple-point lead over Inez Tenenbaum, a state election official.
You know, again,
this is official, I should say.
Exactly. You know, again, this is a state, North Carolina, Louisiana, Florida. These are all seats where Democrats had incumbents and they retired.
For Tollings, of course, 38 years in the Senate.
Right. And in North Carolina, John Edwards, of course, John Breaux in Louisiana, and then, of course, in Florida, where you have Bob Graham.
This other race we're watching, 20% of precincts in North Carolina, Representative Richard Burr against Erskine Bowles, former chief of staff for Bill Clinton. A couple-point lead in that, but again, only 20% of precincts reporting. Let's look at Louisiana, though. A fascinating system here. This would be amazing. David Vitter, a Republican. They haven't sent a Republican to the Senate since Reconstruction. If these numbers hold, he's getting 55%. The reason you see 3 people here, they have a Cajun system. It's basically a primary today. Right. Anyone who gets 50% plus 1, they go on. If no one gets 50% plus 1, 2 people go to a runoff a month from now. But this is amazing. David Vitter in the lead.
You know, that's what we've been seeing for a while, that David Vitter was actually getting to the 50% mark in some early polling, which was a big surprise. It was expected that Chris John, congressman, was going to get into a runoff with David Vitter from the New Orleans suburbs. This would be a very big surprise, and again, also would be a big blow
Let's
for Democrats.
caution here. 1% of precincts in reporting. The numbers are tiny here. It may mean nothing. Florida Senate, a closely watched race, a big money race, a lot of interest in this. Mel Martinez, of course, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Betty Castor, state education official. The numbers changing as we speak. 54% of precincts in. This thing is very close indeed. It's
going to look much like, I'm sure, just how close we've seen the presidential contest in 2000. The Martinez-Castor race, of course, very close here in an evenly divided state. Martinez is hoping, he's Cuban-American, he's hoping that he can really coalesce Hispanics, not just Cuban-Americans, but Hispanics, a very big growing population, especially in the middle part of the state. If
Mel Martinez wins, he will be the first Cuban-American to serve in the United States Senate, a point he makes frequently. Amy Walter will continue to watch these races, some very close races indeed.
Anders?
We haven't called Chuck Schumer?
At this Hey, at this point, we're still, still collating the information.
Okay.
Chuck Schumer is the incumbent in New York State.
Yes.
We're still waiting to see what happens on that, although I doubt there's going to be much done.
I don't really think anybody's waiting to see what happens.
Not holding, exactly.
I think Chuck went to bed.
Anderson and Amy, thank you very much. I want to bring our viewers up to date. You see a lot of numbers at the bottom of your screen. We're showing our viewers numbers that are coming in from the Associated Press. The Associated Press bringing us the raw data, the raw election numbers. Sometimes you see a 0 there. It's the polls have closed. That doesn't mean it's going to be 0. It only means that we haven't received any numbers from the Associated Press yet. We'll give you those numbers certainly as soon as we get them from the Associated Press. They're bringing us all the general raw election tabulations into the CNN election headquarters. Much more coming up. Much more coming up from here at the NASDAQ market site in Times Square in New York. We'll take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Your UBS financial advisor can work with nearly 66,000 people in 50 countries. He can work with all the resources of one of the world's largest wealth management firms. But to understand what you need, he will always work right next to you. Could this be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Can you design electrical systems for the world's largest ocean liner?
How about engineering an electric car to challenge the land speed record? Can you measure the ozone layer from a satellite? Or perfectly pack millions of chocolates every day? Can you help provide reliable power to a bustling city? Who comes up with these kinds of questions? Just our average everyday customer around here. Welcome to the world of ABB.
This is CNN.
On a special hour-long insight the day after the polls. A look at how votes were cast in the U.S. election, the results, the controversies, and the international reaction. A special extended edition of Insight, only on CNN.
As the US and European trading sessions close, join World Business Today for full analysis of the day's top financial stories and breaking news as it happens. That's World Business Today on CNN.
Inside the Middle East, real people, untold stories.
From Ba'ath Party member to common man, this month, why some Iraqis now call the United Arab Emirates home. Also, a Nazi hunter says there's still time to get the job done. And why Islamic art is breaking records in Western auction houses.
Expect the unexpected inside the Middle East in association with Orascom Telecom. Friday on CNN.
When the world's newsmakers have something to say, they trust the King of Talk. 40,000 interviews, and I'm just warming up. Larry King Live, only on CNN.
This is CNN.
CNN election headquarters, Times Square, New York. Let's recap where we stand. Almost 9:30 p.m. on the East Coast. The popular vote, these are real numbers, with 16% of the vote now in. George W. Bush with 53%, just over 12 million votes. John Kerry with 46%. Ralph Nader has 50,000 votes. That's less than 1%. Let's take a look at the all-important Electoral College. 155 votes so far for Bush, 112 for Kerry, 270 needed to be elected president of the United States. Key battleground states that we have not yet been able to project winners in. Florida, look at these numbers. 53% so far for Bush, 46% for Kerry. Nader with 1%, almost 20,000 votes. 54% of the precincts reporting, almost half the vote in. Pennsylvania, 14% of the precincts reporting. Bush with 29%. Kerry at 71%, very early in that state. Ohio, 9%, less than 10% of the vote in. Bush with 53%, Kerry 47%. Jeff Greenfield, help us understand what we're seeing.
The problem is we don't know where these votes are coming from. It's as big a mistake to assume that Bush is actually leading in Florida as it would be to assume that Kerry is ahead in Pennsylvania. The only thing that caught my eye was that Bush is running slightly better than from Kerry than in the Senate race Martinez was against Betty Castor. If those votes are coming from the same place, it suggests a slight increase for Bush. But, for instance, South Florida, supposed to be a Kerry strength, if that's in the mix, that's one thing. If it's not, it's another. So I think we're doing this because, as a viewer, many of us have often been frustrated by just percentages. We want to see where the votes are. Here they are. They haven't told us the story that we're going to be telling in the hours ahead.
In Pennsylvania, for example, 71% for Bush, 20% for Kerry, 14% reporting. Those votes could predominantly be from Philadelphia. As a result, there could be a lopsided number. We don't know that, but that's possible. Let's take a look at these other states. Iowa's not yet closed. They're 10 p.m. on the East Coast. Wisconsin and Michigan. Wisconsin right now only less than 1% of the vote in, very early, slight lead for Bush. Michigan only 2% in, slight lead for Bush as well.
Right. The picture you have in these 9 states, when it unfolds, is probably going to be the picture that reveals who the winner of this election is. Because in this mix, you've got states that the Republicans really want to take away from the Democrats. That's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, New Mexico, which Al Gore won by 366 votes. Florida, Ohio, and New Hampshire are the 3 biggest targets the Democrats have had for the Republicans. We're showing you this not because we can tell you what's going to happen, but because all of you out there want to keep your eye on these 9 states as much as any others. Whether there are any surprises coming up in the next hour or two, we really don't know.
Look at New Hampshire right there. 24% of the vote in, a quarter of the vote in. Kerry slightly ahead, 51.48%. Now it's 51.49%.
And Ralph Nader is clearly underperforming from what he did in 2000 in terms of a percentage of the vote.
We have a projection to make right now, so turn around and we can find out what we're going to project together with our viewers right now. Look at this. Louisiana going for George W. Bush with its 9 electoral votes. I don't think any of us could be overly surprised, Jeff, about that.
That's right. This is underwhelming news. This is a state that even Lyndon Johnson couldn't carry in 1964.
Louisiana going for Bush. Let's be able to tell our viewers where the Electoral College stands now with these 9 electoral votes going for George W. Bush. We'll get that ready, put it up on the screen, have an updated tally for our viewers. I believe we have that right now. Bush with 164 electoral votes, Kerry with 112, 270 needed to be elected president. Once again, to remind our viewers, the red states are Bush states, the blue states are Kerry states, and as a result, the white states are states that have closed, but we don't have enough information to project a winner.
And what we do know, and you'll be hearing this until something changes, not a single state has changed from where it was in 2000. All the red states were red states in 2000. All the blue states were blue in 2000.
All right, we have another projection to make right now, and let's put it up in this board over here. CNN can now project Mississippi going for George W. Bush with its 6 electoral votes. Once again, this is not a surprise.
That's putting it mildly.
I think the only thing that's surprising is that it's taken us this long to be able to make that projection.
Jimmy Carter actually won the White House by carrying Mississippi narrowly in 1976. That's been about it for the Democrats since about Harry Truman. Now, he didn't even carry Mississippi.
With that, Mississippi going to George W. Bush, the president is now at 170 electoral votes, 100 shy of the 270 needed to be elected president. John Kerry with 112 electoral votes right now. We'll continue to watch this situation. Let's walk over to our friends over here. Larry.
This count in Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, New Hampshire, when you don't know where the counties are, this is all just, it's figures, right? I mean, you don't know.
That's why we're going to go to Stu Rothenberg in a few minutes, along with Bill Hemmer, who has a county-by-county look at where some of these votes are coming from. He's the one who already told us that Bush was running strong in the I-4 corridor in Florida. That's the kind of information that will tell us something about a state. When South Florida comes in, if it's running stronger for Kerry than for Gore, that tells us something.
Or as you said, is that Philadelphia?
Right, that could be totally misleading. Yeah. Carlos, are you surprised that so far on this night, every state that went for Al Gore is so far, we're projecting going for John Kerry. Every state that went for Bush 4 years ago, still staying with Bush. Among those states that we have already projected, there has been no change, given the fact there's been a war, the economy has been a little stagnant, as we all know. There's been so many changes in the country, but so far, at least, the voters are remaining very steady.
So far, but let's not forget that there are some bold bids that both campaigns have made. In the case of the president, as Jeff alluded to earlier, a very bold bid to transform the political geography in the Midwest, going after Wisconsin, going after Iowa, going after Minnesota. Minnesota hasn't voted Republican since 1972, so it would be fairly dramatic if that happened. And conversely, you see the Democrats, and we're going to hear more about this as the night goes on, in the West, in Colorado, in Nevada, and other places, try and leverage what they think is potentially a new base, the Hispanic vote, to make a difference.
All right, I want to bring in David Gergen because he knows a lot about this, and he's watching this together with all of us. You've served 4 presidents, Democratic and Republicans. David, give us your thoughts where this stands right now.
Well, Wolf, the building suspense and this long suspense over the 3 big states, Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, along with these recent projections with regard to the Senate races showing a number of Republican victories, this long suspense is bound to raise Republican spirits. Just as the evening opened, there was a lot of anecdotal evidence, and people were looking at exit polls and the like. And among Republicans, there were some long faces of deep concern that the president seemed to be underperforming in many places around the country. In a sense, as Bob Novak was saying earlier tonight on your program, that Ohio looked like it was uphill for the president, that James Carville was saying Pennsylvania looks like it's going for Kerry. if Kerry can take 2 of those 3 states, that's going to make a dramatic difference. But now as these actual numbers come in, and I think Bob Woodward is alluding to this point, the numbers seem to conflict with what people were feeling earlier in the night. And I think this must be rallying Republican spirits, because they went in about 2 hours ago. Many Republicans felt this was getting away from them. Now they must feel we've got a really big fighting chance here. Let's see how these numbers come in on places like the I-4 corridor.
David, is it just a fighting chance, or is this even?
Larry, I think it's, we just don't know because of the 3 big states. If President Bush wins 2 out of those 3 states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Florida, he very likely will win the election. If, on the other hand, John Kerry wins 2 out of those 3 states, let's say he were to win Pennsylvania and Ohio, then the president still has a fighting chance out in the big Midwestern states that Jeff Greenfield was just pointing to. If he can pick up Wisconsin and Iowa, for example, he can still get over, even if he were to lose 2 of the 3, whereas John Kerry can't afford to lose 2 of those 3 big states.
But if Kerry wins 2 of the 3 and they split the upper Midwest, that would favor Kerry, right?
It would, but Kerry has to win 2 out of the 3 there, too. I mean, Bush can come in. If President Bush wins Florida, which has 27, then if he takes Iowa and Wisconsin, loses Minnesota, loses Michigan, he's very likely going to be reelected. So in the next hour or so, perhaps we'll get these numbers. But right now, I have to tell you, Republicans must be feeling very differently from where they were 2 hours ago, because it does appear that in places like Florida, and I think they were smart to send Ken Melman out here on your program to rally Republicans and say, look, when you actually look at the numbers that are coming in, it's more encouraging than you may think.
Are you surprised, David, that the states that we've been able to project winners in are exactly the states that went Democratic or Republican 4 years ago? Despite all the changes in the country, the voters are still voting similarly to the way they voted 4 years ago.
I guess not, because the fact is that you know, we've been looking at numbers from these states for a long time, and all of these states so far have been ones we expected. I was a little surprised earlier in the evening when it took a while to project in Virginia. It took a while to project in North Carolina. That suggested those were closer than we thought. But in these Senate races, the Republicans are doing pretty well. Maybe we'll have to wait and see how Kentucky comes out. But if you look overall at the Senate races, the Republicans seem to be doing well in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and in Louisiana. And that would be a big pickup if Vitter could come through with more than 50% and not have a runoff. That would be a major pickup for Republicans.
We're going to be watching all those races. Briefly, David, give us some perspective. You watched a lot of presidential races, a lot of campaigns, a lot of angry campaigns over the years. Give us some context to what the American public and people around the world are seeing in the United States tonight.
Well, the good news is that we've got this huge turnout, and that we seem to have so few problems at the polls. We seem to have gotten past that peril. We'll have to wait and see before the night's out. But I think that we have not gotten beyond the poison and the divisions. And I think the real issue for the next president, whoever it is, with all the problems that will be on his desk on January 20th, can he heal the nation? Can he put things back together? And in that sense, the 2000 aftermath and the way it was handled, I think, is the wrong model. The right model for how to handle the aftermath of this bitter, close election is going to be the 1960 election matchup between Richard Nixon and John Kennedy, when both men were extraordinarily gracious, both reached out to the middle, both tried to unify the country, and we came out of that, you know, welded together. And I think the world saw a more united America. That's going to be the real test for us when this election is over.
All right, David, you're going to be with us all night, so stand by. We're going to be getting back to you. Let's walk over, take a look at Missouri. This has been, at least many considered it to be a battleground state, with 11% of the vote in. George W. Bush with 52% of the vote. John Kerry with 48%. Only 11% of the precincts reporting. You're looking at the state very closely for a specific reason, Jeff.
I am indeed. There is a rule in Missouri called the 6% rule, and it applies to St. Louis County. Now, that is not the city of St. Louis, which, as you might expect, rolls in huge majorities for Democrats. It is this part of suburban county. And the rule in Missouri is if a Democrat wins St. Louis County by 6% or more, the Democrat likely carries the state. Under 6%, the Republican carries it. Here's what's interesting. With 40% of the vote in St. Louis County, John Kerry is running apparently exactly 6% ahead of President Bush. Now, this is a state that the Kerry campaign effectively pulled out of 3 weeks ago. I was told by one of their top advisors, we just don't think we have the horses to compete in Missouri. And if, in fact, this state runs really, really close, and John Kerry winds up losing Missouri with its 11 electoral votes, Democrats may look at this as a golden opportunity that they, in effect, conceded away. We don't know whether that 6% rule will hold. We just point to it as a potential straw in the wind, Wolf and Laura.
That's why he's so wise.
He's a smart guy.
He makes you think.
It's got those little nuggets there. Jeff, we'll be getting back for some more wisdom shortly. In the meantime, let's bring in the Senate Majority Leader, Bill Frist, joining us from Bush headquarters in Washington. Mr. Leader, thank you very much. Give us your sense, how you feel right now, what you see happening across the country.
Well, you know, as I've looked at the Senate races, I'm very, very upbeat. We're going to pick up seats in the Republican Party. I'm confident. Right now, you can feel the atmosphere here as we get information from around the country that the president's going to do very, very well. About an hour and a half or 2 hours ago, people felt a little bit guarded inside. Now people are very excited. They feel the momentum coming in from around the country.
Do you think, Senator Frist, that you're going to win this tonight, or is it still too close to call?
You know, I think we are going to win it tonight just because you feel the momentum. A lot of information is being fed in here like it is with you, but the excitement that you feel, we're going to pull it off. And again, with the president winning, us picking up 1 or 2 seats possibly in the United States Senate, it'll give us a real clear direction of how to move America forward.
Senator, the key states of Pennsylvania and Ohio and Florida, which one of those states do you think the president has the biggest problem in right now?
Well, Pennsylvania. I feel pretty good about Ohio right now. Both the phone calls we're getting in from around the state as well as the returns itself. Florida obviously looks very good at this point. Pennsylvania I'm still concerned about. But if we can take Florida and we can take Ohio, we'll do it.
Will this country, no matter who wins this, come together?
Yes. I mean, you know, right now you're seeing the heated election, both sides, a lot of partisanship. Afterwards, and I say this as the majority leader of the United States Senate, we will come together. We will govern. We will address the issues of the war on terrorism, of the economy, of creation of jobs. I can promise you that after we get through tonight or the next day, whenever these elections are over, we'll pull together to govern. And of course, we'll be governing with Republican principles, but reaching out across the aisle to pull everybody together.
You are friends with Senator Daschle. Is that kind of mixed emotions if he's in trouble for you? I know, as a minority leaders, you have to get along in a sense.
Well, we do. You know, it's been interesting. Even during the campaign, people have tried to pit one of us against the other. And in truth, we are good friends. I admire him tremendously because he's a very effective leader for the other side of the aisle, the Democrats. So obviously we don't agree all the time, but I do have a real affection for him. He's been a very effective communicator, a very effective leader for the Democrats. On the other hand, John Thune is the person who I can work with most closely in moving America forward.
You may be friends with Senator Daschle, Senator Frist, but that didn't stop you from going to South Dakota and campaigning for John Thune, which is traditionally not something a majority or minority leader is supposed to do against his colleague.
True.
But it's been, you know, people say, well, tradition, people haven't done that before. But in truth, I care about America. I care about empowering individuals and moving America forward, of being tough on the war on terrorism, of supporting our military, of making sure seniors have prescription drugs. So I was there campaigning for John Thune, who agrees with every one of those. And unfortunately, his opponent, who happens to be the Democratic leader, does not. So clearly I'm going to fight for our principles and do everything I can to get John Thune in the United States Senate.
Senator Bill Frist, the Majority Leader of the U.S. Senate, watching this together with all of us. Thanks very much for joining us from the Bush-Cheney headquarters in Washington, D.C. We'll take another quick break. Much more coverage coming up. You thought it was close 4 years ago. It's still very, very close here tonight. But we're sticking around. We hope you will as well.
7 leaders, one place, one time, one reason. The ultimate leadership experience. Join these extraordinary leaders in Dubai at the International Leadership Summit on November 29th and 30th, where they will share their insights on leadership and what it takes to be a great leader. Register online at www.leadersindubai.com.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Just think, with our technologies, we're distributing reliable power to over 2/3 of North America, helping preserve a beloved landmark, producing key ingredients for plastics that people rely on around the world, designing robots that keep automakers more competitive, recycling energy while moving skiers to the top of the world. If you can think it, we can do it. Welcome to the world of ABB.
The Croatian National Tourist Board presents Sights and Sounds. Croatia, the Mediterranean as it once was.
In the heart of Times Square, NASDAQ, the market site. It's our CNN election headquarters. On this night, we're watching all of the races coming in. They're coming in all of the time, all the races, clearly the state races for the presidency, for the Senate, for the House, for the governor races as well. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, is watching this. He's over at the White House. John?
And Wolf, the president is watching well, and we're about a minute away from hearing his remarks, optimistic remarks from the White House residents. Just a short time ago, the White House travel pool, a small group of reporters brought up to see the president, his father, and some close aides, family, and friends watching the election returns. We will hear from the president in just a moment, but Mr. Bush will tell us here and tell the American people, especially those in states with the polls still open, that he is optimistic. So the president watching the results tonight, and they are waiting, of course, to decide when and where he might give a big speech to supporters. He obviously wants to know the results before he does so. So they did decide, as the polls are still open in some states, to bring reporters up to the residence of the White House to get a glimpse of him watching the returns. And again, they have operations throughout the White House, watching monitors, working the phones to supporters in key states. The president obviously wanting to offer his perspective to us, and we'll hear it in just a moment, Wolf.
You know, John, earlier the president didn't seem overly enthused. At least some people were making that conclusion. Right now, he's feeling much better, clearly, and he wants to go out there, make a statement to get those voters who have not yet voted, especially in the Midwest, in the western part of the country. He's going to need all of these states, the president of the United States, allowing, as you point out, these reporters, the camera crews, to come in. Let's listen.
Barney, do you got something to say? Barney. Don't let him come any closer. Come here, Barney.
Barney. Oh, Barney. Come on, Barney.
How's it going, Mr. President? Well, very upbeat, thank you.
We're going to get a winner tonight?
I believe I will win. Thank you very much. I feel good about it. I'm glad to be able to watch the returns here with my family and friends, and it's going to be an exciting evening.
It is an exciting evening, John King, that goes without saying. Tell our viewers who was there, who has the president brought into the residence to watch these returns come in?
Well, you saw the 41st president of the United States, his father, George Herbert Walker Bush, his mother, Barbara Bush, the first lady, two of the president's brothers on hands, other family members as well, some of his wife, Laura Bush's
friends and also some friends from his home in Midland, Texas. Now, a bit of psychology at play here. Wolf, remember, Nevada and New Mexico, key states for this president. The polls are still open there. Colorado, a state that he has believed he will win in that state, but there are Senate races on the western part of the United States. Mr. Bush being both a good Republican and an optimistic candidate for his own chances, I'd say anecdotally they're getting good results. Now, of course, Ohio is the state we're all watching, and that is one where they say they're getting good results from the people on the ground. So you see the president tonight saying he believes he will win, and that is the yellow room in the residence there. He believes he will win. Aides say the mood here has improved as the night has gone on, as they've watched the actual results come in and matched them up against the early exit polls they reviewed. They think they're doing better. They say they're still optimistic here, but obviously a few key states for the president still in play. That's why he's watching so closely.
All right, John King at the White House. I suspect that John Kerry is watching as well as advisors are watching, and presumably won't be long before we see a camera crew go into his room where he's watching these results. He'll want to do what the president is doing as well. John King at the White House, thanks very much. We're ready to make another projection. Nebraska, earlier we had said 4 of its 5 electoral votes would go for the president. Now we can project that all 5 of Nebraska's electoral votes will go for the president, with 7% of the vote in. He has 62% of the vote, 37% for Kerry, 1% for Ralph Nader. Nebraska, like Maine, one of those states that can split its electoral votes. Paula Zahn is standing by with the Crossfire gang. Paula, pick it up. Let the Crossfire guys weigh in on this very dramatic night.
Well, that's about all we've been doing, actually, for the last 15 minutes or so. A lot of mathematical calculations. There are a bunch of different scenarios that could get either candidate to an electoral victory. We've talked a lot about the candidate needing to win 2 of the 3, Pennsylvania, Ohio, or Florida, but James Carfield thinks it's even more simple than that. How do you see it?
I'm like Jethro. I've been doing a lot of ciphering here. And the way that I cipher this whole thing is it comes down, if Ohio and Florida split, the math becomes very, very difficult for the president. If the president carries Ohio and Florida, then the math comes very, very difficult, or the ciphering, if you will, comes very, very difficult for Senate to carry. That is what this whole thing boils down to. And the ciphering, you can figure it this way, you can figure it that way. Senate to carry needs a split, at least a split in Ohio and Florida. The president needs to win them both. I'm not saying it's impossible either way, but the scenarios get dicey.
Let me suggest how President Bush can win with a split. That if he wins Florida, loses Ohio, but also wins Wisconsin, where the Catholic vote, I understand, is going for the Republicans, wins New Mexico, where I think he's looking good, but loses Iowa, which is very close. My calculations come out to 269 to 269, and the House of Representatives.
Oh, say it ain't so, Bob.
We are ciphering away. Let me get off the hook on one thing, though. I said my sources have said Jim Bunning was dead.
Kentucky.
It's Kentucky senator, the great baseball pitcher. Right, he was behind with 2/3 of the vote out, 5 points behind. Now with 90% of the vote in, he's 20,000 votes ahead. Looks like Bunning's going to win.
Right.
That would have been a great gift for the Democrats to win that seat.
Let's not bury the 269 tie lead here. What is the possibility of that happening?
Well, I mean, Bob has it's plausible. It's plausible. But now, let me throw one more fly into the ointment, and that is, this will shock you, Florida doesn't seem to have its electoral act together.
Oh, really?
The Kerry campaign, I was on the phone to their boiler room in Florida, and as I said before, the same guy who ran Florida for Gore is now running it for Kerry, and they tell me that the absentee votes in Miami-Dade, in Broward County, and in Palm Beach County, 3 of the biggest Democratic counties in that state, may not be counted and reported until Thursday. Now, that's 250,000 votes.
Now, wait, and the deadline is Thursday.
It has to be reported by noon Thursday. But even in 2000, where everything went wrong, they counted all the absentee votes on election night. The only ones they didn't get to were overseas military ballots, about 4,000 of them that trickled in late.
So what are you implying here?
They're even worse than they were 4 years ago.
I know, you're not assigning an ulterior motive or a conspiracy theory
No,
here.
I'm not.
Just the fact that you don't think they were organized enough to get this
There's plenty of time for that, but no.
Well, there is plenty of time.
It seems to be simple. Well, who knows what it is, but it's outrageous that they can't count the votes. And the word I got was, well, gee, there were more absentee ballots than we were prepared for.
Well, I mean, that's,
is there any excuse for that?
There's no, I mean, death penalty too strong, but someone ought to go to jail. Seriously, I mean, I think this is an invitation to lawyers, for one thing. I mean, this is where we're going to see, lawyers bad for America, definitely bad for the processes. We're going to see the most lawyers in Florida. And there is absolutely no excuse for it. 250,000 votes, it stops the process entirely. You cannot call the election until you find out what those votes are. Even if, they're likely to be Democratic votes, you don't know. And, I mean, there's after 4 years, I mean, this is very much the parties tonight, I need my dry cleaning. That's it. I need it now.
But don't you think because of the scrutiny that comes to the year 2000, they will find a way to bring in truckloads of people? If the problem is opening the envelope,
bring them up
those
here.
people
Send
aboard
a plane. Send a CNN corporate jet. These people account for us right now. I mean, how hard is that?
There has to be another explanation for this.
Yeah.
It can't be that you're sitting there knowing everything, that the eyes are on you. You know the election was going to be November 2nd. You've been knowing it since the last election. There has to be an explanation. I just refuse to believe that there's not something extraneous that we don't know, because if the facts are, if we hear them, they're right. It does. It's going to look silly.
Silly? Yeah, at very least.
One of the things we haven't had a chance to talk a whole lot about are some of the what are called the sliver issues to some that are driving people to the polls in record numbers this election. How do you see that arc turning out?
There's been this huge tension, particularly in Ohio, where we're now turning our attention between the economic voters and the social-based voters. And the truth is, it's usually the same person. The same guy who's likely to have a union card and as well as going to have an NRA card there as well. And with the gay marriage ban on the ballot in Ohio, social conservatives coming out in droves. At the same time, Ohio has lost 230,000 jobs since Bush came in. So the Democrats have been pushing that economic button. It looks like the Republicans have done almost as well, or maybe equally well, on those social conservative issues.
The striking thing about one of these poll numbers, our exit polling showing that about a third of all the voters who've gone to the poll have a family member who have lost a job. We're not just talking about Ohio, on a national level during this administration.
Well, those are the people more likely to vote for Senator Kerry. There's no question. Can I raise one other thing that we skipped over? That it looks like Indiana today has elected its first Republican governor in 20 years. It's a Republican state, but they elect Democrats as governor, and it's Mitch Daniels, who you may remember was the OMB director under in the first 2 or 3 years under President Bush. The appropriators just hated Mitch Daniels, but he turned out to be the first time he ever ran for public office. But it just kind of slips through the crack, but an interesting result tonight.
Walk us ahead to the next hour, what we need to be looking for, this 10 o'clock hour, James.
In Florida. It's all we need to be looking at. Everything else is that New Hampshire's going to be interesting to see what happings there. But you want to look at Ohio and Florida, and you want to look at Iowa, Wisconsin, and Bob's right, New Mexico and Nevada. But the big thing, 90% of everybody's attention ought to be focused on, is there a split in Ohio and Florida, and what happens to the ciphering from that point.
One would expect this mantra from the keep it simple, stupid guy from the Clinton campaign.
Exactly. It doesn't matter that the president's watching the election returns or what they think. It's all boils down to everybody is, except for people maybe in the Pacific time zone, have already voted now, and they're in line, and it's done. It's Ohio and Florida, period.
All right, we got the message, Wolf, here. Ohio, Florida. Come back to us in the next hour, and we'll bring you up to date on what we think's happening out there.
We'll be checking back with you, Paula, and the entire Crossfire team throughout the night. The next poll closings, 4 states, 20 electoral votes at stake coming up in, 45 seconds or so from now. We're going to be watching that, seeing if we can make some projections, seeing if these votes, the Electoral College votes, will change. Presumably they will. The 4 states that will be closing, Iowa, Nevada, Utah, and Montana. Those 4 states, as we can see them right here, closing in only a few seconds. All of these states had been, at least 3 of them, Iowa and Nevada, not Utah or Montana, at least 2 of those states had been in play by all accounts, had been relatively close. We'll see what is going to happen. That's coming up. We got less than 10 seconds to go, and we're going to be able to make a projection or 2, I assume. Let's find out right now, and I'll turn to our projection board to find out. 10 p.m. on the East Coast, and we can project as expected. No great surprise. Utah and its 5 electoral votes going for the President of the United States. This has been widely expected. Doesn't look like we can make any other projections right now. Nevada and Montana and Iowa, we don't have enough information yet to make a projection. But let's move on and get a sense of where this stands right now. Jeff Greenfield, come on up here. We're going to tell our viewers what we know, what we don't know as this dramatic night continues. Let's see see if we have a new updated tally in the race for the White House. If we have it, we'll put it up right there. Actually, Jeff, come over here, and let's go coast to coast, border to border,
and border to border,
wall to wall, as we say here at the CNN election headquarters, and review where it stands right now. Go ahead and let's start with Maine.
Maine, we know Kerry has 3 electoral votes at least. We have not yet figured out whether Maine, which splits its congressional district, is going to give 1 vote to George W. Bush. The way it's going tonight, that could be significant. New Hampshire, a close Bush state 4 years ago. It's very close right now. Whether Ralph Nader will be a figure there, a spoiler there again as he was in 2000, we don't know. Rest of New England looking very good for
all of these blue states. We should remind our viewers the blue states are states that we've projected going for John Kerry. The red states, as you'll see, are states we've projected going for George W. Bush.
But here are the ones that one of the ones we're most looking at. Pennsylvania. You can look at this margin of 63 to 37%, and if you're a Democrat, take heart from it. But it doesn't tell you anything about how that state's going to go because, as I said before, we don't know where the votes are coming from. Virginia has gone for Bush, no surprise. North Carolina, New Jersey, as we mentioned earlier, the Bush people had some hopes there. That went handily for John Kerry.
With 68% of the vote in New Jersey.
But let's come over here, Wolf, to a state that we've talked some about already. Florida, 77% of the vote in, and you'll notice that the president has a lead of more than 250,000 votes. But because we don't know whether South Florida, Broward, Palm Beach, Miami-Dade is weighed in, we can't tell how significant that is.
How significant, with 77% of the precincts reporting, is that 1% for Ralph Nader?
Well, Ralph Nader is performing sufficiently badly so that he's nowhere near the spread in this. He doesn't look like unless this thing closes up dramatically the way it did in 2000, we can't say whether Ralph Nader's margin would make the difference or not at this point.
Florida, we can't project a winner yet because we don't have enough information, but all these other states, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Kentucky, Tennessee, Louisiana, we have called for the president.
But let's come back here. I just have a feeling there may be a bit of drama developing here in the bellwether state that has only missed the presidency once in the last 100 years. As I said, the Kerry campaign said, nope, we don't think we can compete in that state. Now, there's only 19% of the vote in, but that is an awfully tight margin.
51-49%, 19% of the precincts, almost 20% of the precincts reporting. Michigan, also very important. So far, only 5% of the vote in, 55% for Bush, 44% for Kerry. That could be totally misleading when 100% of the precincts have reported.
Well, that's right. And the same thing is true of Ohio. The same thing is true of many of these states. Wisconsin, same thing, 9% of the vote in. These states divide depending on where the geographic location of these votes are so dramatically that's why we can't say much. If Milwaukee isn't reporting, big Democratic area of Wisconsin, then these returns really don't tell you much.
All right, I want to take a quick break from this wall-to-wall analysis. Joe Lockhart, a senior advisor to the Kerry campaign, is briefing reporters over at the Kerry Edwards headquarters. Let's listen in.
A long day for him, and is now having dinner with his wife. John Edwards arrived in Boston about 9:30, and I believe he is at the Westin Hotel now, having been reunited with his family. That's what I have on what's going on with the candidates. Let me talk a little bit about where we think things are. We are, I think, in a remarkably strong position as we stand here tonight. We think, let me try to do this in some semblance of order. The first state that will flip, we believe, is New Hampshire. We've had a very aggressive campaign up there, very aggressive ground game, and we expect to win that state. Ohio was a state that stayed close throughout the campaign, but we are very bullish based on the turnout in the state. We had very positive turnout within, as I was saying earlier, the Democratic precincts, particularly in African-American communities. We had our precincts, the Democratic precincts, performing at 115% of our expectations, and we had the Republican precincts reporting in at 94.3% of expectations. A similar spread exists in the so-called Gore precincts and the Bush precincts from the year 2000. We had African American precincts reporting in very high at about 115% of what we expected, and Hispanic precincts reporting in at about 150% of what we expected. I think if you look at the vote that's coming in, what you have to keep in mind is there's a series of Democratic counties that we only have very limited reporting in now, and let me give you those counties, and with that, the margin that Gore had in 2000. Cuyahoga, obviously Cleveland, a strong Democratic area. Gore won by 160,000. Lucas County, the Toledo area, Gore won by 35,000. Montgomery County, the Dayton area, Gore won by 5,000. Summit, which is Warren, which is where we had the rally over the weekend, Gore won by 25,000, and Mahoning County, which Gore won by 30,000. If you look at the numbers now, these are very underreported, and these are the ones that are coming in late. On Florida, we think as I said earlier today, we started with...
All right, so Joe Lockhart briefing reporters in Washington, D.C., trying to project a very upbeat assessment where this election is going. Don't be misled necessarily. The Republicans are saying they're very upbeat as well. The Democrats are saying they're upbeat. In the end, we'll see what the real numbers, the raw tally is, and then we'll know who the next president of the United States is. We may know tonight, then again, we may not know. We're also standing by, I want to alert our viewers, Barack Obama is about to speak to his supporters in Illinois. He's the Democratic candidate in Illinois. We've projected he will be the next senator from Illinois, replacing Peter Fitzgerald, the Republican who is retiring. Jeff Greenfield, Barack Obama will become the third African American to serve in the United States Senate.
Ed Brooke, a Republican from Massachusetts, and Carol Moseley Braun, a one-term senator from Illinois. He was also, of course, the keynoter at the Democratic National Convention, where he probably gave the most electrifying speech of anyone. This is a fellow, as he calls himself, a skinny kid with a funny name, who people are looking very seriously at already, even though he's not even got into the Senate, as a possible future national candidate. He has a remarkable ability to connect with people very different from his own background. Rural whites in southern Illinois who are more like Southerners than they are like Northerners, and he has had the stories that came out of Illinois from the time he entered that primary where this is some exceptional political figure.
He also had the fortune of having a Republican challenger, a Republican opponent, Alan Keyes from the state of Maryland, who was brought in by the Illinois Republican Party to challenge him. I don't know what the Republican leadership in Illinois was thinking.
They were thinking that nobody else wanted the job. The likely Senate nominee had to retire after a rather embarrassing private matter. They could not recruit anyone. You'd think in a state of Illinois, the land of Lincoln, they could find a Republican. So Alan Keyes came from Maryland and may get 30% of the vote, may not.
While we're waiting for Barack Obama to speak to his supporters, Judy Woodruff is at the CNN Election Analysis Center. Let's bring her in. You've been crunching those numbers, looking at some information, Judy.
And that's right, Wolf, focusing on absentee ballots. It's sort of a tale, two tales of absentee ballots. In Florida, Miami-Dade County, we are hearing that there is a backlog of something like 90,000 absentee ballots. And these are some pictures coming in from the Miami-Dade election office there. 90,000 ballots that have not been counted yet. I'm sorry, about a third of them have been counted. The Secretary of State of Florida, Glenda Hood, is saying that it will take until Thursday at noon to get those ballots counted. Now, skip across the country to the state of Iowa, where we are told something like 450,000 absentee ballots were submitted, a number in that range. But the Iowa election officials are saying those ballots will get counted tonight, even if they have to work at it all night. So, Wolf, two different perspectives on counting for whatever reason. We don't know whether it's because of staff or whatever. The Democrats have done a little complaining in South Florida. They're saying maybe the Republican Secretary of State dragging her feet, but we have no evidence of that.
And so, Judy, it's possible we may not have a final result from the state of Florida tonight or even tomorrow.
It's possible, Wolf. If Florida turns out to be very close, those 90,000 ballots, however they may turn, and Miami-Dade is is a community with Cuban Americans, other Hispanics. It's a mixture of Democrats and Republicans, presumably a Kerry vote and Bush vote there. Those votes could be very important. If it's a wider spread, they might not make any difference. Same thing in Iowa. If Iowa turned, which those are both states, as you know, we have not called either one of them yet. If Iowa were close, those absentee ballots would be important. But again, the Secretary of State in Iowa is saying they will get counted tonight.
Judy Woodruff, thanks very much. I want to back up over here and show our viewers this picture that we're seeing here from Illinois. Barack Obama expected to walk out into this crowd, speak momentarily. We have projected he will be elected the next United States Senator from Illinois. Barack Obama, a very popular figure in Illinois, a very popular Democrat now around the country. We see members of the family, his supporters, his friends walking in there. This is going to be a very exciting moment for Barack Obama and his supporters in Chicago and throughout the state of Illinois. Indeed, Democrats across the country have been watching this race. There's no doubt, there was ever, I guess, never much doubt that he would be elected, but we see, I think this is his wife who's about to speak right now, Mrs. Obama in Illinois. Carlos Watson, help me a little bit, set the stage. You spent some quality time with Barack Obama recently. Give us a little flavor who this man is.
He's a guy who, as a biracial family, grew up in Hawaii and in Indonesia. Didn't seem to be on his way to the Senate as a young man, but after getting into Harvard Law School, did very well, moved to Chicago, became a professor and civil rights attorney. But when he ran Wolf, what was interesting is that no one thought he was going to win the primary earlier this year. He was running against 3 millionaires, but ultimately prevailed there. And then, as we said in the general election, things worked out really well.
All right, hold on one second. I'm going to walk over and make a CNN projection now. CNN can now project at 10:12 p.m. on the East Coast. CNN can project the state of Arkansas will be carried by George W. Bush and its 6 electoral votes. Democrats in the last few weeks, last few days especially, thought they had a slight chance to go there. George W. Bush carrying Arkansas. As we know, the former president of the United States, Bill Clinton, had gone to Little Rock only this past Sunday to make a last-minute push. George W. Bush, we project, will carry Arkansas, giving him an additional 6 electoral votes. So at this moment, we now have this tally, 182 electoral votes for the president, 112 for John Kerry, 270 needed to win. The blue states for Kerry, the red states for Bush. Those white states that you see are states that have closed, but we don't have enough information yet to project who will win those states. Jeff Greenfield, Arkansas, I guess we shouldn't really be surprised by this at all.
No, I think the notion that a former president of the United States, who after all has moved to New York, and whose wife now represents New York in the Senate, is going to hold the emotions of Arkansans in his hand may have been a little overstated. I think it was one of those long shots, one of those very long shots, and it didn't pay off like most long shots.
Still, Wolf, not one state has shifted.
That's correct, Larry. All the states that Gore carried 4 years ago, we're projecting, among the states we've projected, will remain in the Democratic column. The states that Bush carried 4 years ago at this point, among the states we've projected, will remain in the Bush column. Bill Schneider, you're looking at the exit polls, and you got some new numbers for us.
Yes, I do. This election is close nationally. It's close in a lot of the big states. Why? The election is a referendum on George Bush, and voters are of two minds about George Bush. Let's take a look at voters in Michigan and what they told us about President Bush today. We asked them, do you trust President Bush to handle the economy? And the answer is a majority said no, 56 to 44. Negative ratings on the economy. Then we asked them, do you trust President Bush to handle terrorism? And the answer was yes, 52 to 43. Terrorism, Bush looks good. The economy, not so good. It is a referendum on Bush much more than on Kerry because, you know, Wolf, when we asked voters in Michigan, do you trust Kerry to handle the economy? They were split. Do you trust Kerry to handle terrorism? They were split. They're not so sure about Kerry, but on Bush, they are of two very different minds.
All right, Bill Schneider, thanks very much. We're ready to make another projection right now. CNN can project at 10:14 p.m. on the East Coast, Missouri and its 11 electoral votes will be won by the President of the United States, George W. Bush. Missouri had been in place. Supposedly, the Democrats sort of gave up on Missouri a few weeks ago. They came back and thought that maybe they had a shot, but right now, Missouri and its 11 electoral votes will go for the President. Here's the new tally that we have in the race for the White House. Right now, the President has, according to our projections, 193 electoral votes. John Kerry with 112. But remember, this is the number, 270, not 269, but 270, that you need to be elected President of the United States. Missouri, not a great surprise. It's a state that went to the Republicans 4 years ago as well, Jeff.
It is. It went narrowly. I still want to see when all the numbers are in, thanks to our wall of numbers, how close did the Democrats come? Is this going to wind up a substantial lead, or is it going to wind up where Democrats are going to look at those 11 electoral votes as a missed opportunity? Yes, we've called it for Missouri. That's done. But let's just see whether that turns out to be one of those storylines that we'll be looking at a few days from now.
Carlos?
Well, two interesting things to think about in Missouri. Missouri has chosen the winner in presidential elections 24 of the last 25 times. So if you're President Bush sitting in Washington, this sounds like good news, and you hope that they're as right as they've been, with the exception of 1956. The second thing that's interesting in Missouri is it's one of the few places in the country that has a really interesting gubernatorial race. We've talked about the presidential race, we've talked about Senate races, but they actually have a really interesting gubernatorial fight there.
And we'll be covering that as well, Larry.
And while we're waiting for the apparent senator-elect to speak in Illinois, this could be the longest wife introduction in the history of elections.
She's a lawyer, too.
Oh,
maybe that explains it. She's
still at it.
We'll dip in and listen to Barack Obama once he eventually gets to that stage. Barack Obama. A lot of Democrats have a lot of hope in this young man.
Well, I must say that, in an era when conventions are scripted to the nines and you go to conventions because you sort of have to go, every once in a while somebody gets up and does something that absolutely blows the place apart. And I think when Obama began to speak, the sign for me of a really great speaker as a retired speechwriter is not when people jump up and yell. They always do that. They'll jump up and yell for the phone book. When he quieted the crowd down as he told his story and the story of America. This guy is a compelling figure.
Was he the first president of the Harvard Law Review?
First African-American president of Harvard Law Review.
That's what I meant, yeah.
He's made it. I think he's coming.
He's coming up.
Let me take a look. Maybe he will, maybe he won't, but she looks like she's about to introduce her. Let's listen in.
My baby's daddy, Barack Obama.
You know,
yeah. Come here, little kid.
Thank you, Illinois. Thank you. Thank you, Illinois. I don't know about you, but I'm still fired up. I am fired up. Look at this crowd. Thank you, Illinois. Let me begin by thanking all the people who have been involved in this effort, from downstate to upstate, city, suburb, from every community throughout the state. Let me say how grateful I am to all of you for the extraordinary privilege of standing here this evening. Let me thank, because I will forget later on, it's a thankless task. Let me thank right now the best political staff that there has been put together in this state. They are wonderful. You know who you are. You guys have been outstanding. I appreciate all of you. Let me thank my pastor, Jeremiah A. Wright, Jr., of Trinity United Church of Christ, fellow Trinitarians out there. Let me thank all the elected officials who've stood by me
through thick and through thin. But most of all, let me thank my family. I am so grateful to my nephew Avery, my niece Leslie, my mother-in-law Marion, my brother-in-law Craig Robinson, his wonderful girlfriend Kelly, my sister Maya, my new niece Suhaila right there, my brother-in-law Conrad, and most of all, my two precious daughters, Malia Obama and Sasha Obama. And the biggest star in the Obama family until the two girls grow up, the love of my life, Michelle Obama. Give it up for Michelle. Give it up.
Barack Obama, a very happy man. He's going to be the next United States Senator from Illinois, the first African-American Democrat to be elected to the United States Senate, the second African-American to be elected from the state of Illinois. Anderson Cooper, you've got some other Senate races you're looking at.
That's right, Wolf. We have two projections we can make in the state of Nevada and also in South Carolina. Let's take a look at what's going on the board. In Nevada, South Carolina first, Jim DeMint. We can now project as the winner. Inez Tenenbaum, the state superintendent of education, had run a tough race against Jim DeMint. Democrats had poured in millions of dollars hoping Inez Tenenbaum might be able to make a move on Jim DeMint. This, of course, for the seat held for 38 years now by Fritz Hollings, a Democrat. So this is a pickup by the Republicans in the Senate. It's not a complete surprise, however. This is a very conservative area. Fritz Hollings holding on to the seat for 38 years as a Democrat, but it was very much expected that this seat would go to the Republicans. Jim DeMint, proponent of a national sales tax. Inez Tenenbaum had tried to use that against them. Some voters had a hard time understanding what Jim DeMint was talking about, national sales tax to replace a federal income tax. But in the end, his conservative values won him this election in South Carolina. Also in Nevada, we can call the race for Harry Reid, the Senate Minority Whip, already a Democrat, so he holds on to his seat. That not really a big surprise. It wasn't a close race at all. And we are closely following the race in Kentucky between Senator Jim Bunning and Senator Dan Monjardo, State Senator Dan Monjardo. A very close race there. We're watching closely. We hope to have some results on that one soon. Will?
All right, Anderson, thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing in the United States Senate. So far, I don't think we've seen any major surprises, except that Kentucky race is surprisingly close.
The Kentucky race is close. The Democratic problem is 5 southern states, 4 of whom were red states, with Democratic incumbents who chose not to run again. I mean, Zell Miller is barely a Democrat, but at least he voted to organize with them. And what we're seeing is a couple of pickups there that make the Democratic effort to retake the Senate, particularly with Oklahoma remaining Republican, just very tough. I mean, this is the pattern that we've seen throughout the South. It began a defect from Democrats at the presidential level, and over the last 10 years, more and more in the House, in the Senate, in the governorships, people who used to call themselves Reagan Democrats now have a different name for themselves. They call themselves Republicans.
And also with 35% in the national elections getting closer to total votes, it's 52 to 48, and it was 54 to 46.
No,
California hasn't closed. We just don't know. I think Mr. Nader is...
Let's listen in to Ralph Nader. He's speaking to his supporters. Let's see what he has to say. He's got 150,000 votes so far. Nationally, 151,000, with 36% of the precincts reporting. All right, we'll get some sound from Ralph Nader once we fix that. Maybe we'll listen to hear what he has to say at this moment, almost 10:30 on the East Coast. Ralph Nader doesn't seem to be doing as well this time as he did 4 years ago.
There were a number of people who backed Ralph Nader 4 years ago in 2000 who have kind of formed committees to persuade other one-time Nader voters not to do this. Michael Moore, the controversial filmmaker who backed Nader in 2000, has done everything but, send him a one-way ticket to the Azores to get him to stop running. He literally got on his hands and knees on a television show because a lot of people on the left feel Nader cost Al Gore the White House, and they really don't like the president's policies, and they don't want to see Nader do it again.
You know, you got to watch, though, Nader in a couple of Midwestern states. Remember, in Wisconsin, just short of 4% last time, and that's one of the places the president is targeted. And then Minnesota, 5.2% in 2000, Ralph Nader did. So you got to watch his potential impact. They sent out an email today saying of the 3 states they thought they would do best in, Alaska was one, but Minnesota was another.
But he is down everywhere. He's down in New Hampshire, so it appears that might hold true. Yeah,
he's down from where he was 4 years ago.
Disappointed, very disappointing.
Read his. You interviewed him several times, Larry. You've known him for many, many years, going back to the '60s and seatbelts and all that stuff. What makes him tick?
I don't know. I know he had a stroke. He had a mild stroke some years back, and that might have affected him. Because he never wanted to run for office. The Ralph Nader I knew in the '60s. Tell you a quick Ralph Nader story. We're driving over. I just interviewed him in Miami, Channel 4. We're driving over a causeway, and I stop and it was a dime for the car to go through. I hit the window, window goes down, drop the dime in. We pull out. He says, pull over. I pull over. He says, why did that window go down so fast? I said, I don't know. He says, don't you think going up and down that fast could hurt somebody? Kid put his arm out. I said, I guess. He sends me reams of material, letters to car companies, medical examiners. How many kids' arms were hurt? Deaths that might have been caused by a little kid sticking his head out the window, and all windows now go up slowly. Another Nader measure. He's great. He was a
clean water, right? Been involved in
Ralph Nader did a lot of things. Yeah. Democrats are still very angry at him, no matter how many good things he did. All right, stand by. I want to show our viewers. People are still voting all over the country. The polls are still open in California. This man is voting. Doesn't look like he's got a lot of colleagues voting over there. In Washington State, they're voting. Looks like there's some empty polling booths over there. Some machines are still waiting. And in Alaska, 1 a.m. on the East Coast, that's when they'll close. In Alaska, we'll continue to watch. To our viewers, here's a recommendation. If the polls are still open where you are, this would be a good time to still go out and vote. It's important. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Just think, with our technologies, we're distributing reliable power to over 2/3 of North America, helping preserve a beloved landmark, producing key ingredients for plastics that people rely on around the world, designing robots that keep automakers more competitive, recycling energy while moving skiers to the top of the world. If you can think it, we can do it. Welcome to the world of ABB.
The Croatian National Tourist Board presents Sights and Sounds. Croatia, the Mediterranean as it once was.
Times Square. That was Times Square. We're in Times Square at the NASDAQ market site. We're covering this election night, 2004. Take a look at this. Dan Mangiardo, the Democratic candidate for the U.S. Senate from Kentucky. We have not projected who's going to win this race. We're getting one report that he may be prepared to concede. We'll actually listen to hear what he has to say, but this has been a surprisingly close race. Dan Mangiardo, the Democratic candidate for the United States Senate, running against Jim Bunning, the Hall of Fame pitcher. Let's take a look at the actual vote in Kentucky. Here it is. Jim Bunning with 51% of the vote, 49% of the vote from Dan Mangiardo, with 99% of the vote now in. Jim Bunning, the incumbent, and there's not much of a spread there, Jeff Greenfield, but we'll continue to watch and see what happens.
Well, it's an 18,000 vote spread for Bunning, 2% of the vote, but if you look down below, you see that 99% of the vote is in. And that must be what persuaded State Senator Mangiardo to go and concede. It is a disappointment to the Democrats because once the stories began to be publicized about Senator Bunning's conduct, they really thought this was one of those surprise things. Nobody had it on anybody's radar, and suddenly the race tightened. They thought maybe in our march to 50 or 51 seats in the Senate, this will be one that we didn't expect to win that they did. They haven't.
This is a Senate race that was very, very close, Carlos, in a state like Kentucky where the presidential contest, I don't think, was very close.
And we're seeing that in a lot of different places. This is also, by the way, the second time in a row where Jim Bunning's had a race that if he does win, he wins by 1%, maybe 2%. Contrast that, by the way, with Nevada, which we just called for Harry Reid 6 years ago. He also had a 1% election. Now we're calling it this early that he's won. So very different stories.
Pretty safe to say the Republicans are going to keep control of the Senate.
Well, you know, how about after 2000 we just wait? We haven't seen what's going to happen in Colorado. We haven't seen Alaska. We haven't called South or North Carolina yet, I believe.
We did call South Carolina.
Okay.
Inez Tannenbaum is going to go down to Jim.
What we can say is it makes it very, very unlikely.
You know, two other...
Okay, that's good.
How about that? Let me put it in a way that
I'm just asking.
You would understand that in your old days. You're all in and you're hoping for the river card to give you a flush.
You know, two other interesting things, though, about these Senate races are worth remembering. We talked about Barack Obama, but he may not be the only minority member to join the Senate this year. You might also see one or maybe two Hispanics. Mel Martinez in Florida, Ken Salazar is running in Colorado. We don't know what's going to happen, but if either or both wins, it'll be the first time in almost 30 years you've had a Hispanic member of the U.S. Senate.
All right, there's a lot of drama still unfolding. I want to walk over. Our Deborah Farrick is joining us now. She's in Pennsylvania, in Harrisburg. There's been some concern about what's going on there, Deborah. I know you've been speaking with election officials, the Secretary of State. Update our viewers what's going on.
Well, we can tell you, Wolf, that people in Pennsylvania are still waiting to vote. We are told that in Berks County, 8 to 10 precincts still experiencing about 2-hour delays. The Board of Elections there sent out a number of people to help facilitate. They're sorting people out in alphabetical order right now. We are told there was a huge registration drive there, a large burgeoning Latino population. So right now they're still waiting to vote in Berks County. In Chester County, also one precinct, we are being told there are 300 people remaining online waiting to cast a ballot. Now, in at least several counties, judges did have to step in, both in Allegheny County and in Lackawanna County. In Allegheny County, they simply ran out of provisional ballots. So a judge extended voting by up to an hour and a half at one polling site, saying that anybody who still wanted to vote could do so, and as long as they were online by 9:30, they could cast a provisional ballot. In Lackawanna, we are told a judge extended voting at 2 different precincts. In one reason, because the polling site simply opened late by an hour and 7 minutes, so the judge extended voting for an hour and 7 minutes. In one case, in another case, a machine broke, so the voting was extended there. Now, there are an estimated 300 provisional ballots. Those ballots will be verified over the next 3 days. Counting will begin on Friday, so those ballots could make a difference. There is one outstanding court challenge in Philadelphia. Absentee ballots will not be counted tonight. A judge stepped in and said that the ballots would not be counted. The reason for that, the Republicans are in court fighting to look at the absentee lists and challenge any voters who they think may have registered as an absentee improperly. So right now, voting's still going on in Pennsylvania, even though the polls officially closed at 8 o'clock. Wolf?
Deborah Farrick, thanks very much. Let me just show our viewers the numbers that we have in Pennsylvania, with slightly more than half of the vote now in. The precincts reporting 54%. John Kerry seems to have a pretty good lead there, 59% for John Kerry to 40% for George W. Bush. Once again, let's bring in CNN's Aaron Brown, is looking at this, analyzing it, assessing it, and got some thoughts.
Well, we were thinking a bit about civility. It's something we've talked a lot about on the program. We've long lamented the coming of the day when nobody will even listen to, let alone entertain, an idea different from their own. We're more than halfway there already, it seems. Part of the passion animating this campaign derived from the idea of taking the country back from them, or by the same token, keeping it out of their hands, whoever they and them might be. A viewer of ours and a frequent emailer wrote tonight that if the Democrats win, it'll only because they committed massive voter fraud. It just never occurred to her that in the field of ideas, they might just have won. With that in mind, a blogger, Jeff Jarvis, posted this pledge on his website. After the election results are in, it goes, I promise to support the president, even if I didn't vote for him. Criticize the president, even if I did vote for him. Uphold standards of civil discourse in blogs and in the media while pushing both to be better. Unite as a nation, putting country over party, even as we work together to make America better. Given how little we agree on as a country these days, maybe it's too much to ask, but ask yourself this tonight. Isn't anything better than what we call political discourse these days?
Aaron, you know, it's fascinating that, 3.5 hours after the first polls closed, this is as close as we thought it was going to be in the days and weeks leading up to this election night. Some people are saying you're hyping it, you're going too far. You know what? It's as dramatic as we thought it was going to be.
We looked at polls Sunday night. We came in to do a special on Sunday night, and our CNN USA Today Gallup poll had the thing at 49-49. That's about where we are.
It's amazing, Larry, that it's shaping up the way we actually thought it would shape up.
Yeah, they read it. It looks like they read it right.
But and by the same token, we don't yet know. There's these four big puzzle pieces still out there. What's going to happen in Florida? What's going to happen in Ohio? What's going to happen in Pennsylvania? How is Michigan going to play out? Those are a lot of electoral votes that are going to change the map pretty quickly, if and when they come in.
And as important as that general vote, that popular vote is, it's the electoral vote that's all important.
Aren't we discouraged, though, that we may have to wait till Thursday on absentee ballots in two states?
Aaron and I and everybody will wait until it's over, because that's the nature of the business.
Not as discouraged as we'll be if we have to wait for a month from Thursday. We've been there and done that, too.
35, 36 days the last time, Aaron. Thanks very much. Joe Lockhart, a senior advisor to the Kerry campaign, is joining us now from Washington. Give us your read on what's going on in some specific states, for example. Let's take a look at Florida. What do you see happening in Florida, Joe?
Very close race. We knew it would be close, but I think the huge turnout in southern Florida, where the Democrats are the strongest, Broward, Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, that turnout will bring us to victory. I think those are the last ones reporting in. I've heard reports that there are people still voting based on the length of the lines. So I think this unprecedented turnout in Florida, the unprecedented effort to get people registered and then out to the polls, 30% of the state voting early with a big lead for John Kerry, I think that'll take us over the line.
Joe, that the votes not yet counted are Dade and Broward?
Yeah, we know that in Broward County, where we have, I think, somewhere in the range of a 200,000 vote lead, you still have a quarter of the votes yet to be counted. Palm Beach County has just started to vote. Miami, we're still waiting to hear from. So these are the big vote areas for Democrats in the state. They're not yet factored in. I think once they are, we'll be very strong in Florida.
What about Ohio?
Listen, Ohio, I think, looks again very strong for us. The story of Ohio this time is not what people expected, the legal challenges every place. It's the massive turnout. We have a report of one polling station in Columbus, Ohio, that's now projected to stay open until midnight. There's so many people that were online when the polls closed. I think everyone agreed going into this election that the larger the turnout, the better it would be for John Kerry. There's no other place that I think that's going to be as significant as Ohio. All of our numbers tell us in heavily Democratic precincts, we are exceeding our expectations by 10 to 15%. Ohio will be in our column tonight.
three Midwestern states that are potentially could be pivotal: Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. What do you see happening there?
Well, listen, I think President Bush put a lot of effort into those three states. I think about 3 or 4 weeks ago, he decided that Ohio was difficult for him. He didn't go to Ohio for 3 weeks. Spent all of his time in those three states. But I think we're going to win all three. I think Minnesota, it'll be a comfortable victory. Wisconsin, we fought hard for. I think we're well on our way there based on our projections and our turnout. And Iowa was the toughest one for us. So we were behind a week ago. But we started to surge late last week. I think we took the lead this weekend, according to our numbers and the Des Moines Register poll, and we have an incredible ground game there, and I think that's going to give us a couple points, so I think we'll sweep the three.
Are you therefore saying, Joe, you're going to win tonight?
I think we've been saying for the last week we were going to win. We expect that to be confirmed tonight.
Why haven't we heard from Senator Kerry yet? We heard briefly, as you saw, from President Bush. Will he make some sort of statement in advance of any final outcome?
Well, we'll see. I mean, the night is young. I think you all can stay up for a little while longer. You've had some practice at that. I don't know what the president was doing all afternoon, but John Kerry was working. He did 4 hours worth of interviews, 38 different interviews with local TV stations in battleground states. That's 38 interviews without a break. He went home, took a little rest. Now he's having dinner with his wife and some of his family members. And, he'll come out when we've got something to say.
Do the question about these absentee ballots in Florida and Pennsylvania concern you, that we may have to wait till Thursday to find the results in both of those states?
I don't think so. Certainly not in Pennsylvania. I don't think the state is going to be that close. I think if you look at the numbers now, John Kerry's got a very healthy lead. We had an overwhelming majority and great turnout in Philadelphia. Did well in Pittsburgh and other parts of the state. So I don't think the absentee ballots are going to be a problem there. My understanding of the absentee ballots in Florida is the area that they're talking about is the heavily Democratic area. So I don't really think they're going to be an issue there either.
Joe Lockhart, thanks very much for spending a few moments with us. Joe Lockhart, a senior advisor to the Kerry campaign. Bill Hemmer is watching all of this. He's got an interesting analysis from our spatial logic machine that's looking at these two battleground states of Ohio and Florida. And what do you see? Explain to our viewers what's going on, Bill.
We have some excellent technology, Wolf, that literally allows us to watch as the votes come in, how it breaks down according to counties in favor of George Bush or in favor of John Kerry. We've zeroed in on about 18 different states across the country, but as you mentioned, Ohio and Florida is still outstanding and still so critical and so crucial for this fight for the White House. Back to Stu Rothenberger with me here, our CNN political analyst, and good evening again, Stu. We want to show our viewers through the telestrator what we're picking up in Ohio and essentially why we cannot call this state at this point.
Well, if you look at the map, Bill, you can see a lot of red in the central part of the state, northwestern part of the state, but we want to hone in on three areas. Hamilton County, that's Cincinnati. Down here in Montgomery County, this little island of blue and a sea of red, that's Dayton, Montgomery County. And then up here in the northeast, that would be Stark, Canton. That's often described as a bellwether county. And what we see is John Kerry doing better in these three counties. At this point, with some limited results in, he's doing better than Al Gore did 4 years ago. The president is still doing fine in many of these rural areas. But it's the smaller cities, and in this case, Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati and a suburb, a significant percentage of the population in the state, that the Democrat is doing better.
We have also talked about the job loss in Ohio for many, many months. In Lorain County, west of Cleveland, we have used this as an example, too, with job losses there, how they would respond. What are you finding in that suburban area west of Cleveland?
If we go to the map and look at Lorain, this is west of Cuyahoga County, west of Cleveland. Al Gore won this county with 53%, and with partial results in now in Lorain, John Kerry is winning with 57% of the vote. It's only at the margins, but if Senator Kerry increases his margins in a number of these communities, he can certainly carry the state.
But again, just simply too close to call with 20 electoral votes in the balance there in the Buckeye
State. There were more votes to come in.
Indeed, you're right about that. In Florida now, it was about 2.5 hours ago when we first reported the trend we saw in the I-4 corridor. This is named because it's the interstate that runs from Tampa up through Orlando up to the Daytona Beach area. We saw heavy gains for the president as compared to the year 2000 from 4 years ago, and we can show that.
We did, and let's go to the map again, and I think we were right in this I-4 corridor. Osceola Lake, Orange County, some blue, but a good deal of red, particularly in here. And as you pointed out, we have not projected this state because of this area down here that Joe Lockhart has talked about. This blue in the southeastern corner of the state. We're talking about Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, areas that deliver some pretty good Democratic majorities, particularly Broward. We're waiting for more votes to come in there. There's also an issue of absentees. But it's interesting, if you look here in the Panhandle in North Florida, Bush country.
27 electoral votes this time around for Florida, up from 25, 2 added on from 4 years ago.
An important state.
These are the trends, and again, at this point, we can't say in the end what's going to go for Florida, what's going to go for Ohio, but fascinating stuff. We'll have to watch the votes come in, and we can literally tabulate them here through our spatial logic technology and see how the counties are leaning at this point, and try and glean some sort of direction as we go throughout the night. Back to you now.
All right, that was very fascinating. Bill Hemmer, Stu Rothenberg, thanks very much. Bill Schneider, looking at those exit polls, I believe you have some new numbers on what we're seeing in Florida.
Florida. What do you think of when you hear Florida? You think of seniors. It has the oldest population in the country, and you think of a large population of Latino voters. But they're moving in opposite directions. In 2000, Bush carried the senior vote in Florida. How are they going now? Very narrowly for John Kerry. 51 Kerry, 49 Bush. Seniors in Florida have been moving to Kerry, possibly the prescription drug issue. Now, Latino voters, they're a big group. They split evenly. Cubans and non-Cubans in Florida together split evenly in 2000. How are they voting now? A majority, 54%, are voting for George Bush. They've moved in a Republican direction in the last 4 years. Seniors more Democratic, Latinos more Republican, including a lot of Cuban-American voters in Florida who have remained heavily Republican, and even more so this year than before. So the cross currents in Florida are moving in opposite direction, and that's why the state is still very close. Wolf?
All right, Bill Schneider, thanks very much. Tom Daschle, the Senate Democratic leader, the minority leader, has been watching what's going on. This is videotape of what he was seeing, his mood. He seems to be smiling. He's facing the political challenge of his life from John Thune, the Republican candidate in South Dakota. He's sitting there, he's watching, he's waiting for all the results to come in. We'll see what happens to the Senate Democratic leader, Tom Daschle, through the course of this night. In the meantime, much more coverage coming up here on CNN. We'll take another quick break. South Dakota, 50-50 right now, at least according to these numbers. These are Associated Press numbers, real numbers coming in. It's about as close as we possibly could have imagined, only 4 votes different. We'll talk about that and much more when we come back.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the 2 of you? Could it be the most powerful 2-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
Can you design electrical systems for the world's largest ocean liner? How about engineering an electric car to challenge the land speed record? Can you measure the ozone layer from a satellite? Or perfectly pack millions of chocolates every day? Can you help provide reliable power to a bustling city? Who comes up with these kinds of questions? Just our average everyday customer around here. Welcome to the world of ABB.
This is CNN.
When design and music collide. On the next edition of Design 360, hip-hop moguls making a mint by selling their lifestyle. P. Diddy opens a fashion store on New York's Fifth Avenue. We speak to dynamic duo Russell and Kimora Simmons. Plus, we tour the first venue designed specifically for jazz acoustics. That's Design 360, Sunday on CNN.
Design 360, in association with Siemens.
Global challenges, highlighting technologies, helping people. This week, Lost and Found. Mayan cities dating back thousands of years come under threat from modern man. Preserving Palau, the island's president dives into conservation, but finds himself swimming against the tide. And monkey business, incredible research gives monkeys, and maybe humans, the power to move objects just by thinking about it. These are the global challenges, this Sunday only on CNN.
This is CNN.
Welcome back to the CNN election headquarters at the NASDAQ market site right in the heart of Times Square. Jeff Greenfield, let's recap for our viewers now. Those states that CNN has been able to project as winning states for the two candidates. First, the states going for the President of the United States. And we'll just show our viewers, let's go through the top, and Indiana, Kentucky, Georgia, West Virginia, Alabama, Oklahoma. I think it's fair to say, Jeff, as we walk down and let our viewers take a look at these states that we've projected will go for the President, the so-called red states, there are no surprises here yet.
That's correct. Unless you thought Bill Clinton was going to pluck Arkansas away from Bush for Kerry, all these states for George Bush, 21 if I've done my bad arithmetic, all of them voted for Bush last time, all of them for Bush this time.
And let's move on and take a look at the states that John Kerry, we've projected, will go for John Kerry. And no huge surprises here either. Vermont, for example, Massachusetts, Delaware, all these states went for Al Gore the last time. And guess what?
Yes, true. They've gone for John Kerry. Vermont, a state as liberal as you can get it, has the only self-professed socialist congressman, Bernie Sanders, in the United States House of Representatives, the home of Ben & Jerry's, the politically correct ice cream. So there really isn't a single surprise, and it really feels, I hate to quote Yogi Berra, but it really feels like deja vu all over again.
Let's point out to our viewers what's happening in Maine. 4 electoral votes. We projected 3 of them will go for John Kerry. We're still waiting to find out what happens in that 4th electoral vote.
It is not impossible that one electoral vote, if it goes to George Bush, could tip the balance. It is not impossible. We're waiting to see what the 4 electoral votes in Hawaii do, votes that are normally reliably Democratic. We still don't know about Nevada, Colorado. The polls are still open out there. And Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, all sitting out there waiting to be decided.
1 electoral vote could make the difference, and 4 at stake in Maine. 3 we project will go to John Kerry, 1 still remaining at large. We'll see what happens. We don't have enough information yet on that 4th electoral vote.
Okay.
All right, we can now project the major win for John Kerry. Pennsylvania, CNN can now project, CNN is projecting Pennsylvania will go for John Kerry right now with 63% of the vote, in 57% for Kerry, 43% for Bush. This is a state that Al Gore carried the last time, but it's still a huge win for John Kerry.
This is the first real disappointment for either campaign. George W. Bush made, I believe since last March, 41 visits to the state of Pennsylvania. The only state he visited more was Texas, where he happens to live. They thought these 21 electoral votes, if they could pick them up with the votes of socially conservative, gun-owning, pro-life Democrats, a lot of them in Pennsylvania, this could insulate them against the loss of Ohio or Florida. It has not happened. And if I may be corny, the tension mounts.
The tension mounts. Let's recap the race for the White House. Right now, with 193 electoral votes for Bush, 133, we've added Pennsylvania to that category for Kerry. 270, though, needed to be elected to the White House. So it's still a contest. Everyone had been assuming that Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Florida, whoever got 2 out of those 3 would be in good shape. We now know that John Kerry, at least according to our projection, will carry Pennsylvania.
Let me be the first to point out that the last time the United States had 2 razor-thin close elections was 1884 and 1888. It looks like we're back there again with a slightly advanced technology.
All right, Candy Crowley is in Boston. She's covering the Kerry campaign. Any instant reaction from what we've just projected, Candy?
No, but I think what will surprise them about this is what appears to be the size of the margin. Now, I suspect it will come down just a little. Rural areas generally are the last to report. I can also tell you that the Bush campaign, as early as 2 or 3 days ago, so they didn't actually expect that they would win Pennsylvania. So this was the most predictable of what they've called the trifecta: Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida. So they kind of knew both sides where that one was going. The other 2, obviously, are the ones that everybody was more iffy about.
Candy Crowley in Boston will be coming back to you. Paula Zahn is with our Crossfire colleagues. They're watching all of this as we are. Paula, let's hear what they have to say.
Well, Wolf, just to give you a sense of how close this election is and how unpredictable it is, let's go back and revisit some of the predictions the Crossfire Gang made several hours ago when I guess it was you, Tucker, who had John Kerry winning by 2. You were going to make that call at 10:31.
Didn't happen.
I don't think that's quite right. James, you made a call at 9:37, Kerry up by 5. Paul, you still have till 11:30 to have Kerry up by 5.
Yeah, we're not going to know by 11:30 either.
And Bob, you predicted Bush by 11:03. Where are we right now, Tucker?
We're deep in the woods, Paula, because this is going to be a long, hard fight. The word I get is that Ohio, which a lot of the Republicans had given up to Kerry, is coming back to Bush. And it's very, very close. And you've got punch card ballots in Ohio. They haven't even finished voting in Ohio. That's going to be a long sucker, and so is Florida.
And you have evidence now of some, what did you say, under-reporting going on in Ohio?
In Ohio, usually, in most states, and we just heard a moment ago, the rural areas come in late, the urban areas come in early because of technology. In Ohio, the opposite is happening because the lines are so long in some of these urban counties then that the vote is not coming in yet, so we're getting a disproportionately rural vote early in Ohio. That favors the president early, but we'll just have to wait. It looks like Ohio will actually count all the votes. It's sort of a quaint, old-fashioned Midwestern notion. Florida doesn't seem to have gained that sort of expertise yet.
I have to say, the feeling, I've probably talked to 20 people in the last hour, all of a sudden is changing. I mean, there was this kind of consensus, certainly in the press, which is obviously overwhelmingly for Kerry on a personal level, but just among observers.
Wait a minute. You're saying that
the press is overwhelmingly for Kerry on a personal level. Most reporters no, it's just true. But I'm just saying.
Do you want to counter that, James?
People thought Kerry was going to win. And everyone knows this. But people thought Kerry was going to win. Now I feel there's this feeling Bush is going to win. I will say someone needs to reassess exit polling because it does stink. It doesn't predict, at least tonight, tomorrow morning we're going to put the exit polls, when we can make them public, against the actual results, and you will see that it doesn't. Are
you putting any stock in the exit polling tonight?
As the night goes by, less.
Has your mantra?
I think that, look, I don't know what difference it makes what an exit poll says because the only votes that count are the votes that they count.
Sure.
Let's wait and see. We got Ohio left to go. We got a lot of key states out there left to go. So before we jump to conclusions, but
has your mantra changed at all in the last 45 minutes? Your mantra: Ohio, Florida, Ohio, Florida.
No, it has to. And if the president carries both Ohio and Florida, it is extremely difficult, almost impossible.
May happen.
Could happen. It could happen.
Very possible.
It's very possible that it could happen. If it does, I'd be the first to tell you the math becomes very difficult.
I enjoy political funerals, and I want to recite the death of a couple of famous politicians. The senior Republican in the House of Representatives, Phil Crane of Illinois, 75 years old. He replaced Don Rumsfeld in a special election in 1969. Looks like he has been defeated today. And 2 middle-of-the-road Texas Democrats, Charlie Stenholm and Martin Frost, have been defeated. The day of the white Texas Democrat Bagala is gone.
You're the last one. I'm still a white. I'm still white. I'm still a Texan. I'm still a Democrat.
But you ain't in Congress.
Let's talk about your state of Illinois, though, Bob. In that race, the senior Republican Phil Crane apparently is going down to defeat to Melissa Bean. This was a bit of a proxy war. House Speaker Denny Hastert, being from Illinois, swooped in these last few weeks to try to prop up Phil Crane, practically ran his campaign, my sources tell me, while my friend and former Clinton White House aide, Rahm Emanuel, who's a congressman, a young Turk freshman Democrat from Illinois, swooped in to kind of help Melissa Bean. It looks like this is one that's going for the young Turk and the Democrat against the old guard of the Republicans.
I want you to walk through the time zones now. Let's move beyond James Mantra, Ohio, Florida. What do we look for next then?
Eastern time zone, Ohio, Florida. President carries both. It becomes almost impossible for Senator Kerry to win. If it splits, Senator Kerry carries Ohio, then Bush has got to take Iowa, Wisconsin. Then you go out to the mountain time zone where New Mexico
and Nevada.
And Nevada is in the actual Pacific. Yeah, Colorado. Most people think that Colorado.
So far, everybody's holding their serve if this were a tennis match. Ohio and Florida were 2 states that went for Bush
We'll see if he can hold both of them. If he does, that's very good for him. Then Iowa and Wisconsin, two states that went very narrowly for Al Gore. John Kerry has to hold them or he's through. And then Nevada, New Mexico split the last time, and we'll see who picks them up.
Let me say one thing. This has been a very vicious campaign, negative campaign,
Thank God.
divisive campaign, and a lot of trouble in this country. You know, terrorism, the economy has not been good. We've got a war in Iraq. And after all of this, you look at the election, it's the same as it was 4 years ago.
That's exactly
There's
right.
no
Talking
change.
headphones, same as it ever
Nothing
was.
changed.
Right, David Burns, same as
Well,
ever.
there is one change. In spite of the skepticism about this process and the negativity of both campaigns, people seem to have voted in record numbers. And we'll have the hard numbers later on.
As Paul points out, despite the negativity, but because of it, they vote.
Right, it's true. We believe
However you want to
Crossfire helped
cut
at least
that way.
to feed that negativity somewhat. We're very proud of that.
All right, gentlemen. We'll be back in the next hour. Wolf, see you then.
Thanks very much, Paula. It's almost 11 o'clock on the East Coast. Only a few seconds to go. 5 states are going to be closing polling at 11 o'clock for a total of some 81 electoral votes at stake. We're going to be able to make some projections, but we'll wait another 10 seconds or so until it hits exactly 11 o'clock on the East Coast, and then we'll be able to project some winners. Let's take a look right now at 11 p.m. on the East Coast. CNN can now project California, and it's 55 electoral votes. As expected, we'll go to John Kerry. A big win in California, fully expected. Those 55 electoral votes, the largest prize out there. We're ready to make another projection right now. CNN can project for the president in Idaho, 4 electoral votes. Once again, as expected, Idaho will go for President Bush. Let's take a look and see where it stands right now with the Electoral College, the all-important Electoral College, the President of the United States with 197 electoral votes, John Kerry with 188 electoral votes, 270 needed to be elected president. The blue states, Kerry; the red states, Bush. The white states, they're closed, but we don't have enough information yet to project winners. There's only one state left, and that would be Alaska. In 2 hours, 1 a.m. on the East Coast, Alaska will close, and we'll be able to project what's going on in Alaska. I want to show our viewers also what's happening in Iraq right now. These are U.S. troops. They're watching the elections right now. They're sitting in an area in Iraq. And in Fallujah, in fact, or outside Fallujah, an area that's been hotly contested. Battles have been fierce there. But these American troops, and this is a live picture for our viewers, they're watching the election. They're seeing what's going on. It looks like a little cafeteria. You see the trays there where they've been eating. Our men and women, U.S. forces, serving in Iraq, and making sure that they get a sense of what's happening all the way back here in the United States. Let's bring in our analysts once again, Jeff Greenfield. California is a huge prize. If you look at the numbers right now, 197 to 188. It's pretty close.
California was a state that went Republican for 20 consecutive years. It was a state that Democrats almost couldn't win. Clinton took it away from the Republicans. Gore put it in his pocket with about $1.2 million. And it's now one of the solid foundations of any Democratic electoral majority. The fact that you mentioned Iraq, how people feel about Iraq may wind up deciding who sits in the Oval Office.
And as Carlos just pointed out to me, we're going to have 120 million people vote. If this holds up, you got over 61 million now with 50%.
Of the precincts.
Would be a record. Remember last time we had about 105 million, so that would be not just a jump, but a significant jump. I want to go back to Pennsylvania, though. A couple of interesting things in that victory there. One was the fact that Nader wasn't on the ballot. And remember, he captured about 2% of the vote last time. The other significant thing that Democrats did is they added to their registration lead. Remember, going into 2000, Wolf, they had about a 500,000 vote lead in terms of registration. They added another 100,000 additional voters, net voters, in terms of the lead.
What's the Native American vote in South Dakota?
You know, interestingly enough, that's one of the few places where it could play out. So not Hispanic, not African American, but the Native American vote could be decisive when Tom Daschle runs. Could add up to 5%, maybe 7 or 8% of that vote. also may play out in New Mexico a little bit. So we don't normally talk about the Native American vote, but could matter.
When Jim Thune, who's running against Tom Daschle, lost to the other Democratic Senator, Tim Johnson, by approximately 500 votes, they just don't have a lot of people out there. The Native American vote was the key. In fact, some Republicans felt that there was chicanery. One more quick point about South Dakota. There are about 300,000 votes. The estimate is they are spending $80 a vote in South Dakota. It would have been cheaper for one of the candidates to load up a pickup truck with $100 bills and drive around the state scattering them to undecided voters.
And I don't want to sound redundant, but at this point, 4.5 hours, a little over 4 hours since we started with this total, exact as 4 years ago.
Exact. Those states that we projected for Kerry so far were states that Gore won 4 years ago. Those states we've projected for Bush are states Bush won 4 years ago.
Here we go.
You're absolutely right. Judy Woodruff is joining us from the CNN Election Analysis Center. You've been looking at some of the states, Judy, that we haven't been able to project a winner on. What are you and your colleagues there seeing?
Well, Wolf, one of the things you just noted, yes, you did call California because the polls closed in California 4 minutes ago, and we were able to do that because of a comfortable margin that John Kerry has in the state of California. But Oregon, which sits right next to California, just north of it, as all of us know, we have not called yet. Oregon is the one state in the country where people vote only by mail. They mail in their ballots. They were able to bring in their ballots as of today. I was told the Secretary of State in Oregon is promising that 50% of those ballots, up to 50%, are going to be counted by sometime pretty shortly now. So we should know that number. What we don't know then is how long it's going to take them to count the rest of the ballots. That's one thing we're keeping an eye on. Another, if you just move all the way to the other end of the country, Wolf and Jeff, Larry, and Carlos, we heard Joe Lockhart, who is speaking for the Kerry Edwards campaign, say not too long ago that the Kerry campaign is looking for a good Democratic turnout in those South Florida counties, Miami-Dade and Broward, the suggestion being that a lot of those votes are still out. But in checking with our folks here and the analysts here, it does look like we've got over 85% of the vote already counted, 88% even in Broward County. So a lot of this vote is already in. And so when Joe Lockhart says a lot is outstanding, I think some of us are scratching our heads wondering where it's going to come from. There are votes still out. There are people still in line, we are told, and there certainly are absentee ballots that have not been counted. And I reported a few minutes ago about the dispute over when those ballots are going to get counted. But we don't want to leave anybody with the impression that there are still hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of votes that have not been counted, because that's not our sense at this point.
And that's the number of precincts reporting at this point, some precincts being bigger than other precincts throughout the state of Florida, in fact, throughout the country. Judy, anything else you want to add at this point?
Not right now. I mean, we are, as you know, Wolf, we've got, what, a dozen or so states that we still have not called. We are being cautious. You still have not just Ohio that closed at 7:30, but a number of other states, New Hampshire, that we still haven't called yet. So, we're watching those numbers coming in. We may be close to a call, but we're not ready to call those states yet.
All right, Judy, thanks very much. I want to walk over, and Jeff Greenfield's going to help me. These are the states, and we're putting them up on the screen right now, that we have not been able to project a winner for. This is where the election is going to be determined, Jeff. And let's go through these. Come on over here and let's go through these one by one. Ohio has about 53% of the precincts reporting 20 electoral votes. Very, very close.
It is. This is the number, actually, if I can jump ahead, that I think Judy was referring to. 92% of the precincts in Florida, with the president holding, the last time we checked the popular vote in Florida, a couple of 100,000 vote lead. Now, if in fact Judy's right, that a lot of those votes in the heavily Democratic areas of Broward and Palm Beach and even Miami-Dade have been counted, that's actually very good news for the president. On the other hand, his folks are looking at Ohio and knowing that there's a lot of votes left to be counted in heavily Democratic Cuyahoga County. The math begins to get narrower and narrower and narrower for each of these candidates. With Pennsylvania for Kerry, of the big three, it would be very damaging, maybe fatal for Bush to lose even one of those two, unless, of course, he can pick up those upper Midwest states or some other Democratic
Let's talk
states.
about
Okay.
these. Some of these states have been closed for hours, like New Hampshire, and it's 4 electoral votes. 60% of the precincts reporting. We're not yet able. We don't have enough information to project New Hampshire. People think 4 electoral votes is not much, but you know what? It could be a lot.
We know what we think is going to happen in some of these states. I mean, I think they're not the most loyal Democrat will tell you they think that John Kerry can take Montana or Arizona. Colorado with 9 electoral votes, which has defeated the proposition to divide it. Those votes are sitting out there. That could be a very close state. It's a Bush state from 2000. So the mix of these states, as the night goes on, the math gets more and more in a narrow corridor of who has to win what. We want to keep going on some of these.
Let's talk a little bit about Nevada, Washington State, Oregon, and even Hawaii, a state that the vice president visited on Sunday at literally the last minute with its 4 electoral votes, a state so many experts thought was simply automatic for the Democrats.
The general rule in Hawaii is the state goes Republican when there is a massive historic landslide. Nixon in 72, Reagan in 84. That's it. This state has come into play for a variety of reasons. The Democratic Party, which was entrenched, had some scandals. There's a new population in Hawaii, more entrepreneurial, less pro-government. That's why Dick Cheney went there at the end of the campaign. And between those 4 electoral votes and 1 electoral vote in Maine hanging out, that is entirely possible that that'll decide the election.
The Pacific Northwest, Oregon, and Washington State, we don't have enough information yet to project a winner for either of these 2 states. The Democrats had been simply assuming it would be in their column.
These states have gone Democratic, Oregon and Washington, for the last 4 elections. Again, they are 2 Dukakis states where Nader threatened Al Gore but didn't force him to lose the state to George W. Bush. So the Democrats believe they have those. There are states out here the Republicans believe they have. And then there are those that everybody's going to be sitting and watching. Anybody planning to leave here in the next half hour or so had better change their plans.
I think it's fair to say Larry King and Carlos Watson as we walk over to join you. Larry, I hope you have no plans in the next several hours or maybe even days.
I'm always so busy at 2, 3 in the morning, Wolf. It's incredible. No, I'll be here and I'll do a show here for tomorrow and then head back to California tomorrow night and look at it from there and then maybe come back east again because this may not be over.
What do you think, Carlos?
Well, remember, some of the places have told us that they may take 10 days to count the provisional ballots, so we may be here for a while. The other really interesting thing in a couple of these states that we don't know about yet, they've got this thing called same-day registration. You can kind of walk up in Minnesota, you can walk up in New Hampshire and say, I'm ready to register today. That could cause it to take a little bit longer to count up all the votes.
Now, American Morning goes on at 7 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
They will be on.
7 a.m. Eastern.
So
unless we pull an all-nighter.
that would give us another almost 8 hours here.
Well, in 2000, we signed off, the CNN anchor analysis team signed off at 6:30 a.m.
Last time.
Sure, and we didn't know who had won. And I'll tell you something, a lot of us who got burned in 2000 did one thing very smart this year. We made no expensive vacation plans.
Correct.
For weeks.
At all.
The sun will be up then.
We'll soon find out. We're in Times Square. A lot of nice people watching us
still hanging
and
on.
our coverage here at the corner of 43rd and Broadway. Bill Schneider, you're looking at exit polls as you always do, specifically this time California.
California went for Kerry as expected, but you know what? The governor's a Republican, name of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger endorsed and campaigned at the last minute for George W. Bush. What do they think of Governor Schwarzenegger in this heavily Democratic state? Well, look at this. More than 2/3 of California voters say they like Arnold Schwarzenegger. 69% approval rating. President Bush would kill for a 69% approval rating. Why didn't it translate into a Bush victory? Because almost half of the people who like Governor Schwarzenegger, the Republican, voted for John Kerry. The lesson here is Schwarzenegger's appeal goes way beyond the Republican Party. That's how he got elected. He gets a lot of support from Democrats.
Bill, any report on the stem cell measure, which Schwarzenegger supported for the state to spend a ton of money on stem cell research?
All the pre-election polls indicated that that measure was likely to pass. I haven't seen any results, however, since the polls closed.
You live most of the time, Larry, in California. I guess you're not surprised by any of this. What's happening out there?
No, California. In fact, Barbara Boxer, she appears to, we can't say this, but I think she might win as handily
that
as
was
Chuck.
widely expected.
Polls are up by double digits.
As Chuck Schumer will win. I don't know what happened to the, you mentioned the Republicans, California was a stronghold. other than Schwarzenegger, they don't have a strong Republican in that state.
California is one state where the social issues cut heavily against the Republicans. It is a state where even most of the Republicans who get elected, look at Schwarzenegger. He's pro-choice on abortion. He's pro-gun control. He's pro-stem cell research. He's pro-gay rights. It's one of those states, this is something that, one theory is that coastal states tend to be more socially liberal than heartland states. And California's a state where that, plus the Republican Party, turned very hard on immigration, alienated the Hispanic vote after the 1994 election. It's a state that except for Arnold Schwarzenegger, they have been pretty much shut out of for the last decade.
Well, you know, if you think about that Hispanic vote, when the alienation did happen in 1994, about 1 million new Hispanics registered, and as you said, Gore beat Bush by about 1.3 million. A lot of that number was in the Hispanic vote.
As you point out, Larry, that embryonic stem cell research, other stem cell research was an important ballot initiative, important issue, an amendment in California. We've got some results coming in California on that Proposition 71, the funding for stem cell research. Yes, 69%, no 31%, relatively small numbers coming in. But Arnold Schwarzenegger, as you know and our viewers know, he came out strongly in favor of stem cell research, despite the position of the president who wants limitations on embryonic stem cell research.
I believe it's $3 billion.
It is, you know, they've got two significant health care issues on the ballot this time in California. The other one, besides stem cell, the $3 billion, is one that would mandate some small businesses to pay for health insurance for their workers. That could be pretty significant, no matter whether Bush or Kerry wins, could become part of a new trend. We've seen California usher in lots of things via the ballot initiative.
The big issue in New York is the stadium, right?
No, it's not on the ballot yet. It's just that, look, you know New York. Olympics in 2012, $600 million for a football stadium. I don't think that's going to swing what happens tonight, but we'll be fighting on that one next year, Laura. Come back and we'll talk.
I saw ads on television for it.
Larry and company, all of the polls and all of the states, with the exception of Alaska, have now closed. But there's, what, a dozen or so that we can't project winners yet. Those will be the states that will determine the next president of the United States. To our viewers, if you want more information on specific races and states, local races, governor's races, House races, Senate races, specific numbers, by counties even, the place to go is CNN.com. You can get interactive there and find out what's happening. You can even take a look at the showdown states, move them around, see how the projections are going to work out. Watch CNN, but you might want to also take a look at CNN.com to get some more information. It's the best place to go on the web for this kind of information. The CNN Election Express bus is parked in Times Square. We're parked in Times Square as well. Much more coverage coming up when we come back.
Prior to TVs and computers, people would take to the streets for the latest election returns. In the early 1900s, crowds watched as results were projected on the sides of buildings. Then there is the zipper of New York's Times Square. It gave election results for the first time in November 1928, and it continues to do so today.
Qatar Airways is different to other airlines because of the attention to detail.
We have 57 different nationalities working as a crew, flying over 50 destinations.
We're one of only 3 airlines in the world to be named as a premium quality carrier with a 5-star rating.
We have Arabic hospitality, so we try to offer passengers with everything we have on board.
It's like in a 5-star restaurant at 35,000 feet. We have a great entertainment system with video on demand and also music on demand.
The seat in first class is the first flat seat in the Middle East. The phrase, taking you more personally, means we anticipate passengers' needs and try to make the flight a 5-star experience.
It doesn't matter where you sit, you're always going to be receiving the same 5-star service from our 5-star airline.
Qatar Airways, taking you more personally.
Just think, with our technologies, we're distributing reliable power to over 2/3 of North America, helping preserve a beloved landmark, producing key ingredients for plastics that people rely on around the world, designing robots that keep automakers more competitive, recycling energy while moving skiers to the top of the world. If you can think it, we can do it. Welcome to the world of ABB.
What do you get when a financial firm with 66,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, like it's just the two of you? Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us. UBS.
40,000 interviews. When the world's newsmakers have something to say, they trust the King of Talk.
40,000 interviews, and I'm just warming up.
Larry King Live, only on CNN.
Is this a great gig or what?
Times Square, New York City. We're continuing our live coverage, and it could be quite a while that we continue our live coverage from the heart of New York City, the NASDAQ market site. We're watching all of these states, almost the entire country with the exception of Alaska. Polling booths have closed down. Here's where it stands right now. The popular vote for president, with 55% of the precincts in the United States reporting the president has 51% of the vote, slightly more than 35 million votes. John Kerry has 48% of the votes, 33 million plus votes. Ralph Nader with 1%, 252,000 or so votes for Ralph Nader. In the race for the White House, as important as the popular vote is, and it's important, but much more important is the Electoral College vote. You need 270 to be elected president. Right now, look at how close it is, 197 for Bush. We've projected 188 for Kerry. We've projected the blue states are Kerry states, the red states are Bush states, the white states are states where the polling has closed down, but we have not yet been able to project a winner. Alaska closes 1 a.m. on the East Coast, so we'll still wait. Here are some of the states that we haven't been able, except for Pennsylvania, you see up there. Pennsylvania, we've projected a big win for John Kerry. He with 73% of the vote in, 55% for Kerry, 44% for Bush. Jeff Greenfield, you're looking at the map, you're looking at what's going on, and you're going to put it all in beautiful perspective for us.
Right. We don't know who the next president of the United States is yet. I'm looking at those Florida numbers with 94% of the precincts in and the president having just about a 300,000 vote lead. And remember what Judy Woodruff mentioned to us, some of that South Florida vote from Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County is in. I am certainly not going to step on any projections that we are not ready to make, but that looks like a pretty substantial lead for the president. Take a look at Michigan. We haven't talked about Michigan. That's a 17 electoral vote state. It was one of the top targets of Bush from the Gore states. You've only got 30% of the vote in, and Kerry has a 60,000 vote lead, changing as we see, still about a 60,000 vote lead, with Nader no factor at all so far. So the more you look at this, the more it begins to look like exactly what people thought was going to happen before Election Day, that it's going to come down to 3, 4, 5, 6 states, and we're still waiting for a single state to move out of one candidate's column or one party's column into the other.
Well, look at New Hampshire. New Hampshire is a state that went for Bush 4 years ago. It's too close to call. We haven't been able to make a projection yet. 66% of the precincts in. Kerry with 50%, Bush with 49%, 1% for Ralph Nader.
This is a state which, we pointed this out several hours ago. If you put the map back the way it was in 2000, if you give New Hampshire to Kerry and Nevada to Kerry, you have a 269-269 tie, unless the president takes that one electoral vote in Maine, in which case he has 270 electoral votes.
This election again, just in New Hampshire.
Well, there's no, we can't find a single state, even in New Hampshire, where the Nader vote exceeds, exceeds a margin. But I see your point. If Nader gets a few thousand votes and Bush winds up taking the state by 2,000, that could determine it. Even at this level.
You're right. Talking about the Ralph Nader effect, you know what? Let's talk to Ralph Nader. He's joining us now live. Thanks very much, Ralph Nader, for joining us. Are you very disappointed in your turnout, in your votes that we've seen so far?
Well, since the Democrats, through their dirty tricks, have knocked us out of almost half of the nation's population, it's obvious that you can't get votes if you're not on the ballot. The other thing is The incumbent being a Republican, a lot of the Democrats who supported us in 2000 come back into the fold with the Democratic Party. I mean, trying to challenge the two-party electoral dictatorship, Wolf, is like trying to climb a cliff with a slippery rope. We're not doing this to be the margin at the narrow confines between the two candidates. We're doing this to put forward for the American people a series of directions and policies that they would really support on health insurance and living wage and getting out of Iraq and cracking down on corporate crime, etc. That are long overdue. I mean, we're trying to change somewhat the trivial and gossipy type horse race politics we're in into something substantive that responds to the necessities of the people.
There was a report that you said you thought Kerry would win tonight. Is that true?
Yeah, at 4 o'clock I thought he was going to win. He may still win.
I know you told me a few weeks ago, Ralph Nader, that if you can't be elected president, and you clearly can't be elected president, you hoped that, you said that John Kerry, I believe I'm paraphrasing, was the lesser of two evils.
Well, I said that anybody's better than George W. Bush. I mean, you know, he's just a big corporation disguised as a human being. Time and time again, as two-thirds of the American people conclude, he sides with big business against workers, against consumers, against the environment. You name it, big business is his mantra, and that's not where the President of the United States should be. We do not need another corporation in the White House. We need a president that responds to the necessities of the people.
Now, just to point out, you had about 95,000 votes in Florida the last time, with about 95% of the precincts reporting. You're just under 30,000 votes right now. You're not doing, clearly not doing as well as you did last time in Florida.
Yeah, that's obviously the case. As I say, once the incumbent in the White House is a Republican, the Democrats tend to go back into the fold. But I think there's something else at work here, and there are more than a few conservatives furious with Bush over the Patriot Act, big government, over huge deficits, over sovereignty shredding WTO and NAFTA. We have a letter to conservatives, which if the Democrats are smart, they could have spun off some of these conservatives the way Reagan spun off what are now called the Reagan Democrats. But we have a letter to conservatives and a letter to liberals on our website, votenader.org, for anybody who's interested in the details.
Ralph Nader, thanks for spending a few moments with us on this historic night.
Thank you, Walt.
The Nader effect doesn't look, at least as far as we can tell, Jeff, to be playing the kind of role it played 4 years ago, especially in Florida and New Hampshire.
I'm looking at these numbers. I don't see a single state where he got much more than half of 1% of the vote, if that.
It could affect New Hampshire. If they finished like dead even and Nader got 1%, that might give Bush the victory, and he would affect New Hampshire and affect the election.
Right. Not unusual, though, to see a third-party candidate decline after running pretty well the first time. We saw that with Ross Perot. We're seeing that probably with Ralph Nader going from 2000 maybe to 2004. But Jeff and I were just talking for a bit about Florida and where things stand with Florida with 95% of the precincts in. If things ultimately go well for the president, he's got to give a big familial hug to his brother Jeb Bush. And what will be interesting there is Jeb Bush, who was embattled himself in that state leading up to his gubernatorial reelection campaign in 2002, ultimately pulled out a surprisingly big win that year, winning by 13%. If these numbers hold up, they'll say this is a surprisingly big win and say the ground game worked, particularly with evangelical Christians in Florida.
Do you think it's close to 4 years ago that we're holding off? Because I lived in Florida for 20 years and we're 95% in a 5% lead. That looks awful.
Those are 95% of the precincts reporting, and some precincts are bigger than other precincts, and that doesn't necessarily include the absentee ballots. I don't think it necessarily includes the absentee ballots. You know, they're going to still be counted.
Here's the other interesting tweak. Of the 67 counties, 15 of them are using electronic voting. We don't know whether or not there will be issues because for many counties the first time they're doing it. During early voting, we did see some hiccups where computers had trouble linking up to the main central database. So I'm not saying that's happened, but I'm saying it's certainly an issue that both sides will look at, especially since this is a state that was so close last time.
So you're saying we could reach 7 o'clock tomorrow morning in Florida not known?
We could hand off to the team and have neither side at least concede.
You agree with that?
Well, I think that that's what Democrats may be telling themselves right now. But I'm just saying that spread with that percent of precincts in, I'm just going on past performance of states. That is an awfully big spread to make up, even with these explanations. Now, I agree. We got to hold off. We got to wait. We got to see, are there votes not being reported? That's just a lot of votes.
And I want to remind our viewers what Jeff pointed out at the very beginning when we started our broadcast. Seems like a long time ago, 7 p.m. Eastern. If both of these candidates hold on to the states they captured the last time, George W. Bush has a certain advantage because the states he carried the last time have increased population, so the shift in population gives him a certain advantage right now.
Right. Of course, Florida may not matter if Kerry wins Ohio and splits the upper Midwest.
What Wolf is saying is if you allocate every state the way they did in 2000, Bush got 271 electoral votes last time. This time it'd be 278. Florida has a couple more votes. Other Sun Belt states do. The Frost Belt has lost electoral votes in, I think, New York and Illinois. So Kerry, we said this hours ago, and everybody's known this for weeks, Kerry needs something substantial from the Bush list to become president.
Like New Hampshire, for example, would be a good start for him.
A start, but it wouldn't do it. Ohio would do it. Colorado would do it.
The only other interesting thing he could do without Ohio is hold on to the 20 and maybe grab Nevada and Colorado together.
To give our viewers a tennis analogy, we're going to see who breaks serve first.
Excellent.
And that's a pretty good analogy.
It's very nice. It's very nice.
See, I like
So
to play
far,
tennis.
no one has.
No one has broken serve yet. Yeah. It's an analogy all of us can relate to.
Schumer, we call a Schumer one in New York.
Anderson Cooper is with us, and you're looking at some initiatives out there, referenda.
That's right. There's some interesting initiatives happening in various states around the union. There are 11 states in the union today voting on whether or not to ban gay marriage, various amendments or propositions, different names, but it's all the bottom line to ban gay marriage and in some cases eliminate some of the rights from civil unions. 10 of the 11 states so far we can project have voted to, the people have voted to ban gay marriage in that state. The only state at this point we cannot project is Oregon. If you look over here, right now, yes, 52%, no, 48%, yes would be a vote to ban it, but only 39% of the precincts are in Oregon. But 10 of the 11 states in this union have voted to ban gay marriage and eliminate some of the rights for civil unions. Wolf?
You know, that's a fascinating, I guess it's a statement on where the country stands right now on this issue of same-sex marriage. And we want to point out, Anderson, both of these candidates said they oppose same-sex marriage, although both seem to indicate, including the president, to our own Larry King, that they support civil unions for gays and lesbians.
That's right. And especially just in the last couple of days, President Bush gave some interviews in which he said he did support civil unions, so that is certainly not the case in the Republican Party platform.
He told you that a few months ago.
In August.
Yeah.
You know, Oregon was the only hope that those who support same-sex marriage had in defeating, and Oregon has had a history of defeating some of these pushes against gay marriage and gay rights, and so Oregon was really the only hope. And in addition to these 11, the other interesting thing is we had states like Missouri and Louisiana earlier in the process hold votes during their primaries to ban same-sex marriage.
Jeff, what state is the most independent? The most that where 1 year it's Republican, 4 years later it's Democrat?
That's a very good question. Well, in terms of swing states, up until recently, Missouri always voted with the winner. Ohio is a state that's always up for grabs. Those two. In terms of maverickness, though, you have to go to a state like Maine, which gave Ross Perot a huge, I think they gave him the single biggest percentage of the vote. You look at some of those western states, a state like Minnesota that elects Jesse Ventura governor, people who flirt with third-party candidates.
Oregon, Wayne Morse, right?
So, but in terms of who moves back and forth, I think Missouri is moving out of that category now. And I think so Ohio looks like one of those states, and Florida.
And when did it used to be as Maine goes, so goes the nation? Was that Roosevelt?
Even before our time.
Well, it used to be as Maine goes, so goes the nation.
Maine had an independent governor, Angus King, who was elected governor of Maine, Jesse Ventura. They used to have a caucus of the non-Democratic, non-Republican governors. They'd get together and have a news conference.
You know, that's right. I mean, basically what you have here, more seriously, is you've had a shift over the last generation. The rock-ribbed Republican New England has moved, except for New Hampshire, solidly into the Democratic camp, and the solid Democratic South has moved almost solidly into the Republican camp. And the Republicans benefit from that in pure electoral terms.
And the Southwest has become...
Well, the Southwest has been traditionally Republican, and the Democrats are looking to think maybe with the Hispanic vote that they can break through there. That's one of the things we're going to be looking at later tonight.
New Mexico was super close last time, and that could be one of those that you start to see
Is
move back.
Erskine Bowles conceding?
I want to just point out to our viewers, Erskine Bowles, the former White House chief of staff who served under President Clinton, running a second time for the Senate in North Carolina. We haven't projected who's going to win in this contest, but we're told he may be getting ready to concede. Erskine Bowles lost the last time to Elizabeth Dole. Now he's running against Richard Burr, and it looks like he's getting ready to concede. Are you surprised by that, Jeff?
Well, that was a tight race. Once again, you're talking about a Democrat running in an increasingly red state in a presidential year, and even though coattails don't work the way they used to, you just are building in a difficulty when you have to overcome an 8 or a 10 or in some states a 15 or 20 point break for the president.
That's the seat and that's the seat that John Edwards is giving up, a Democratic seat that would be a pickup for the Republicans. So when Senator Frist, the Senate Majority Leader, said he thought they were going to gain seats, he may well be right.
Well, if he's not conceding, that's the unhappiest looking winner I have ever seen.
Those faces behind him are not very happy either.
Well, remember that Bill Clinton was brought into the race, and Bowles served as his chief of staff. And whereas the race was very close, when everything is said and done, it may have been the specter of Clinton and the ads that Burr, the Republican candidate, ran that showed the two of them close together that may have hurt Erskine Bowles in this race.
The other reason why Mr. Bowles may not look too happy is he is an extremely wealthy man, and he poured several million of his own dollars into the Senate race. And I think that would make any candidate unhappy. To spend that much money and lose is just not a happiness-inducing moment.
But when the president, the Republican presidential candidate, does that well in a state like North Carolina or South Carolina, a lot of Democrats thought Inez Tenenbaum had a pretty good shot at that race, and clearly she didn't have a very good shot. She might have a better shot if Bush wasn't carrying South Carolina as decisively as he clearly was.
And the popular vote is very indicative of the electoral vote.
Well, let's show our viewers.
48% in the popular.
Yeah, there it is right there, right behind me, with 59% of the precincts across the country reporting so far, 51% for Bush, 48% for Kerry, 1% for Ralph Nader. It's very, very close. All 50 states, with the exception of Alaska, they've closed their polling, although people may still be in line to vote if they were in line before the polling, before the hour ended. In many of those states, they're going to let them vote until they finish.
Without jumping the gun, Wolf, that's about a 2 million vote lead for the president. A man who lost the popular vote by 500,000 votes last time, and there has been some speculation that this might be the year when it was reversed, that the president would win the popular vote and Senator Kerry would win the electoral vote. It's still too early to know how that popular vote comes out, but it is looking, just from these numbers and the fact that every state is closed, that the president may wind up tonight, as the last pre-election poll suggested, with a small lead in the popular vote. We don't know where the electoral vote is.
Well, just as interestingly, the question is, will he be the first candidate in 4 cycles to actually get 50%? Remember 1992, no one got 50%. 1996, no one got 50%. 2000, we may finally be getting back to a point where the winner actually can get 50% of the popular, or the loser. Well said.
Let's check in with our senior White House correspondent, John King. John King is at the White House. I think a lot of people thought, John, you might have been over at the Reagan building, the Reagan Center, the International Trade Center in Washington, where we had anticipated the president would eventually make his way there to deliver either a concession or a victory speech. I see you're still at the White House. That says to me the president is still at the White House.
The president is still at the White House. By the time he makes it to the Reagan Center, Wolf, he may be serving breakfast. White House officials telling us that the plan still is that the president will go to the Reagan Center tonight if there is a winner. If there is a winner tonight. Now, how long they will stretch tonight, whether that means midnight, 1 a.m., we still don't know. The president is still watching the results, and I can tell you the mood here has changed quite a bit over the last couple of hours. One of the worst kept secrets in a campaign is that perhaps we don't put the exit polls on the air, but both campaigns are well aware of what the exit poll data is. And here at the Bush White House at 7 o'clock, even 8 o'clock tonight, and at the Bush campaign headquarters, they were scratching their heads looking at the exit polls and saying, how could we have been so wrong? Those exit polls showing a Kerry win in Florida, those exit polls showing perhaps a Kerry win in Ohio, and in several other states that have already been called, a Kerry margin very different from what the actual results are showing. So what the Bush campaign believes now is that the exit polls were flawed. They say that there is a bigger Democratic representation, and if you look at a state like New Jersey, yes, Senator Kerry won it, but not by the margin that the exit poll projected. If you look at a state that we held out on for a while, North Carolina, President Bush won it by a bigger margin than the exit poll showed. So they are hoping that that now holds up. In places like Florida, the president is spoken to his brother at least 3 times, we were told, the governor of Florida. They are confident they will pull that state out. And they say that their workers are now looking at those lines of people still waiting to vote in Ohio, and they're worried about that one because of the aggressive Democratic turnout operation. But they say their people on the ground are telling them they think they will eke out Ohio as well. So a much more optimistic mood here at the Bush White House. They're not saying the president will win, but they're saying now they believe he can win, and they're hearing very optimistic reports, again, both from Florida and Ohio, Wolf.
And John, take us behind the scenes, and you make an excellent point. Throughout the afternoon, as those exit polls were coming in, and here at CNN, we never reported what those exit polls were showing, although we certainly knew what was going on. People all over basically knew, although we always recognize that these are polls, and polls can be accurate. They don't necessarily always wind up being accurate. But this mood shift that you've seen, are you ready to say that the White House officials, based on what you're hearing, are optimistic now that he's going to be reelected?
Some of them would say they're optimistic. Others would say they are more optimistic. It depends on who you talk to and exactly when you talk to them. Some get off the phone calls from Ohio and they're a bit nervous. Someone else makes a phone call 10 minutes later and they feel a little better. They're watching the results coming in Wisconsin, a state the president heavily targeted. They're quite happy about that. They're a little disappointed from what they see in the results in Iowa so far. They're still hoping that the precincts still out perhaps bring things their way. So it can depend literally from minute to minute how it goes here. But the mood is much better than it was at 7 and 8 o'clock. And one thing they're complaining about, Wolf, is that we did not call any states based on those exit polls. But what the White House would say is that CNN and other news organizations, they're certainly not singling CNN out, that the tone of the coverage is influenced by what we think we see in the exit polls. They say that after this, much like 4 years ago, and they're certainly hoping we don't have a recount and we don't go on forever, but what the Bush campaign is already saying tonight is that we're going to be looking at our exit polls again, even if we do clean all this up tonight, and saying something went wrong.
All right, John King, thanks very much. We'll be checking back with you. Could be a long night for you, for the president, for all of us, for the American people as well. Let's take a look and see what the results are. With 97% of the precincts reporting in Florida, Bush with 52% of the vote, 3.5 million. Kerry with 47% of the vote, 3.2 million, approximately 300,000 spread right there. Ralph Nader, 30,000 votes, a lot less than he came up with last time. He had almost 95,000 the last time. In Ohio, another key battleground state with 64% of the precincts reporting. The president is atop with 52% of the vote, 1.8 million. Kerry with 48%, 1.7 million, 100,000, 120,000 or so votes separating the two, 64% still to go. Judy Woodruff is going to help us better understand at the CNN Election Analysis Center what we know and what we don't know. Judy?
Well, Wolf, there's still a number of these states outstanding, but what I do want to share with you is that a well-placed source inside the Kerry campaign is telling me that they think they have lost Florida to George W. Bush. There is no state in which I think the Democrats have invested more emotion, more energy, more effort. So if this bears out, it is obviously an enormous disappointment for the Kerry campaign. This is not official. We are not calling Florida. CNN is not calling Florida yet. But as you just showed on the boards a minute ago, Wolf, you and Jeff, we do have a lot of the vote in Florida in from all over the state. George Bush has done well in the so-called I-4 corridor, the Orlando to Tampa area. And even though the Democratic vote is high in the South, it does now appear the Kerry campaign pessimistic about the chance that those late counting absentee ballots and the rest of it are going to push push John Kerry over the top. They've known all along Florida was tough. The president's brother is the governor. They know the Republicans have an outstanding organization in Florida. But believe me, we know they put their heart into it. So if this bears out, it is an enormous disappointment. Having said that, they are still looking to other parts of the country. They're still very much looking to Ohio, feeling good. Cautiously optimistic about Ohio. They're still looking, of course, at Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa. They still see a way to win. But I would say the mood I'm hearing from the Kerry people, and I'd like to get Candy Crowley to confirm this, is somewhat the mirror opposite of what we just heard John King say from the White House, where the Bush people were down. Now they're a little more up in terms of the Kerry people. They were up. They're not so much down, but they are realistic that some of these states are still out there and they're waiting.
In Florida, Judy, with about 97% of the precincts reporting about a 300,000 spread in favor of the president, 52 to 47%. With that kind of information, with the exit polls and the raw numbers that are coming in, why can't we project a winner in Florida yet?
Because, Wolf, the spread is just not far big enough, and we don't want to take any chances. We do look at the exit polls, and John was just talking about some unhappiness with the exit polls, but we're not making calls tonight in states where it is anything like close unless we have sample precincts and unless we have the raw vote, and that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for some hard numbers and a comfortable spread so that we know when we make that projection, it's a projection that is real and that is based on the best information that we have and the best knowledge in terms of, you know, folks, again, here in our Election Analysis Center who've been covering politics and watching elections for years and years. We don't want to be in a position of going out on a limb and calling or projecting a state and then turning around and having to pull it back. That was a very painful lesson that we learned 4 years ago. Nobody wants to go through that again.
All right, Judy Woodruff, we'll be getting back to you. You wanted us to talk to Candy Crowley. Well, Candy Crowley is joining us now from Boston with a little insight. What the Kerry people are saying, Candy.
Well, honestly, it depends on which one you talk to. I asked about the mood. They said, well, it's one of anticipation. Before they were, it was more upbeat. Obviously, this is a more realistic look. They said, look, we always knew this would be close. I think there was more eager anticipation earlier on in the night. I mean, they say, look, we're still going to win Ohio, we're still going to win Minnesota, we're still going to win Wisconsin, we're still going to win Iowa. I asked about New Mexico. They said, well, it's going to be a late night in New Mexico, but we'll still win there. So there is you talk to others and it's more couched. They'll say, well, I still expect we'll win this. I expect we'll win that. So they obviously, there's sort of a tonal difference, but what they're saying is we still expect to win these things. Florida, they have considerably dialed back the lingo on that. I think they're watching these numbers. They know there are not that many more votes out. So Florida, they seem to have come to terms with. Others, they still insist they're going to win, including Ohio, and they base it, again, on a lot of Democratic areas in Dayton, around Columbus, around Cincinnati, which they say have not come in yet. Those are Democratic votes. They still feel very strongly that they'll win Ohio. And
the senator is, where is he? Where is he watching all of this, Candy?
He's at his home here in Boston, watching. At some point, he is expected to come down here. There's a crowd gathered here, and so they will expect, if there's a definitive result sometime tonight, that he'll come down. But right now, he's up at his home in Boston with his wife and family.
Candy Crowley reporting from Boston. We'll be checking back with you. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at and bring in the chairman of the Bush-Cheney campaign, Mark Roscoe. There he is, right there, the former governor of Montana. Governor, thanks very much for joining us. Give our viewers your assessment of what's happening in Ohio right now.
Well, it's trending, obviously. It has been all night in the right direction from our perspective. I think there's about 5 points, and it's been that way almost since the very beginning of the vote count. Cleveland is in my understanding, and Franklin County is almost completely in. And as a consequence of that, we're very hopeful that there's still about 35 to 40% of the vote left to be counted. But we think it's moving, obviously, in the right direction.
A couple of other news organizations have already projected Florida will go in your column for the president. We have not yet been able to project that. What do you sense right now? I assume you think Florida is going to be a Bush win.
Yeah, I do. When you total up the number of votes that are still left outstanding, it doesn't make up for the margin that's there. It's quite a significant change from 2000, obviously, when there were 537 votes ultimately that separated the two candidates. But at the end of the day, when you take a look at how we performed with Latinos and Hispanics and with people all throughout the entire state, I think that we feel pretty good about Florida at this moment in time. I'm the son of a coach, Wolf, and I'm always reticent to dance in the end zone until they've called the final whistle.
Mark, what do you make of the other states? How does this outcome look to you? Very close? Very close?
I do think. Obviously, New Hampshire's still up in the air, and that's probably a state that that is a state we're keeping a very close eye on. It looks good for us in Wisconsin, and we think in New Mexico, and you add that to the other Bush states that we're depending upon, Nevada, Colorado, and take a look at what's left then is Iowa and Michigan that are the large target states. And at the end of the day, even without New Hampshire, even without Wisconsin and New Mexico, we're obviously still in a very good position. But we've been competitive all night long in both Wisconsin and New Mexico, leading. Not that many points separate us in Iowa. That's still something that's not out of reach. But we think that probably the brightest prospects are in Iowa or in Wisconsin and in New Mexico.
Governor? Yeah, go ahead, Carlos.
Governor, this is Carlos Watson. Do you expect any of the automatic recount provisions in any of these states to kick in, meaning that the race is so close in a state less than 1% that we'll see an automatic recount?
You know, I don't know the answer to that question. I think, though, when I had the chance to spend privileged to spend some time with Larry King a couple of nights last week, we talked about this topic of voter registration and fraud that might be present and difficulties surrounding election counts across the country. And I think at that moment in time I said that I did not expect that there was going to be a wholesale problem across the country because people had worked so hard to build the confidence of the American people and to do the right things. And I think that has borne itself out tonight. There certainly are always human errors here and there, but we have not seen the kind of difficulties that some were predicting. At the end of the day, in Florida, when you think about the potentially contested ballots that they've been talking about throughout the course of the evening, they wouldn't make up the distance. So I can't see that there's just an automatic recount there. So I don't know which states that might be a possibility, and I haven't seen one of those states present itself yet this evening.
Governor Roscoe, I was going to say, Governor Roscoe, do you think we'll know tonight or in the early hours of the morning who will be the next president of the United States?
You know, I really do. I think we're going to know Florida here before too long. It won't be long after that where we'll have a beat on Ohio. And then I think the other states will follow rather rapidly. Nevada and Colorado, I think, will follow fairly closely thereafter, New Mexico. So I do think we will have a fairly significant amount of definition, and people will be able to go to bed, although somewhat late. It'll be a longer night, perhaps, than what some would have liked, but I do believe that we'll know this evening.
And Mark, what do you think happened wrong with the exit polls?
Well, you know, I just don't know how much they invest in the effort, but that's a real disappointment, I'd have to tell you. And I think it's something that's dispiriting to people across the country. Obviously, I think it's dispiriting to those in the media as well. They'd like to have a reliable vehicle for them to be able to inform the public. And I think if it was reliable, it would be helpful. But when you have circumstances like in North Carolina where the model reflected 63% of the voters were female, and you know that's just simply not true, or in Florida where the Hispanic population had actually decreased from the year 2000 when we know it had increased, there's obviously something very, very wrong with the process that's producing those numbers.
Joe?
So, Governor, it's Jeff Greenfield. So after all of our media's attempts to say, yes, we know we got Florida wrong, we know it was flawed, you know, and everybody in the business knows that all afternoon these exit polls, even though we don't talk about them publicly, are flying over the internet. Every political operative, every political junkie knows them. People are lining up and saying, what went wrong? You must have been getting a lot of frantic phone calls. But are you saying that it in any way affected how people voted?
You know, I don't know the answer to that. I know that because I grew up and voted out west, that naturally we always paid attention and listened to what was taking place in other parts of the country, and we were 2 hours behind. And sometimes I believed that what was happening, what was being predicted, which seemed to be so accurate for so long, sometimes would influence the choices that voters would make after they got off work and whether or not they'd go forward and vote. And so even though it may not impact a presidential race, and I have no way of knowing that, I can tell you plainly that it impacts races up and down the ballot. And so we've got to get it right somehow, or simply not use it as a tool in this process. And I've sensed that people in the media who would like to have this tool available to them are somewhat disappointed this evening as well.
All right, Governor Roscoe, thanks for spending a few moments with us on this night. Governor Roscoe, the chairman of the Bush-Cheney campaign, the former governor of Montana. Let's move over and bring in the other side right now. Mike McCurry is joining us from Kerry headquarters, a senior advisor to John Kerry, former White House press secretary. Give us your latest understanding of what's happening, for example, in Florida and Ohio.
Well, I think you've summarized it pretty well. It's obviously very, very close in Florida, but looking beyond Florida, the Kerry campaign is obviously waiting the results in Ohio, Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin, states where we feel we have an excellent chance of winning, and very strong organizations that are reporting to us that they are producing a fabulous vote for Senator Kerry. I think particularly in Ohio, and listening to the chairman right now, the only way the electoral math works well for him is if Ohio is in the Republican column. We don't think that's where it's going to be, Wolf, by the end of the evening, or is now very soon into the morning, because we think Ohio is going to go to the Kerry column, and then that opens up a lot of possibilities on the electoral math that favor Senator Kerry. So we're waiting here, very confident in the work that we've been doing on the ground, and looking forward to the results we're going to hear.
Mike, if you win Ohio and lose Florida, what will be your key? What will you look at to win this for your candidate?
Well, then you go to those upper Midwest states where we've campaigned extraordinarily hard. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa. That's where, we spent a fair amount of time in the last 2 weeks of the campaign. The reports we're getting from our organizations in each of those three states are very, very positive. And I think that's, of course, that would make a big, big difference in the outcome right there.
What about Michigan? We haven't projected a winner in Michigan yet because we don't have enough information yet. Mike, what are you hearing about Michigan?
The last report I've had is a very favorable one. I think we've been looking at some of those states where we campaigned harder, but I think we're very confident about the work that we're doing on the ground in Michigan. The reports there about turnout, particularly in the Detroit area, have been very good and matching, frankly, what we're hearing everywhere. One of the obvious stories tonight is the extraordinary number of Americans who went out and voted today. They clearly were motivated to participate, and we felt from the very beginning that if turnout inched towards 120 million, closer to 120 million than 110 million, that it would be a very good night for Senator Kerry, and he would likely wind up as president-elect.
Mike, this is Carlos Watson. In the last couple of hours before polls closed, other than Senator Kerry's satellite interviews that he did, I think Joe Lockhart said, with about 38 different stations, was there anything else unusual that you did that you maybe did not do in 2000?
Well, you mentioned the big difference in your earlier discussion about the impact of these exit polls. We didn't sniff that glue. We said, we've got to work very, very hard and continue to campaign right up to the very end. Senator Kerry sat in that chair talking to the voters across the country for almost 4 hours, precisely because we didn't want to listen to that information that came in early. It's just we don't know how reliable it is. What's more reliable is what we hear from those very talented organizers that we've had on the ground, getting the vote mobilized and getting people to the polls. That's who we trust, and then ultimately the final count that we begin to get when the votes are actually counted. And looking at all of that data, which is the important data, we said we think we're going to have a very good night now into the morning, and we're very confident that at the end of this, when the votes are counted, John Kerry is going to be elected president.
Mike McCurry is confident. Mark Roscoe is confident. Everyone is confident, but we'll have to wait and see who's going to be more confident when all of the voting is in. Let's go over to Paula Zahn. She's watching all of this together with the Crossfire gang. Paula?
Thanks, Wolf. And we're trying to get a sense of where this election stands now in advance of calling Florida. How do you see it, James?
I think Senator Kerry's got to draw an inside straight here.
Can he do it?
It's possible, but I think it's time to acknowledge that the president has a superior hand in this election right now. Senator Kerry obviously is going to have to carry Ohio. I've been on the phone, been talking to Steve Ricchetti, who's up there, very smart guy, says there's a way that he can. He obviously has to hold every state, he'll have to hold all but a few states if he does, but the key is Ohio. And Judy reported, and I think that's some validity to that, that Kerry people are very pessimistic about Florida. And so we're at a situation here where, like I say, Senator Kerry needs to draw an inside straight if he's going to win this election.
How does it look for the president?
I think James is right, and I would say that James and Paul and a lot of other people in the Democratic Party were wrong about how unpopular they thought George W. Bush was. He was unpopular with the people they talked to, and he was unpopular with the with the people who are activists in the Democratic Party and liberals, but he wasn't that unpopular.
Wait a minute. His approval ratings were below 50% going into this week of election.
That's not unusual. Harry Truman's was below 50%. Very often Bill Clinton's were below 50% before he was re-elected.
You said very rarely.
Occasionally.
Occasionally, 94 for
But the interesting thing is that the Democratic Party now has a terrible burden, which it won't admit, and that is the burden of the Solid South. It was a burden that for much of our history the Republican Party carried. They would start every election with the Democratic Party in a huge advantage with the whole South. Now the Republicans, they win every southern state. Erskine Bowles, the former chief of staff, loses in North Carolina for the second straight election. They may pick up 5 Senate seats from the South. You have, in the Democratic Party, a southern exposure problem.
What about the southern exposure?
Well, it's a cultural...
And how it relates to the numbers we're looking at tonight.
It's a cultural problem. Democrats are being seen increasingly as liberal on social issues of gay marriage, abortion rights, gun control. And if I can compound the problem, that's okay in the South because the Democrats have solid West Coast and solid East Coast, but it's also bleeding into the Midwest. I mean, Missouri was never even seriously, I shouldn't say never, it wasn't in play for the last month or so of the campaign because of those same social, cultural issues. What's been interesting to me is to watch people voting against their own economic interests. A lot of middle class and lower middle class voters voting for President Bush because they believe in him on those social issues. A whole lot of well-off people who are voting for Senator Kerry, even though Senator Kerry wants to raise taxes if he becomes president on the rich. So those social, cultural issues cut hard against Democrats among middle-class voters.
But don't we also have a rural problem? Democrats have a rural problem, and it is, you can't look at these last 2 elections. I mean, the one thing that you can't do after these last 2 elections is stick your head in the sand. First, you get to acknowledge that there's a problem there, and it's going to be, if I hope Senator Kerry carries Ohio. Let me just say that before I go too far into this, I've drawn some inside straights in my life. I hope that he does, but there's going to have to be an assessment of how Democrats can do better in the rural vote. I completely agree with that.
If Senator Kerry loses Ohio, though, what does it tell us? This is a candidate who spent a lot of money, perhaps more money on advertising in Ohio than any other state in the campaign, dozens of visits, 230,000 manufacturing jobs lost during the Bush